Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. I hope you're all doing well. Today we're going to be, as we were the last few times, running to Duinn, doing G22. I am nervous and a little bit excited. We're going to see how it goes, so thank you all for joining me, and let's get this done. Let's do this. I'm trying to remember. I pressed every button but the right one. What quest I was on? But the wings can still. Alright. Talk to Marlead at the Senmag Plains, which, isn't that like where I am? I'll still just go here. No, it's not quite where I was. Ooh. I love their outfit. They're looking awesome. Oh, right, there's no flying here, I don't think. Ah, she's basically where Flutta normally is. Here's someone talking to Flutta. Do I need anything from Flutta right now? I don't think I do. I like their outfit, too. They look very styling. Everyone looks so good on Mabby these days. Everyone's really killing it. Okay. Seems all our evidence points to one location. Pran and I will await you there at Senmag Plains. Okay. Ah, there you are. I've given the nearby environs a cursory look over, but I haven't found anything out of the ordinary. But it's an undeniable fact that nearly all the people we spoke with said they were being taken here. We might find out more about the identity of their abductors if we perform a thorough search. Ugh, these planes are even larger than the history books make them sound. You're not wrong in that there are probably clues here for us to find, but how long will it take to sift through every clump of grass and peer into every crater and crevice we see? And I've heard there's a lot of bears around here. Do you have some sort of problem with bears? I mean, sure, maybe people like you and Ashi just go around tipping your hats to bears with a tidy how do you do, but it's a different story for people like me. Even the slightest touch from one of their massive paws could fling me down like a rag doll. I don't even wear a hat. Come on, don't you get all timid on me now, you church mouse. You're here to save the members of your order, aren't you? Did you come all this way and go to all this trouble just to complain when the going got tough? No, it's just, I'm not strong like you. You could cut the tension between the two of them with a bear claw. Ooh, what should I do? Ooh. I guess I'll stop Marlead. You decide to intervene to keep Marlead from scolding Pran so much. Is that what you think this is about? If anything, you're being too soft on Pran. This investigation is not a matter to be taken lightly. Ashi, thanks for sticking up for me, but Miss Marlead is right. I caught a glimpse of some bears, and that was all it took to scare me. Pran, I'm not calling you a coward. It took great bravery to do what you've done, especially knowing your own limitations. You came all this way because you truly needed help. And I understand that you feel miserable discovering that you're even more powerless than you thought. I'm no stranger to that feeling. Miss Marlead, I'm sorry. I'm just so disappointed in myself. I feel impatient to get to the bottom of this, but frustrated because there isn't much I can do. All my worry, my frustration, and fear for what'll happen to everyone has been weighing on me, and I ended up letting it get the better of me. I know, and now so do you, and you'll be stronger for it. You had an idea, right? Just calm yourself, get your feelings under control, and tell me what you had in mind. Pran seems newly resolute, though faint trembling still remains in his voice. So, Miss Marlead, we could do as you said and perform a thorough search of this entire area. But before we do something that time-consuming, I was hoping we might find someone who's well acquainted with the area and ask if they've noticed anything amiss recently. That sounds sensible, but there aren't any settlements for miles around who would have reason to come here with any regularity. Honestly, it seems pretty deserted except for the bears. Miss Marlead, that's honestly the only thing I could think of. It's not a bad plan in theory. Of course, it'll only work if we can find someone who could answer the questions we have. Anyway, I'm gonna start searching the area. I'll help you. Who knows, we might come across someone as we're looking around. I was going to make you come with me whether you wanted to or not. Who knows what'll happen if I left you to wander off on your own. I can see it now. 5 minutes after I leave, I hear a shout. I turn around and there you are, running towards me, a massive bear hot on your heels. Right? It's like you read my mind. Wait, Miss Marlene, could it be? How long have you been interested in me? What? Oh. Oh, gods, no. I'm gonna pretend you never attempted to say that. Just follow me and see if you can find anything. Maybe I'll give you a piece of candy for each hour you can go without talking. Sure thing, Miss Marlene. We'll be on the lookout for anything abnormal, Militant. I'll let you know soon if we find something of interest. Yeah, Paran, you should never have tried to make a move on her. She is in love with Erwin. We've already discovered that. We all know this. As per Paran's suggestion, if you happen to run into someone who's familiar with this area, be sure to question them. They might have noticed something strange going on. I'm sure you've been here before, so if there's any place you think may be worth investigating, by all means, check there first. Be sure to question anyone we see traveling along the main roads as well. My lead gives you a curt nod before turning to Paran to discuss their plans. Okay, what the fuck do I do? Talk to Fleta! She just disappeared! Oh. Alright, I guess we're staking out Fleta. Oh my god. Let's see when Fleta appears in the Senmag Plains. Okay. Of course, they had to do it in 24-hour clock as well. 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. We're at 11:40 p.m., so that's not gonna work. So the next time she'll appear is at 9 a.m. to 11 a.m.
Doesn't she appear like 3 to 5 or something as well? Yeah, 3 to 5.
I really can't hear you, so I would prefer if you could message me. Thank you, I love you. Yeah, she appears 3 to 5 p.m., but that's not the next time. The next time she'll be here is 9 to 11 a.m. Why would I wait? Why would I let her just go? Like, let her go and then wait till 3 to 5. Oh, no, yeah, it is not 11 a.m. I wish it were 11 a.m. Yeah. So, I could play some music or something. Since we'll be here for a while. I ought to do something. I could sell the one thing I have to sell. What a great stream. We're just gonna be waiting for Fleta. Okay, let's see how many... My Book of Ice Spear is 20% completed. I have... page... Total number completed 1. So I have page 1. I have page 1. That's all I have of the Book of Ice Spear. Let's see if I have any on my pets that I overlooked. Probably have a few pages. Okay. Okay, this whole thing is just thunder pages, essentially. And then arrow revolver at the end. I think you have some pages too. Fireball, thunder, arrow revolver, thunder, fireball, thunder. Ah! I have page 3. I have another page 3. I have page 4. Do I have... Oh, here! Hold on. I have some pages here. I have page 3, page 4, another page 3, and a page 5. Oh, so I'm just waiting on page 2. God bless you. I'm just waiting on page 2. Do I have another shark robe? Let's see. I do have another shark robe. So there's no need to keep 2. Thank you, Milking Master. Three, 4, 5. Okay. Oh, I better update that. Because we're gonna sell that. Okay. Let's see if there's any on the auction house. What is it? Ice Spear, page 2. There are for 50k. I mean, might as well, right? Okay. Let's finish this book while we're waiting. Page 2, 3, 4, and 5. And now what do I do? Do I have Ice Spear now, or do I have to turn it in to Stewart? I have to complete the quest. Ah! I have it, though. I don't see any quest. No, just fully charge it. Let's go ham on some bears, besties. Heck yeah! Okay, what is... Yeah, let's do 3. 3 will have Ice Spear. Then maybe I could just put Ice Spear up here. Yeah, I could just put Ice Spear up there. Oh, can I not move while I have it charged? Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. Where's Spell Walk? Oh god. This is gonna be excruciating. I thought I could find a bear just around here. I guess I don't need Spell Walk until I find the bear. Okay, what time does Fleta come again? I don't want to miss her. 9 a.m. Alright. Alright, buddy. You're my test subject. I love how slow it is. I said fully charge it. Maybe I'll also put a nice bolt up. I thought I saw something that could be advanced there. Yes, it did. I don't want to walk over there. I think we'll head back at 8. Maybe 7:30. Let's kill this one bear and then we can head back. Just to make extra sure we don't miss her. I swear to God, I keep hitting the full charge once, and then it just doesn't fully charge. Magic school shoes. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Alright. It's so good being able to run again. Ah! I'm going the wrong way. I'm certainly here early. But you don't want to miss her, you know. We could play a song. Let's play a song while we wait. Let's do this one. It seems really quiet. But I thought my instrument volume was high. Yeah, it's pretty high. Someone else is waiting for her. Petite girl. Hey, your face says I have something I want to ask her, but what if she just casually brushes me off? Well, come on, out with it. I'm feeling helpish today. Fleda goes on walks with her dog Rab on the Sin Mom plays almost every day. Maybe she's noticed something strange here lately. You ask if she's seen or heard anything unusual in the area lately. Anything unusual? I don't know. This place never changes much. Oh, wait. Recently, Rab has been acting a little strange when we go to walks. I don't know why. We walk here all the time. He'll start sniffing around and growling like there's a strange scent. That's about the only thing I can think of, though. Did that help? If it did, you can show your appreciation by leaving me in peace. She turns away, seeming to have nothing more to say. I'm glad they made it a quick conversation, because I was worried it would be a long conversation and then, you know, she could disappear in the middle of it, and that would suck. How's it going? Found any big leads yet? Our search of the plains has turned up some small clues. There are tracks where it seems like something heavy was forcefully dragged away. Is my game audio and Windows low? I don't think so. I mean, the rest of the sound seems fine. But it was just the instrument that seemed very low. Yeah, it is weird. Tracks where it seems something heavy was forcefully dragged away, as well as some traces suggesting a fight took place not too long ago. I also found a piece of fabric that I'm almost certain is from my friend Larrick's clothes. He had a fondness for deep reds that called to mind the last rays of the setting sun. The tracks are more numerous around the area leading to the Garrick Hills. I think it would be more beneficial to search that area in greater detail. Don't worry, Paran, we'll make it in time. Of course, he's always been the careful sort. We'll find him, I'm sure of it. You tell Paran, who's doing his best to force himself to smile, what you heard from Fleda. So you're saying this lady's dog found something odd? That's a rather important piece of information. Dogs have a far better sense of smell than we do. They notice even the slightest of changes immediately. We ought to investigate the area where the dogs seem to sense something amiss. Wait, did you hear that? Both of you be quiet. Huh? Is something wrong? Footsteps. Someone's coming this way. No, Fomors. Shh, quiet, Pran. What are those Fomors going? They're going to notice we're here. Yeah, we're kind of obvious. Huh? Why'd they stop? What's happening? Pran, I said quiet. What's going on? Why have we stopped? What's the holdup? The entrance is right there, so why are we idling in the middle of the road? Hush, I fear there are more than just our eyes here. What do you mean by that? Let's get a move on. We just need to use the keystone to head in, right? Why hesitate? If anyone sees us, we'll gut them and leave their bodies for the crows. Why, would that the Fomors had the strength enough to still their tongues. What? Say that one more time, worm. Achoo! What was that? Meow, meow, meow. I think it's a bit late for that, Paran. Sorry. Haha, looks like we've got ourselves a rat infestation after all. That was actually supposed to be a cat impression. Meow. Paran, just stop. I suppose it was a bit optimistic to hope for this not to end in a fight. To arms, Militant, let's strike while they're still disorganized. As for you, Paran, just stay here behind this tree and try to keep out of harm's way. I'm sorry. Achoo! No, sorry. No, 4 more's incoming. Oh my god. That was fast. Looks like we've almost got the situation under control. Gah, you curs! One of the black-robed men struggles to his knees, his breathing labored. How dare you interfere in our plan? Ha ha, you may have managed to track us this far, but your eyes shall never see what lies below. None may pass who do not bear the mark given only to the promised ones. Temerity ill suits the vanquished. Ha 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 ha, someday you will regret that you did this to us. Ah. The last embers of his vitriol spent, the man collapses in a heap, motionless. He has breathed his last. Now we know that a hidden passage lurks somewhere nearby, as well as some manner of device employed in its use. It falls to us, then, to find it. Find the suspicious device? Well, that's vague. You can't just be like, okay, find it now. And there's no location check on the map. Besties, what? Brittany! Hi! Welcome in! How are you doing today? Where do I find this device? It's just like, okay, find it. It's near one of the moon gates. Well, I mean, that is helpful. I'm gonna go this way. I know there's that moon gate right there that we should check, but I have a feeling about this moon gate. Oh no, I'm sorry you're not feeling too well today. That sucks. I am doing well, actually. Is it like next to the moon gate, or is it like feet away from the moon gate? Like, how close should I be checking to the moon gate? Yeah, I'm doing well. I need to get through this quest, but it's doing everything to drag itself out. Cherry! Welcome in! Hello, how are you? I love that your name is still changed. You're so funny. How are you? It's not far from the moon gate. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything around here. You'd expect, like, a glowing thing on the ground or something. Oh, it's been raining non-stop there, Brittany. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. And I'm sorry to hear that you're still waiting on rain, Jerry. It hasn't been raining here, actually, so even though it's been raining up near Brittany, it has not been raining down here. I think you're north, right? You're norther than I am, aren't you? I don't remember. I am in South Florida. We just live like an hour apart, so we can have different weathers. Oh, you're near Daytona? No way. That's wild. We're all right here. Okay. I've checked this moon gate. I'll go to the other one. I could have, like, I had such a feeling that it was near this moon gate because this is the direction they were walking towards. But I didn't see anything there. Why do they have so many of these poles for this moon gate? They have, like... What is this? It's weird. Oh yeah? Is your schedule for your new job that bad? You're gonna have to help me out, Joel. What is it? Is it like a glowing spot on the ground? Do I have to hit something for it? Like, just, I'm not far, okay? I would be wikiing it if I'm not on stream, so you're really not saving much by not telling I might have to hit something for it. I don't have my wander staff. Okay. I'll just take care of you then. Okay. I can't hit these rocks. Woo! Regular person sketch. Ah! Did I find it? Of all the stones in the ring, only this one bears any significant difference. It is crowned with a peculiar indentation, albeit one natural enough that no passerbys would think twice about it. You also notice the slight rise of terrain within the ring of stones. It strikes you as unnatural, surely a man-made formation. This is very likely the entrance the Fomors made mention of. Call Pran and Merlade to help you examine the surroundings. I did it! I found the thing! Can you fuck off? I'm busy right now. I'm busy finding shit. I did completely get lucky and just click the right rock. No, this is the rock. If you see, they're all, like, the same, except for this one. Oh, so does this change? Does this change into, like, the Tech Duinn thing once we figure out how it operates? Oh my gosh, what's the catch? Well, I'm glad you have a normal work. Ah! Someone put down an altar restoration. That's nice. I'm glad you have a normal work schedule now. That's good. Okay, Pran. Pran examines one of the stones with uncommon curiosity, as though he's discovered something odd. Is it just me, or does this rock look strange? From even a few meters away, it looks like just any one of the rocks on the plains, but once I was right up next to it, I noticed it had this recessed area on top. I can't put my finger on why, but this entire area makes me feel uneasy. If many people had come and gone this way, you would expect the dirt to be packed down from all the footsteps, but it's not. It's about as soft as you'd find elsewhere on the plains. So either this area is not as heavily trafficked as we would have expected, or something has loosened the earth. A strong rainstorm, perhaps, or even an unexpected tremor. The ones we fought earlier made it sound as there was some sort of device they needed to activate wherever they were going. So, Pran, what are you doing? Huh? Oh, right, I just can't get over this rock with the weird indentation in the top. No matter how much I look at the site, I always come back to it. Pulled from his pondering by Marlede, Pran finally looks up from the stone. That's awesome, Cherry. I'm glad that you're having, like, a normal work, finally. That's so great. Pran, I'm glad you want to help. Whatever idea is congealing in your head right now, just put a lid on it, alright? It's nothing, honestly. It just occurred to me that perhaps we might be meant to place something in the recessed area of the stone. Not so fast. We don't know what magics or mechanisms might be at play. If we approach this without due caution, we may... Ooh, I think I recognize the shape. It looks an awful lot like the outline of my pennant. Pran, stop touching that. Wow, hey, Ashi, look at this. The pennant fits perfectly. Amazing. Huh? Oh no, why is the ground shaking? Well, what did you do? Okay, that's the wrong rock. That isn't even the recessed rock. What is the shaking? Pran, what did you do? I don't know. Ah! Ooh. Oh, I'm sorry you had an emotional goodbye today. Oh. I was right! It does turn into something! Can I go in before I talk to them? I can! I can just not talk to them and just go in. Wow. I did it, guys! I'm at the techs! Gateway to Tech Duinn! Here we are! Wow, and there are people in here. Wow. It's so cool. Okay. I'm gonna go do the quests like I'm meant to. I'm at the gateway to Tech Duinn. Yes, your coworker besties. It's just through this quest, so I'm excited. An unsettling feeling lingers about the area. You can still feel light tremors from beneath the ground. What in the world just happened? Paran. I'm sorry, Miss Marlede. It's just I looked down at my pennant and suddenly it all clicked, like I knew it would fit right into that thought, so I... A long, exasperated sigh escapes Marlede's lips. You cannot act alone, do you understand? If you aren't careful, you'll endanger not just yourself, but others too. We're fortunate that none of us were hurt this time, but from now on, Marlede is struggling to keep her voice calm and even. Please be careful. I don't know how I could ever face Her Majesty if anyone in the expeditionary force were to come to harm under my watch. Ooh. It was so cool, wasn't it? I am in the best place. Also, hi Zai, how are you? Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. You really like Queen Erwin, don't you? Yes, she's in love! They're in love! Like her? I'm not... Oh my god! It's canon. My headcanon is canon. I feel so... Oh my god. You're pestering golems? What are you pestering them for? Go for DoorDash instead of Uber Eats. They're not charging hazard pay for delivery. I see. Okay. Good to know. I'm not sure that's the most appropriate way to phrase it, but I've pledged my life and my service to Erwin. I don't know, that sounds pretty gay, bestie. Keeping you safe is the least I can do for her. I'm really sorry, Miss Marlede. I promise I'll be more careful next time. And Ashi, I apologize to you too. As long as you understand why I said what I did, that's what's important. But what happened just now? It looks like the quake pushed a part of the mound up. You can see the stonework now and an opening leading down. Marlede points to a step of stairs that descend into the darkness. You think that leads somewhere under the plains? If we go down there, do you think we'll find all the missing people? I had the very same thought. I'm not sure what mechanism that path opened up, but it seems to be exactly what we were seeking. We should investigate it. Stone staircase leading somewhere beneath the plains has been revealed. Descend into darkness and discover what awaits. My friend wanted Chipotle and Uber Eats was charging $15 for delivery today. DoorDash free. Oh, okay. Good to know. I'll just make a sandwich. Yeah, I had PB&J earlier. It's really not aesthetic with, like, all these other people in here, but I can pretend maybe they're the lost people. I am a little bit annoyed. This guy and I are like, so I'm gonna do some drama, okay? I'm a drama channel now. This guy and I are on each other's friends list, as you can see. He's right here. We're friends, right? And so I messaged him once because his status used to be, let's run things. So I was like, hey, do you want to do Girgashi raids with me? And he was like, what? And I was like, well, because you always have in your status, like, let's run things. So I thought I'd invite you to a Girgashi run. And he never responded to me. Genuinely never said anything to me. And then today I walked in and, you know, as you saw, he was standing there and I smiled at him. And again, he said nothing. And waited until I walked away to, like, do anything. So, like, I'm kind of, like, annoyed with this dude. Like, I don't know. What's this dude's deal? Like, why are you being so rude to me, Mr. Taste? But he's probably not actually being rude. He's probably just, he doesn't remember me, and so he's just like, who is this girl? Why is she bothering me? He has no taste. Haha. I will cast that spell. I just got Ice Spear. I'll cast Ice Spear on him. Marlene and Paran gaze up at the cavernous room in awe. Whoa. This place is amazing, and to think all of this was hidden right under people's feet. Is that a destructive robe? I'll have to see later. I'm astonished at how large the space is, considering it's completely underground. Yeah, it is huge. I've heard stories about the Formors using underground tunnels and chambers for their nefarious ends, but this is one of the first times I've seen one of them myself. But there's something about it that just doesn't fit, and it's difficult to explain how or why, but this place just doesn't strike me as being of Formorian design. Yeah, this is very Celtic. This is not Formorian. I'm not even, I would say more Anglo-Saxon. Not even Celtic. But just this whole game has, like, Celtic influence, so that's why I was like, yeah, it's more Celtic, but it's not. It's more... Yeah. Yeah, anyway. Spell of Frozen Bowels. This place doesn't strike me. Looking around, it sort of brings to mind an old chapel, though the altar in the center of the room probably has something to do with that. It immediately drew my attention from the minute I surveyed the room. Actually, it looks a lot like the ones our orders used during our prayer services. Oh my god, I totally forgot. Oh my god. So, every time I die, you guys can do !dead. And it will add another tally for my death mark. And you can also do !Discord if you're in here and you want to join the Discord. I'm not dead yet, though. You can't do that. But if it doesn't work, then I'm sorry, and maybe that's... It said anyone could use it. Does it not work? Is it not doing anything? Because I said it to everyone. I did... Did we not mod Nightbot? What do you mean mod Nightbot? Do I have to make Nightbot a mod? Oh. How do I do that? It doesn't look like Nightbot is in here, but I invited Nightbot! Okay, let me type that real quick. Okay, I modded Nightbot, I think. Bestie, why won't you show up? Brittany said that Nightbot isn't even in here. Is Nightbot in here? Hello? At Nightbot? Besties. What if Nightbot just isn't here? What if I did all this work? I did use the setup article, yes. I did everything it told me to. Lots of hmms in the chat. I just picked a random one, honestly, Brittany. I don't know. I don't understand the differences between the bots. As far as I understand, they all pretty much do the same shit. And Joel sent me an article on how to set up Nightbot, so I was like, sure, I'll set up that one. I don't really... I don't really care. I clicked join channel on the Nightbot dashboard. I might still have it open. Do you guys want to set up Nightbot? Oh, I don't still have it open. I already logged in, but I guess we'll... Oh, see? Here it is. Join channel. Okay. Okay. Nightbot is already a moderator of this channel, it says. Woo! It worked! 47 messages were deleted by a moderator? What just happened? Oh! Oh no! Cherry! I didn't set up the caps rules. Caps are fine. I don't mind caps. How do I tell it not to do that? Nightbot, don't do that. What would that... spam protection? Disable. 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 I don't know about links. I don't care. I already have it set up in Twitch to not allow certain words, so I'll just disable everything. Now you guys should be fine. Yeah, I use caps all the time. I could never tell it to do stuff. Yeah, poor Vex, he's really pulling the weight here. Whoa! Why did it say like 42 messages will be deleted though? No, 47 messages were deleted by a moderator. 47. Did you send 47 woo messages, Cherry? Oh, it killed all of your messages? Oh my god. Wow, that's harsh. Damn. I'm not sure I'm fine with that, Mr. Nightbot. That's so mean. That's so mean. Wow. That's like evil. Wow. Yeah, I don't like that. What's regulars mean? Okay, I don't know what that means. I don't understand. Oh, whoa! They have logs of all the chats? That's a little weird. That's interesting. I didn't know it would do that. I love how it's like, okay, we need to hurry to tech Duinn missions. We need to go. And I'm like, alright, let's set up this stuff. Yeah, that's what it looks like, right? Isn't that wild? Anyway, we should go back to Mapinochi. We should do what we're actually streaming. Oh my gosh, okay. It immediately drew my attention from the minute I surveyed the room. Actually, it looks a lot like the ones our order uses during prayer services. Twitch didn't have this functionality originally? I see. I see. Having heard that, I think I can explain further why this place feels so strange to me. That altar is far larger than would be strictly necessary for standard religious services, almost as though it has some sort of ritual function. But beyond that, can you conceive of the Formor taking the time and attention to craft something like that towering relief behind it? I can't. It doesn't seem anything like their handiwork. Beyond that, we entered this chamber by walking down a stone staircase from the Senmag Plains, so by all rights we should be somewhere directly beneath the plains. But if that's so, it should be nearly pitch black in here. Where's the ambient light in this room coming from? From the big fucking thing in the corner. You don't see that pouring out light? And all the candles, and I guess it is still lighter than it should be. I don't know, there's lots of candles and there's light coming from this thing. Do you think it's because of the mist over there? I can see something sort of pulsing beyond it, giving off of light, and the mist must be reflecting that light. Wait a minute. Mist, an ancient ruin deep underground. Could this actually be? Fran glances around rapidly, grasping for answers. Fran, do you know what this place is? Huh? Yes! No, I'm not sure yet. A thought did briefly come to mind, but you've already told me so many times to consider things carefully before I act, so I think our best course of action would be to take a good look around this chamber and see what we can find. Based on what we turn up, I'll know whether or not I might be on the right track. That sounds like a reasonable plan to me. What do you say, Militant? Shall we have a look around? This place is teeming with suspicious things. We can't afford to overlook even the slightest detail. Her concern is evident in the seriousness of her blue gaze. Talk with your companions after searching the great chamber more carefully. Am I going into my first Tech Duinn mission? Let's go! A great ring of stone hangs suspended in the air. Through its center you glimpse an endlessly shifting array of hues and colors. A thick, white mist seems to slowly ebb from within. It occurs to you, though you know not how or why, that you could pass through the center of this artifact if you placed your hand on it. But you're certain Marlede would be furious if you touched it without telling her. You can talk to Pran and Marlede about what you found later. For now, keep investigating. Oh, right, I was gonna check. Aw, I can't see whether or not he has a destructive robe. I get fine sand in my tile house when the dog runs in. It's ridiculous how this fine sand ends up in my bag when the dog tracks it in and I track it into the bed. Okay, so we have this problem, but with like litter from the litter box. My fucking cat gets the litter from the litter box everywhere. I hate it. It's so annoying. So our litter box is in the bathroom, right? In like the tub. And it's like, it's a tub that we were never using, so it doesn't matter that it's in there. But, he like when you walk into the bathroom, the whole bathroom floor is always like covered in litter. Like, we have to clean it so often. It's terrible. It's terrible how much stuff gets in. Like, I hate it. Switch to pellet litter? He might not like that. Maybe we should though, Joel. Do you want to switch to pellet litter? The Roomba can do the entire floor twice a day. I have a Roomba. The only thing is that you have to clean out the Roomba yourself, obviously. Like, you have to open it up and then like shake all the stuff out. And the problem is sometimes like hair and stuff gets like caught within it and it makes it really difficult to clean out. I mean, that's a problem with any vacuum of any sort. It just, you notice it more with the Roomba because they have like these gears that like roll, so when the hair gets caught on it, it's like rolled all the way up and it's like very difficult to get out. So usually we have to take like a pair of scissors and like cut through. It's like horrible. It's disgusting. But yeah, Roombas are good. We have a Roomba. We like it. I actually wanted to get a better Roomba. Because we have like a very old one. So we were thinking about getting a better one. I also hate sand on my feet. I love like the feeling of being barefoot, but I hate like dirt and sand like, sand isn't as bad as dirt, I guess. Dirt is just, I just hate it. I just hate getting stuff on my feet. It's like, stop it. Stop it. Yes, exactly. I don't mind walking on sand, like, at the beach or whatever. But when it's in my house, it's a different story. You had it run twice today. Oh, that's awesome. How much longer do you have your puppy for? Okay, I'll examine this. The altar stands conspicuously in the middle of the subterranean chamber. A faded red banner hangs on either side of the imposing structure. The altar's towering back piece has been painstakingly carved in the shape of an exquisite emblem, though what it might represent is now lost to time. A translucent gem embedded in the middle of the design gleams in the flickering light of nearby candles. A thick old book sits propped upon the altar. You know Marlene said not to touch anything, but it should be fine to leave through just a couple of pages. The book is as heavy as its size would suggest and seems to have been written a long time ago. The pages are covered in a text scrawled with a distinctive fluid penmanship. It is quite the hefty tome, and to read it cover to cover would likely require more time than you'd prefer to spend in this underground chapel. You turn to the very first page, a sensible place to start, and although some letters seem to have faded with time, you can still make out some messages. Though the flood came, the fools could not be troubled to move until they were nearly out of air, and with that epiphany led the rest of their number to a new land. The god had compassion upon the survivors and blessed them, and when they arrived in the new land, they felt around them the very pulse of life. Then did the god revive the destroyed land, and used his. Thus did mankind find itself the inheritor of great power and treasures beyond knowing, and sought the magic to manifest them. For a time there was peace, and the peace assuaged the hearts of the gods. So it was that from heaven the river of souls began to quietly flow forth. The remaining passages are too faded to make out in the dim light. Paging through the ancient tome again, you arrive at a section in roughly the middle of the book. Upon the plains by blood of man and four more stained, he who through a moment's error was of his arm deprived shall surely return and drive out before him she exalted as the most beautiful. What the fuck? I'm not understanding a single thing I'm reading. They said a month and I'm kind of regretting letting her go, but if she goes to a family of four, I think my sorrow is worth the regret. Aww. Aww, that's so sweet of you. Yeah, it's definitely difficult to let go of any sort of pet, even if you're just fostering. It's like, you get attached. Like, how can you not? You're caring for them. My heart breaks for you a bit. But are you gonna get another dog after this? Are you, like, looking at fostering more, or are you looking at adopting? Oh, there's a 5-year-old. Oh, okay. Are you gonna try to foster or adopt that one? Yes, both. See how it goes, okay. When the foremost saw that mankind's heart swelled with valor, emboldened by their hero, at last did they swallow their pride, and vowed to win even through trickery and deceit. But though in this they failed, a great lunar shadow was cast across the land. Mankind bore the scars of their conflict, distrust sown deep within their hearts, never to fully disappear. The key to the dark was their synergy with. Mankind discovered how to harness. The story told in these passages feels very familiar. Yeah, it does. You decide to take a glimpse at a few pages near the end of the book. The sky shall open, and the one who has endured the cycle of all eternity shall encounter. Those who gain once more through their ancient land shall enkindle their faith. All doubt shall have fled. The mission finished, the guardian closed his eyes, and confusion increased among those who had been left behind. So began the long night, and that which would have been guarded was left vulnerable. You ponder what you've just read. The first thought that came to your mind was that it seemed to be a chronicle of Aaron's history. Someone narrated the events to describe, or took up a pen themselves and collected these tales of history and myth into a book. But even so, this is You feel welling up inside you a desire to turn away from it and remain ignorant, but few are they who can comprehend the truth behind the end of this world. You should reconvene with Paran and Marlene and tell them about what you found. Alright, bestie. I found some stuff. Have you had a chance to look around? This place fills me with questions, but seems to offer little in the way of answers. Past the central altar, I found something, a path that might lead us somewhere. Though, on second thought, I'm not sure one could really call it a path. It's a great ring of stone that looks for all the world like some sort of portal. Unfortunately, I have no way of knowing where it leads. The mist is obscuring whatever lies beyond the threshold. Some of that mist was spilling out into this chamber as well. Do you think it might be magical mist? Pardon? Did you just say magical mist? Miss Marlene, didn't you read that storybook when you were young? You might not be familiar with it, Ashi. It's a fantastical tale called Kingdom of Moon and Mist. I remember reading it to my younger siblings as a bedtime story. The story takes you on an adventure with a fairy as she goes from place to place enshrouded by the Feth Fiad, a magical mist with mysterious powers. I always enjoy getting a chance to reread it. There's really a book like that out there, huh? I didn't get to read too much when I was growing up. Books were something of a luxury. Oh. You look toward Paran, who seems to have recalled something and looks rather flustered. Oh, that's right. You mentioned it when we were making our way to Dunbarton. Ashi, actually, Miss Marlene, gosh, it doesn't feel right for me to tell someone's private matters to another. Paran awkwardly glances from you to Marlene, then back again. I grew up in an orphanage. Oh, my poor baby. It burned down when I was still young, but I managed to survive. After that, I was taken in by a group of mercenaries who happened to be passing through. I'd rather not get into the details right now, but suffice to say I spent much of my younger years trying to stay alive. And as you might imagine, I didn't find too much time to read. Do you even know how to read, honestly, with that kind of background? After a brief, uncomfortable silence, Marlene continues on, her matter-of-fact tone divorced from whatever emotion she may have felt at recalling her childhood. So you're telling me this mist reminds you of something you read in a children's storybook? Well, I know it sounds rather silly when you put it like that, but hear me out. I've been mulling this over since we got here. You see, in the story, the magic mist was like a shroud, but also like a medium of sorts. Within the mist, you could gain entry to Duinn, a land that lay far beneath the surface. I had my suspicions, but I knew I was on to something when I saw mist swirling in the center of the stone ring. If we take that to be true, everything else makes sense. All the missing members of my order were being taken somewhere on the Senmag Plains, and this is the place. And the way the Formors have been able to appear seemingly out of nowhere, it's because they're using the power of the mist to travel wherever they want to go. Pram points to the stone ring at the back of the room as he continues on. I know it sounds wild, I can scarcely believe what I'm saying myself, and granted, the mist doesn't really look any different from the normal sort of fog you can see anywhere either, but maybe there's a little bit of twinkling, but that might just be a trick of the light. The truth of things past is sometimes wrapped in the guise of fiction and tall tales as it's passed down from generation to generation. You hear it all the time in the myths and legends sung by bards and troubadours and in the fairy tales told to children. While accepting Paran's hypothesis as true raises even more questions, let us for now operate under the belief that it is. Have you had a chance to page through that book on the altar? I have. It's quite the hefty volume, isn't it? And it looks positively ancient besides. Who could have left a book like that down here? I tried reading a few pages, but it wasn't exactly easy material. So she can read. Okay, good to know. Everything seemed metaphorical or some sort of allegory. Honestly, I don't think the Formor's capable of that sort of writing. And it may not even be theirs, but it's also clear that whoever left it there didn't want just anyone to be able to tease out its secrets. The fact is, someone has cast a powerful spell that obfuscates? Fuck. I feel like I'm doing so well at reading all this stuff, and then every now and again there's a word, and I'm like, God damn it. I can't do it. I can't, like, I could read this word in my head, but could I say it out loud? Absolutely not. No. Obfuscates certain parts of the book's text, and it makes it generally more difficult to read. Generally speaking, the book seems to be about Aaron's history, starting from the ancient page of myth. While most of the pages were densely crammed with words, I found several completely blank pages scattered here and there. Huh, really? The book does seem pretty old, but I didn't see anything that couldn't be explained by just the natural fading that comes with age. But whatever the case may be, it's clear that someone spent a great deal of time and effort to write this book, and having invested so much labor into it, who would just leave it here in some abandoned underground hall? I'm glad you feel me, Brittany. It's like... Bestie, Sometimes. I feel like I'm losing it all. And unfortunately, most of this quest is reading. So, like, every time I get into this, I'm like, I have to know I'm sitting down to read, like, 50 pages of something. Literally, I can't even speak English. Like, what? All those years of schooling wasted. Not really, though. I mean, we're both obviously fluent in our language, but sometimes we're not. Like, sometimes it's just like, I feel you is what I'm saying. I feel you. You know, I've been thinking about this, and the more I consider it, the stranger it seems. The only reason we were able to access this chamber at all was because... Wait a minute, do you hear that? It sounds like someone's coming. Be on your guard, Militant. You hear the sound of footsteps coming from outside. You look over at Marlene, whose stance is already bristling with wariness. I'm ready for battle. Where's the band that set out earlier? What in the... Identify yourselves, intruders, or die where you stand. Meow? Paran, just stop trying. For all our sakes. Fine. Your lives are forfeit. Kill them all. Same shield. We could be friends. We both have the same shield. Let's get that gold. Let's get the gold, besties. Marlene, don't use your fists. You have a perfectly good weapon on your back. Oh my god. More gold. Let's get all the gold. Because that's the most important thing here. Marlene is literally fucking dying, and I'm like... Where's Paran? He's just stuck there. That's not how you fight with a gun. Phew, that got pretty hairy for a moment there. Ashi, Miss Marlene, are you alright? You're not hurt, are you? A few cuts and scrapes, but nothing major. Thankfully, the militant also seems unharmed, now that I've seen the four more here with my own eyes. There can be no doubt that this is where they brought the missing people. We're right, caught off guard like we were, I didn't quite connect all the dots. The warband that abducted me was much the same as this. And if that's so, it means... Were my friend Larrick or the other members of the Order being held here, and where are they now? Those wings. Those wings they hold are new. They said they would do it for our sake. Haha, it all becomes clear. I knew it. They were all lies. How dare you? If here we must perish, then let our grave be yours. Just turn around and shoot him, me. Ah! It's Hot Boy hours! Woo! It's Hot Boy time, everyone! It's Hot Boy time! Vane is here! So, when you go on Mabinogi, like the tag on Tumblr, all the fan art is either for Talvish or for Vane. So it is time to learn about the hot boy. This is my first time meeting Vane, yes. I'm so excited. It's hot boy time. Look at him. He has like some oh, hi. Guys, what the fuck's happening? I can't watch. I guess we're making a friend. She is. I really like her dress. I was thinking about buying that dress. And then she just left. On your elf, they were fun for you to use? Okay, that's good to know. It was pretty. It was a very pretty dress. Okay, so she just left. She didn't add me. Oh, I feel bad for this person. Hold on. Back to pretty boy! Let me just heal this person that has a better bow than I will ever have. This is honestly why I'm doing all of this. So, like, that bow that this person has is the Demolition Breaker bow. And it's the best bow in the game. And you can craft it, and you can only find the pieces in Tech Duinn missions. And right now, Tech Duinn is like... That dress is 3 mil? That's not bad. What about the special version? Is the special version 3 mil as well? 20 mil! Whew. I would get it for you for your birthday, but I don't have 20 mil, bestie. Yeah, it is a healthy leap. That's how it goes, though. They're like, you can be pretty but not have the motion for X amount of money. And then for, like, 20 times that, you can have the motion. It's a little ridiculous, in my opinion. But anyway, let's talk to Hot Boy. A tall man stands steadfast, clad in blackened armor that seems as though it can melt into darkness. His onyx hair— oh my god, this is like Tumblr writing. I'm sorry. His onyx hair frames the stately lines of his face, nearly covering his right eye. Although he seems difficult to read, you can see quiet conviction set in his visage. Was this written by a fanfic? I think it was, honestly. This is every Wattpad story. It literally is. That was careless of you to leave your back unguarded. I came because I sensed something amiss, and what should I find but 3 curious strangers? Who are you? How did you find this place? That fellow just saved Ashi, didn't he? I thank you for your aid, but I'd like to know who you are, too. Marlene steps forward, interposing herself between the stranger and everyone else, as though to shield you. State your name and affiliation. For our part, we are members of a special expeditionary force sent out from the kingdom of Aliach. We thank you for saving the life of our companion, but we must know what brought you here and how you came to know of it. I pray your purpose is not to hinder us. Marlene quickly and quietly eyes the bolt loaded into her crossbow, flexing her finger over the trigger. Miss Marlene, if he were here to harm us, he would have simply let Ashi be struck down. Let's just calm down and talk things over. Very well. I shall name myself, if it will set you at ease. I am Vane. You said you are in an expeditionary force here at the behest of the kingdom of Aliach? If that is so, then. His gaze slowly passes from one person to the next as though he's searching for something or someone. Finally, it comes to rest on you. Yes, you must be the militant, correct? I had heard the Queen chose you to head the force. Given that he helped you avoid a rather untimely end and doesn't seem malicious, you nod your head. I see. I've heard many tales of your exploits, and am glad to see that they appear to carry the weight of truth rather than idle exaggeration. I knew there must be a reason my eyes were drawn to you as you battled the Formors. You are no less than Aaron's hero, Ashi. I apologize if my demeanor has alarmed you and your friends. I'm not accustomed to meeting heroes who truly live up to the title. As you look toward him, you can see the faintest hint of a smile. Vane, who are you? What brought you here? If there's any chance you're an ally of the Formors— Easy there, Miss Marlene. He doesn't seem like a bad guy. Stay back, Paran. Formors are known to attack once their foes have dropped their guard. I was searching for one of my subordinates. I lost communication with him, with no indication as to why. As I was crossing the plains, I felt the ground suddenly tremble. I quickly followed the shaking to where it was strongest and found what I should find but a band of Formors descending. Besties! Why can't I speak? Descending a staircase into the earth. A band? That must have been the group of Formors who just attacked us. Yes, I know. I'm not that fucking stupid. G22, you don't have to lay things out for me like that much. I know. You said you were hunting for one of your subordinates, but I don't recall ever seeing that anyone like you at the Royal Castle or at Tailteen headquarters. And judging by that widely non-standard issue armor, you're certainly not a soldier in the service of Aliach. When will my tongue come back from the war? I truly cannot speak. That's correct. I'm something of a wanderer, a soldier of fortune, you might say. I prefer not to be bound to one place or to one cause. I can read a little— Am I reading super fast? Okay. Good to know. From a band of mercenaries, then? That would make sense, considering the skills he used to save Ashi earlier. Marlene remains quiet but vigilant, her crossbow still brandished at the ready, and her gaze trained squarely on Vane. You're wary, I can understand that. The subordinate I'm seeking is much the same, in fact. Of course I'm wary. Who in their right mind would see a band of Formors and give chase, seemingly heedless of the dangers might lie in wait in their underground warren? I don't know. If I were as strong as he is, I might follow the Formors. Paran, would you kindly do us all a favor and refrain from opening your mouth for a few minutes? This man could very well be an ally of the Formors, in which case it would be in his best interest to deceive us. That's absurd. The Formors are no friends of mine, that I can assure you. I swear it on the name of my god, Himmerarch. Wait, what did you just— Are you a follower of the Order of Himmelreich? Then the subordinate you're searching for might also have been... Wait. Paran, can you ever recall... I love that girl's outfit. What is she wearing? Bestie, wait. Bestie, wait. Bestie, don't go. Bestie, no. Sorry, okay. Paran, can you recall having seen this man before? The Order of Himmelreich may be relatively small in number, but I do know they hold regular assemblies. You said that as a devout follower. You attended those meetings often. No, I definitely remember if I saw someone that striking at a prayer meeting. He's literally like, dude, he's hot. I would remember him. Our order is open to all, and anyone, believer or non-believer, is welcome to attend our meetings. But even if we were only to count a few fellow believers, it's still impossible to remember the face of every member I've ever met. Perrin hesitates as he squints, trying to scrutinize Vane's face. Although the tension in the air has eased somewhat, Marlene still harbors a significant doubts as to whether Vane's identity and intentions. As to whether? No, as to Vane's identity and intentions. Sorry. Seems like you'll probably have to continue discussing this matter with everyone. Of course I will. Discussing is what G22 is. It seems you remain unconvinced. Does a man's sworn oath hold no truck with you? Vane, far be it from me to question one's faith, but are you really a follower of Himmelreich? That's correct. How many times shall I proclaim the truth for you to believe it? I'm sorry, it's just that Miss Marlade... Well, between you and me, I think she may have some trust issues, and if I'm being honest, I'm still somewhat uncertain myself. You seem the sort whose tongue oft betrays his thoughts. Let's see, how did that passage go? Let not thy feet falter in carrying out thine own will. Let curiosity's guiding star lead thee down the pathways thy heart yearns to walk. I suppose if you live your life by that verse, your actions make sense. What are you two talking about? It sounds like a bunch of nonsense to me. That's one of my favorite verses from the scriptures of Himmelreich. As you think back, you do recall Paran saying something like that before. It was that verse that first led me to realize that it's better to attempt something, even if you might stumble or ultimately fail, than to just think about it and never act. I'd always felt like Himmelreich was encouraging people like me, who may not have any particular skills or talents, telling us to find what we want to accomplish, have courage in our ability to do it, and take action. That's certainly one way to interpret it. But I suppose one needs that sort of resilient spirit to overcome life's trials. Oh, absolutely! In fact, that's what brought me all the way here. Well, wait a minute. What were we talking about before we got on this theological tangent? That idiot. How about you, Militon? What do you think of this interloper? Given he can carry a discussion of the scripture with Param, I'm forced to acknowledge that he does seem familiar with the doctrines of Himmelreich. Still, I'm unsure. Does he seem trustworthy to you? As the leader of the expeditionary force, I'll defer to your judgment on this. Trustworthy? That's a little far. I mean... I do think that he's a follower of Himmelreich, but that doesn't mean he's trustworthy, does it? Does it have to mean he's trustworthy? Besties, I'm not... I get vibes from him. I don't know. I think he turns evil at some point, honestly. That's what I think. What if he turns evil because I doubt him? Oh my god. Well, now I don't know what to do, besties. What do you think, Brittany? Do you think he's trustworthy? Go with my gut. Ugh. I guess so. It just feels so mean to be suspicious of him with no cause. But I think he turns evil. It's seldom a good idea to blindly trust others. You know this better than most, having paid the price before for your lack of caution. I respect your prudence and your concern for your party's safety above all else, though it does make things a bit inconvenient for me. Ashi, I really do think he's a member of our order. There's something about him. He doesn't strike me as a bad person. Yeah, literally, he turns up in this place and there's no cause. Okay, yeah, I guess that's fair, but... He said he was chasing... I don't fucking know. I don't know, besties. If he truly was an ally of the Formers, he wouldn't have had any reason to help us like he just did. And I'm almost certain his missing subordinate must be another victim, just like I was. I really think we can trust him. It's possible Perrin is right. You slowly turn your head towards Vane and give a slight nod. A small sigh escapes Marlene's lips. If you're that certain he's a man we can trust, I'll abide by your decision. You said your name was Vane, right? Does your missing subordinate also happen to be a member of the Order of Himmerarch? He's definitely, like, look at him. Just look at him. They're doing all the anime things they can do to say this is an evil man. Look at his fucking armor. Look at his hair. Look at him. He's evil. Like, are you kidding me? They're doing everything they can. They may have been taken by the Formers as well, and your search for him may have led you here, as our search did. Yes, he's a believer as well. It's been some time since he went missing, however, so I'm trying to find whatever traces he may have left behind. It sounds like he's been caught up in this terrible business as well. If you found your way here after following the evidence left behind by your missing subordinate, Perrin's assessment is likely correct. There's a very good chance whoever you're looking for was taken captive and brought here by the Formors. My list of questions grows by the minute. How in the world did the Formors discover this place? How long have they been using it for their barbarous plans? Is the fog magical, or isn't it? And that book on the altar makes for a whole separate list of questions on its own. If this place is frequented by the Formors, why is there a book written in a human language sitting out in the open, unmolested? You really had to say it like that? You had to choose that word? Doesn't that strike you as rather suspicious? Oh, that's a good point. You could tell it was a strange old book from the odd pictures and designs on some of the pages, but I didn't have any trouble actually reading it. I gather the three of you haven't been down here long, then. No, we arrived just recently. We found this place after questioning those who had been kidnapped but were able to escape. Multiple witnesses told us their captors intended to take them to the Senmak Plains. It's possible my friend Larrick was taken here after he was abducted as well. We have to discover where the Formors have taken the captives and how we can get them back. When you made mention of a book, might I presume you were speaking of that thick, bound volume sitting on the altar? Indeed. Do you know anything about it? Little, I'm afraid. I overheard the former warband as I followed them down here. One of them said that all was foretold in the revelations of the Black Moon. The Black Moon, huh? They must have been referring to that book. I thought I heard something about a Black Moon from the group that had ambushed us, too. Then the question naturally becomes, to what do these revelations pertain? From my assessment, the book struck me as a historical chronicle, albeit with a number of illegible sections and passages scattered throughout. You think he knows everything about it? Oh. Well, some of what I read was vague and difficult to understand. It seems to be a record of events from long ago, predating even the Battle of Mag Turida, and continues up through the events of our present era. There was even a passage that I'm certain was an allusion to Erwin's ascension to the throne. It's those references to what seem to be current events and beyond that trouble me. But that volume looks to be no fewer than 100 years old. Yet you're telling me it contains details of things that have happened within our lifetime? Even though I paged through it as well, it didn't occur to me to think of what it said in terms of modern history, but then it has been rather hectic since we found our way here. It's not beyond the realm of possibility that someone wrote it recently, but took painstaking care to make it appear indistinguishable from a real antique book, just to dupe others into believing that everything that's happened in this world follows some grand prophecy from long ago. These people have no idea how many books I've read. Burry knows. Burry's up to par. But why in the world would anyone go through that much trouble? I swear every time you open your mouth, this whole matter sounds more complicated than it probably is. Maybe just meditate in silence for now. Oh, okay, Miss Marlene. Now, Militant, you're such a bitch. I love you, we're best friends, but you're such a bitch. This is merely speculation on my part, but I'd like to confirm something. Why don't we check out the final pages of the book and see the last of these revelations of the Black Moon? I'm in agreement with this lady. Take a look at these revelations, Militant. They may have some clue to offer us. And from what you've said of the book, I think we shall find its words very interesting indeed. So the book on the altar wasn't just a chronicle of history after all. You're curious to find out what the final passages of the book have to say. A hefty tome rests upon the altar. The veins that the formers called this book the Revelations of the Black Moon. It's a strange book. I wouldn't be surprised if it contained ancient magics or occult rituals. Let's have a look at what's written in the last part. I know I'm realizing that I am reading fast, but I'm trying to get through this quest. Like, I want to be done with this quest sometime this fucking year, but it's so long. It's so long. Like, do you guys see how long this is? It's fine. I'm good. This is game. This is what we're here for. We are here for game. You page through the book to the end, near where you left off when you last examined it. I know, but this one feels even longer than, like, G19 or G20. I could get through those in, like, a day, but this one, it's like, everything is, like, 20 paragraphs. Like, the one who observes the world shall disappear, and the first shadow that shall bring about the black moon's rise shall follow after, darkening the land. For the shadow shall deepen, making all as night, and in that darkness shall rise the moon of true chaos after the seventh night has passed. The black moon? Do they mean a new moon? I doubt this is referring to either Ebica or Latica. It could be referring to a moon that is somehow hidden from our sight, or it may be a metaphor for some other force, not a true celestial body. It seems to me that the titular black moon may be the same as this moon of true chaos. We'd better read on and see what the verses have to say. You move on to the next verse. At the toll of the first night will awaken, eye ablaze and enshrouded in abyssal darkness, breaking his great silence. His symbols shall be set in every corner of the realm, calling forth the forgotten ones. So shall he be granted the power to lift sevenfold lids of the baleful eye. What do you think it all means? The passage makes it sound as though the world is coming to an end or something. 'Tis a strange proclamation indeed. Is it speaking of the coming of some great monster? Vane sighs deeply. You move on to the next verse. Long have the formers awaited the return of the true king, and so shall they enter the mists, there to meet and join their power too. Guided by the ancient rite, the formers shall make ready for the revival of their lord, offering up those who follow after the false faith, and those with eyes of crimson. Offering up? If the formers are making offerings to their old king, then offering up can only mean one thing. Oh no. No, it can't be. That passage is... These people, the ones who follow after the false faith. It sounds as though the formers have chosen them as offerings to revive something or someone. It probably mentions revival as well. Do you think it's suggesting that death is something from which one can return? I mean, militants aside, of course. Live offerings to return the dead to life? Are we to believe that formers actually bought into that old superstition and kidnapped people as human sacrifices? I know they're a crude lot, not terribly bright, but even still. Paran, what's the matter? Paran sways, then stumbles, dropping to the ground near the altar. As he does, something metal clatters to the ground. Though slight, the sound resonates in the cavernous underground hall. These are Larrick's glasses. Well, why? What are they doing here? He can barely see 3 pieces ahead of them without these. He's not the type who would ever misplace his glasses. Larrick! Paran's hands shake as he carefully picks up the broken spectacles. Do not despair yet. All we can see is an altar and a pair of broken glasses. Even accepting the formers have taken your friend and so many others, I don't believe this was their final destination. I don't want to believe it either, but if there is any truth to this passage, it did make mention of entering the mists. If that mist is the one and the same as the magical mists of old tales, then does that mean that the formers have gone somewhere else entirely? Someplace beyond the mists? No way in heck I finished G19 in a day. I think I don't know if I finished it in a day, but I finished it. And this feels so long. Like, how many quests do we have left? I'm on 7 eyelids. How many quests do I have left? Maybe I should just go look. I'm not even halfway through. I'm not even halfway through. Ugh. Besties. It's fine, I can do it. I can get through everything. I can do it. Ugh. We were just quietly living our lives, going about our business. Congrats on almost done with today's crafting grind. This isn't fair. What did we do to deserve this? We're not a false faith. Looking up, Paran scowls at the altar, then dashes past it toward the stone ring that quietly floats in the back of the room. Wait, Paran, it's too dangerous. We still don't have enough evidence to say anything for certain. Lyric, everyone. Paran disappears into the white mist too quickly for anyone to stop him. Okay, let's go after Paran. A thick white mist slowly seeps out from within the floating stone ring. That young man is headstrong, foolishly honest with his emotions. A pity that it has driven him to such reckless act. That idiot! How could he just charge in, knowing nothing of what awaits him on the other side? I had been planning on investigating this area a bit more thoroughly, then returning to report my findings to Her Majesty. If what's written in the Book of Revelations is true, she needs to be informed of the gravity of the situation as soon as possible. But now Paran throwing himself into the mist has complicated the situation, unfortunately. We have no idea as to where it may lead, and I'll not have you risk going in alone after him, Militant. Her Majesty was adamant that I assure your safety at all times. You sense a hint of anxiety in Marlene's voice. It's not a tone you're used to hearing from her. The problem is, I'm not fully certain I can trust Vane yet. I don't want to leave him with the run of the place while we're elsewhere. But I can't simply abandon Paran either. You truly confound me, you know that? It's as though you were cut from the same cloth as my subordinate. I doubt toward others. If doubt towards others is your guiding principle, I'll feel you'll eventually find yourself alone. Marlene glares at Vane briefly before looking away with an air of defeat. I'm sorry to have to ask this of you, Militant, but I'd like you to go find Paran. I'll remain here with Vane and continue our investigation. Surely you jest. So if he returns safely and nothing has happened here, or whatever it is he's gone, then will you please stop calling my character into question? We'll see. Once the Militant has brought Paran back, of course. You'll not rest until you have the last word, will you? But I can agree to those terms. I would offer to accompany you on your journey, Militant, but it seems I am needed here. Be vigilant. Whatever realm awaits beyond the mist will no doubt hold dangers all its own. Marlene silently nods in agreement. Okay. Let's go, besties. Stepping through the portal's ring, you press through the dense mist that now surrounds you like a billowing fog. You imagine what it might be like when you reach the other side. Dark clouds and a cold rain. You get the feeling that you'll emerge in the middle of a rainstorm. Paran, who disappeared through the portal into the mist, he may be crying. With the full weight of what happened to him, it would not surprise you if he was crying somewhere. You're suddenly hit by a wave of dizziness. I don't know now. It's too late. Where is this place? You hear a voice and it doesn't seem too far off. Could it be Paran? You'll only know for sure once you find the source. It's pretty. Oh, there was a trace. I almost ran right past it. See something white sparkling on the ground, but the light scatters as soon as you touch it. The scattered light begins to coalesce and twinkle around you as if protecting you from something. It seems like a sign of something, but you're not sure what. See if you can find more. You see a light similar to what you found before. As before, once you touch it, it scatters and briefly swarms around you. Like before, the light gathers around you. You again have the distinct feeling it's protecting you for something. Perhaps Paran followed these strange lights too. The fog that hangs in the air has grown thicker as you've continued onward, making it more difficult to find additional lights. Once again, more lights swirl and gather, illuminating the surroundings. It occurs to you that perhaps the light from this phenomenon is revealing things that would otherwise not be visible. Okay. Where's the next light? I do not see it. ha ha ha. So you approach the light this time, you feel something different than before. Lyric, are you really? No way. This must be... No, it can't be. I don't believe this. But why? Hemorrhag. You feel a piercing pain in your chest. Pran may be nearby. Keep searching for him. Is that Pran? You found him at last. I did, right? He was straight ahead, wasn't he? No? I thought he was just... Okay, he must be there. I'll never see you again. I'm so sorry, Lyric. I was too late. I'll never see you again. He lifts his arm, wiping his tear-stained face on his sleeve. Still, new tears trickle forth, glistening the corner of his eyes even as the fog hangs thick in the air. You approach, but he's barely able to turn towards you, almost seeming to shrink back at your touch. Ashi, I'm so sorry. It's just, I can't believe Lyric is gone. He's really gone. Pran continues to sob, mourning his friend. All I could think about as I ran were the days Lyric and I spent together when we were younger, the times we spent camping, gathered around the fire, those lazy days when we sat around playing our favorite songs on our mandolins, that once we snuck into our basement of the church in the middle of the night with nothing but a single candle to light our way. And as I remembered those good times, it was like I could see my memories take shape all around me. Ashi, I've never felt so awful, not in all my life. I feel like my heart's been torn into a million pieces. It hurts so much. Good luck with your Dan test. You feel a dark aura surrounding Pran. Now I don't know what to do. I feel so helpless. What can I do, Ashi? You tell him you know how it feels to lose someone you care for deeply. Ashi, have you lost people you loved before? How did you overcome that pain? How did you deal with your sorrow? I don't know how. I don't know if I'll ever be able to. I don't think I'll ever be able to escape these memories that keep flooding back. It makes me wish I could forget everything. If I can't, I just want to melt into this fog and forget everything. It's too painful. What should I do, Ashi? What can I do? His quiet, trembling voice echoes in your ears. Oh, I can't make my pet return. She's just gonna have to stay through all this. You can see part of yourself in Pran as he desperately grasps for answers, longing for relief from the pain as he feels. He cannot change what has passed. You try to remember all the important people you've lost in your life. You tell him what's already happened can't be changed, and that if he keeps dwelling on his sorrow and grief, he'll never be able to pick himself up and move forward. Ashi, I wish I was strong like you. You're such a resilient soul. I don't think I'm ready to move on yet, or even be able to, but since you put it like that, Ashi... Pran closes his eyes to calm himself, breathes deeply, then opens them again. What can I say, but that I'm sorry? When it comes right down to it, I'm a coward. I have no courage or fortitude, but when I realized someone was out there in the fog looking for me, I knew it was you, Ashi. Somehow I could tell. I was lost, grappling in the darkness, but the moment I realized you were coming for me, I felt a little relieved. Strange, isn't it? Ashi, as you approached, it seemed like something was shining from the direction you approached from. I don't know if it's just another thing my imagination conjured up, but it's true. But my mind also keeps going back to those members of the Order of Hemorrhag who are still being held captive. They must also be terrified, and they have no hope of rescue. No one who's coming to save them, except for us. Congratulations! I'm glad you're done with it! Ashi, you came for me, even though you didn't have to. If it means that I can be that glimmer of hope for them, if I can save even one, then I can't give up, no matter how much it hurts. I feel so guilty knowing that the Expeditionary Force's precious time and energy is being wasted on me. There are plenty more victims still out there, and we know what they're in for if we don't do anything. I want to make sure no one else has to feel like I feel right now. Pran nods slowly. Maybe we ought to move further away from that creepy monolith. I feel like the closer I get to it, the deeper the darkness swells around me. But with you by my side, Ashi, I feel like I can at least keep my head above water. Anyway, I suppose we ought to go back now. Whew. I'm taking a sip. someone's selling a Vane doll bag. Oh well, it's suffering time. I feel that. Vane and Marlene carefully pore over the revelations of the Black Moon. Ah, you've returned. Militant, Pran, are you alright? What happened in there? What was it like? Miss Marlene, I'm sorry to have gone off like that and made you worry. Well, just as long as you know. Militant, I'm glad the two of you were able to return safely. She stopped short, her aquamarine eyes glancing at Vane. I was looking through the revelations with Vane, and we happened to discover something I think you'll want to hear. As it so happens, the revelation of the Black Moon is somehow able to veil its contents, depending on the reader. One person may glance at a page and be able to make out naught but a scant few sentences, while another, that same page will be filled with verses and even illustrations. We were reading the same page, and it soon became apparent from our confusion with each other's interpretations that we weren't reading the same thing. Vane could make out far more than I was able to, though I'd have no clue as to why. Remembering your own experiences with the book, you recall how, even in the middle of some wise other legible sentences, a word or two would seem to be missing or faded beyond easy recognition. Really? When I read it, it looked totally fine. I didn't notice anything missing or fragmented. I do recall thinking it odd in Pran's assessment of what he read. He made no mention of any missing passages or illegible text. There must be some sort of condition governing how much one is or isn't allowed to see, but we haven't the time to sit here and puzzle that out. If we need a passage deciphered, we should just give the book to Pran and let him read it. But me? Are you sure about that, Miss Marlene? Why wouldn't I be? It seems the simplest, most efficient option. If you're all right with it, I'd be glad to. I'll do anything I can to help the expeditionary force. Finally, I can do something that might help us find the others. Just leave it to me. I won't let you down. Glad to hear it. Militant, while you were in the mist, I gave some thought to those passages at the end of the book we read earlier. Riddled with metaphor and allegory though they may be, this much is clear. If the passages in this book are indeed prophetic, something terrible is on the verge of being revived. Lady Marlene and I spent time discussing this, and came to the conclusion that if the events of the recent past set forth in this book are true to the history we know, then those things yet to happen are also likely to come to pass. After all, the formers would not refer to these writings as revelations without good reason. Don't you Lady Marlene me. How many times must I tell you I'm neither noble nor knight? Anyway, I looked, and the particulars of Her Majesty's ascent to the throne were all recorded in the book. Beyond that, it also describes the tragedies of Emain Macha, as well as the events that led to the founding of Tailteen headquarters run by Andreas. Neither of us could find any evidence in support of the idea that the book had multiple authors either, since its styling and lettering are consistent throughout. Do you think those terrible things in the books will really come true? Even the part about how the members of my order are going to be sacrificed to revive some wicked king? This is just a working hypothesis, but those verses near the end called the one who would revive the foremost true king. I have a feeling I know who it is they're seeking to revive. Is it Sickle? 'Cause that's the only thing I could think of. Should I look it up? Maybe I'll look it up. I can guess. Well, apparently the answer is Baelor, so I'm gonna guess Baelor. You mentioned the name of Baelor, the Foremore's original king from ancient times before Sickle, the fell god who was at last cast down by La Levada in the great battle of Mag-Torad a long time ago. Wait, when you say Baelor, you mean the legendary lord of the Foremore's, the one that had the Eye of Death that could destroy whole armies? But according to legends, Lu, the Knight of Light, is said to have finally slain Baelor with the Sword of Light, Paraga. I see, it seems you and I were thinking along the same lines, Militant. Marlene clears her throat briefly and continues speaking. Shake my head. Vex is like, you're cheating! My own intuition, based on what I know of the old tales, was this king of Foremore's is none other than Baelor. In the ancient battle of Mag-Turadi, It is said that he clashed with the Knight of Light, Lu, and met his end by a fatal blow from the Sword of Light, Paraga. In the end, he led legions of Formors to war against mankind and called forth horrendous entities. It was by Bylor's hand that King Nuada perished, and all was engulfed in flames. So many lives were needlessly lost. It was a massacre, an unspeakable tragedy. Were it not for the Knight of Light's heroic stand, mankind would not have been able to stop Balor, and may very well have remained locked in a bloody war with the Formors to this very day. In such a world we might never have chance to meet like we did. The book did have that verse that spoke of some terrible being awakening, eye ablaze and enshrouded in abyssal darkness. So that blazing eye, exactly, the ancient king of the Formors was known far and wide as the Balor of the Evil Eye. In fact, I go so far to say as it was his defining feature. Those who gazed into his eye of death would be swallowed up in endless darkness and either fall into madness or die from the unending pain and fear that enveloped them. All the tales that mention Balor are very old, though, and you surely know how such stories often grow exaggerated with the passage of generations. But if this is all true, I am very curious what would agitate the Formors into going to such lengths to revive him. You think? He's in the corner giggling. Oh my god! What if he is the... Is he Balor? Oh my god! That's why his one eye is covered, because it's his eye. It's his evil eye. Besties. I'm sorry to spoil it for you, but I've just figured it out. I figured it out myself. Oh no, besties. Yeah, as you see, one of his eyes is hidden, and so I think that's the evil eye that's hidden. Oh my god, it's the death eye. It's... Oh my god. I'm really out here, like, with a cork board and, like, drawing lines to, like, pictures. I'm like, it's him! His one eye is covered! Like... Oh my god. So... They grow exaggerated, okay. He's curious why the Formors would revive him. He's like, I'm doing fine, actually, being unrevived. What if they did revive him, why did he strike down one of the Formors that was about to attack me? Does he not want to be the king of Formors anymore? Is he done? To gain my trust? Why does he want to gain my trust? I know he's playing with me, but, like, why? Oh, fuck, I missed who got their first Grandmaster Blacksmith. I missed it. Those were my thoughts exactly. I mean, haven't the Formors already had another king leading them for a long time now? And then the next verse goes on to say that a symbol shall be set in every corner of the realm. And some later passages tie them to whatever method the Formors are using to resurrect their king. But what does it mean? Maybe we should go over that part again. For my part, I need to report our findings to Her Majesty immediately. Swellen may have been busy gathering new intelligence himself. If we share with he and Queen Erwin what we've managed to glean from this place, we may be able to confirm how much truth there is to the revelations of the Black Moon. Oh, you're fine with leaving me unattended, my lady? Given the circumstances, I don't have a choice. I gave my word that I would entrust you if Paran... and the militant returned safely. Seeing you cleave to your principles and hold fast to your word heartens me. It is uncommon to see the spirit of knightly chivalry so wholeheartedly represented. 'Tis unfortunate that you cannot gain official entry into the knighthood, alas. Why must you incessantly bring up the knighthood? Calm down, Miss Marlede. This is no time to be fighting among ourselves. That goes for you too, Vane. You shouldn't say things that you know will rouse her ire. It is Tech Duinn music! We're here, and I've already figured out how this is gonna end, so... Could I start doing Tech Duinn missions now? Like, since I can get down here, do you think you could just join me into a drag me into a Tech Duinn mission? Yeah, come down here. Let's try to drag me into a mission. Alright, Millicent, here's what I propose. I will ride to the Rathcoil Royal Castle and speak with Sue Ellen and Her Majesty. I'm concerned that another band like the one we encountered earlier may appear while I'm gone, so I'd like you to wait here with Paran and our man of mystery. Marlede throws a dissatisfied glance Vane's way, but he seems unfazed. Don't worry about us, Miss Marlede. Vane may be a bit of a somber fellow, but he seems reliable enough to me. And as a brother in the Order of Himmerarch, I'll do whatever I can to make sure he doesn't cause any trouble for Ashi. Paran, if your intent was to ease my concern, I'm afraid you just had the opposite effect. At any rate, I must be off, Millicent. I leave this place in your care. With a curt bow, Marlede bids you a farewell and disappears into the stone staircase that led out of the subterranean gateway to Tech Duinn. We finished 7 Eyelids. Okay, come on. Come here, Joel. Let's see if I can sneak in. Oh my god, I literally was talking about how he was a hot boy. As soon as he appeared, I was like, hot boy hours, hot boy hours. Okay, enjoy baking. I hope you have fun. No, come out of the mission now. I don't want to have to wait. Woo! He's on his way! It's a chocolate peanut butter thing. Ooh, that sounds awesome. Enjoy. Okay, here's the weirdest thing, guys. I know this person right here, All Creation. I met them before a long time ago. They used to hold, like, music events. I used to come to them for music events. Like, we would all play music together in a group. And I swear to God, they used to be a giant. And now they're an elf. And I don't understand how that happened. Like, I swear to God, they used to be a giant. Do you think there's a mod that they used? Or, like... yeah, I know, but the All Creation one... Hi, baby! Hi, baby! The All Creation one was a giant, I think. The giant has the 1 at the end. Perhaps. You have to let me in the party first. Alright, take me in. Let me in. Dawn Hayes. Dawn Hayes isn't even on this fucking list. Do they mean a mist-shrouded dawn? Why do they do that? Why do they sometimes... Okay. So we're on from Bud to Blossom. We have this many more quests to go. Do you guys think we can do it on a single stream? Do you think I can do all these quests today? Possibly. Maybe I'd have to stop reading them out loud. Maybe that's what's been slowing us down. Well, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and contemplate that, so I'll be right back. Guys, let me know if you want me to stop reading them out loud, if you think that's a good idea. You like the reading out loud, okay, that's good to know. I'll keep that in mind. If he says perhaps I should stop. Okay. I'm gathering it all into evidence. But yeah, thank you. I will be right back. It'll only take me a minute, and we will continue. I'm very excited. I hope you guys are too. Alright, I'll see you in a minute. Bye. Okay, I am back. I will say this about the area quests. I'm digging this music too. I don't know if you mean my elevator music or this background music, but I dig both of them. Thank you. I'm glad you like my elevator music. I will say this about the area quest line. At least there was stuff to do. With this, it is just reading. This is literally just a graphic novel. And you just read the whole time. It is really just reading the whole time. But, let's just get into it, I guess. Oh, stuff starts happening eventually. I'd love to stop reading sometime. I'd love for there to be something going on at some point. I wish I hadn't. Is it gonna be that bad? Oh boy. Oh boy, okay. Then again, I didn't hurt my jaw. Yeah, the inside of my mouth is crying, but I will continue reading, and I will do my little voices, and it'll be fun. We'll have a lot of fun. Telling myself, if I tell myself enough that it'll be fun, it'll be fun. I think I know what I ought to do now. Filled with a renewed determination, Pran walks to the altar and begins reading some passages of the revelations of the Black Moon that seem to pertain to current events. Some time passes. Well, Ashi, I did it. I've read all of the relevant parts. How do you know what parts are relevant and what parts aren't? I apologize for looking through the book without permission, but once I discovered that no one else could read the entirety of what was written in it, I figured it would be better if I read it and was able to summarize it for our benefit. And, did your study turn up anything new? I'd prefer to track down my subordinate's whereabouts sooner rather than later. Well, the last section is strange. It seems to continue on after the part about the offerings, but to my surprise, I couldn't make out much after that part. Given that it's the end of the book, I didn't expect there to be things left hanging. Do you think there might be another volume out there in the world? If this is truly a prophecy about events past and things yet to come, stands to reason that there would be more to say regarding the future. You make a fair point. If this is just one in a series spanning multiple volumes, it makes more sense that it seems to end as abruptly as it does, implying some sort of continuation. Anyway, let me pick out some highlights for you. Pran begins to flip through the last couple of pages, stopping to read you several verses. The first symbol shall be raised up in the land of mists, and a new lad more shall follow. 7 eyes in the darkness, nourished by the blood and tears spilt upon that land, fermented by the inexorable flow of time. Inexorable flow of time. So shall the symbol's black sustenance course through the veins of the world, rendered up as a fountain for the new soul to be rejoined with the resurrected flesh. 7 symbols in total. We can likely assume these to be the same symbols referred to in an earlier passage. I think so as well. The prophecies make it sound as though these symbols are carved into each area somewhere, and they're gathering energy that's being used to power some strange process. There aren't any pictures on the page showing what the symbols look like, but we can safely assume there are at least 6 scattered across the continent. So if the verses speak true, these symbols upon the land are absorbing some manner of power and channeling it to create a consciousness, a soul. It sounded to me like flesh had already been recreated through some other process. Pran trails off, shaking his head a few times as he musters his conviction. Ashi, I have an idea about what sort of symbol we might be looking for. Do you remember that strange stone monolith we saw in the land beyond the mists? It was giving off this weird light even through the fog, and I remember a shape like an eye crudely carved into it that glowed like hot embers. When I looked at it, it almost felt like it was looking back at me. If the Formors are using these monoliths to revive their king, I would expect they've set them up in remote places where they wouldn't easily be chanced upon by any human passerbys. They may not be the smartest bunch, but they're intelligent enough to recognize that much at least. Now, the prophecies do clue us into the location of one of these symbols, the one that's raised up in the land of mists. Then our course seems clear. We should venture through the mists to the place you saw before. If these symbols are absorbing power, then by destroying them, that would interfere with the Formers' plan to revive their ancient king, if not halt them entirely. Would that not interfere? If not halt them entirely. If we act quickly, we may be able to make sure Baylor stays good and dead. And most importantly, in doing so, we could save many more from being sacrificed for these evil deeds. When I think about it in those terms, there's no time to waste. Let's find these symbols the Formors have set up and destroy them. Travel beyond the mist once more and find the symbol the Formors have erected in that strange land. I don't know if I should use my guns or my bow and arrow here. I love my bow because it's like aesthetic. Like, it's beautiful, it's wonderful, but sometimes it feels awful. You feel me? The land beyond the mist seems to hide a great many secrets. The mysterious symbol you're seeking lies there amidst the fog-shrouded landscape. You also get the feeling the portal you use isn't the only entrance to that realm. But for the present, you should focus on finding the first of the symbols mentioned in the prophecy. Stepping through the gate, you find yourself on a rolling plain. As before, an ever-present fog seems to hang in the air. Ooh, this color scheme. It's a rather unsettling place, strangely quiet and still. You said you saw the first symbol here, did you not? Yes, it was right around here somewhere. I remember a strange feeling come over me as I got closer to it, and now I feel it again. I don't remember the exact location, but let's start searching this area. It looks like a stone monolith, so it shouldn't be that hard to find again. It seems the Formors are more crafty than I gave them credit for. This is not a place one can traverse with ease. Most would never know it existed. But here we are, Formors be damned. He said a bad word, he said damned, oh my god. We have to stop them, we can't let any more people suffer. Let's go, Ashi. Having destroyed that strange orb, Vayne presses ahead on his own. Ashi, did you see what happened? What did he do to that weird orb? Hey, Vayne, wait for us! I hope he hasn't gone too far ahead. This is one place you really don't want to get lost in. I do no damage. Why didn't that work, bestie? Oh, approach Paran is my goal. I may have lost him. We were on a path, weren't we? I approached him, I was on top of him. I was there, I was on top of him. Oh my god. Ah, here you are. I was worried when I didn't see you following. Are those things giving you trouble? You, the one they call Hero of Aaron? From all the stories I'd heard, I'd expected you to be nigh unstoppable. Looks like our first priority should be getting Paran to a safer location. We can find the symbol after that. Vane looks your way, as though he has something to say, but then diverts his attention toward helping Baran get on his feet. You decide it's best to take Baran back to the Duinn entrance for now. Paran lies collapsed on the floor, his body still but for brief bouts of shivering. His breaths come short and wheezing as though he's in the throes of a nightmare or some inner pain. Your friend is quite the headstrong fellow, Militant, rushing into the unknown without preparing a suitable defense. His conviction is worthy of admiration, but he should know his limits. You know that the monolith is out there in the fog somewhere, but it's difficult to get close to it because of all those strange orbs rolling at you. They barely seem to slow Vane down at all, though. Vane seems to possess some sort of ability that enables him to make short work of those orbs and reach the monolith safely. Ever in search of new tricks to add to your arsenal, you ask him how he did it. When we were first introduced, I recall all I'd heard of your feats of heroism, and wondered whether your tremendous power might have made you arrogant. Full glad am I to see that is not the case. To admit what one does not know or cannot do bespeaks humility and integrity, and such a demeanor well suits one possessing great power. You're surprised to see Vane crack a faint smile. It would be difficult to compare my own strength to that of a militant, but I have survived many years and many battlefields, ever training and honing my abilities, and through it all I gradually became aware of something I wanted, something I have continued to seek even as I've gone about my other business. For the sake of that desire, I have fought and bested countless foes, but with every victory my dream proved more elusive than before. Somewhere along the way I reached my peak. In hindsight I now see that it was but one plateau on a boundless ascent, but I have availed myself of no such wisdom at the time. In my pride I believed there were none stronger than me. In my arrogance I thought there was nothing left to improve upon. I was the picture of conceit clad in the raiment of vainglory, until that day. Vane gently closes his eyes, as if recalling a vivid memory. When at last he opens them again, it's as if they're burning with a quiet fire. One would be tempted to call it luck, but what else could describe it but a turn of outrageous fortune? The events of that fateful day changed my life utterly. In their wake I was forced to abandon all that I had, all that I was, and grow. As I think on it now, it was almost like a miracle. Save for my own hubris, I was finally able to surpass what I had thought to be my limits. Surely it sounds strange to your ears, hearing such an experience deemed a miracle. My subordinate once thought so, but after serving under me, he came to think it no less than a divine blessing. From then on, I understood the meaning of strength in a way I never had before. It was as if I now held the key to open a door which until then I had never even perceived. I grew in might beyond the plateau at which I thought I had reached, the pinnacle of my own ability. That is why I was able to stride through the fog of Duinn unfazed. Had I been my own self, I would no doubt have been flattened as quickly as that boy. I cannot help but wonder what would happen if one as powerful as you were to have such a transformative experience. If you, the savior of Erin, were to see your myriad strengths as stepping stones rather than summits, how much more could you become? In truth, I have a chance to pass this gift on to another, and knowledge of exceeding one's limits and the power that flows forth from it. In my travels, I've met a few candidates who seem to have merit, but when I spoke with them and told them what I have told you, they found the concept difficult to grasp. It is no simple thing to find those possessed of their own strength who are nevertheless willing to believe in a miracle. Few are they who can readily accept that which lies outside the circle of their understanding. There were times I walked away feeling that my petition had fallen upon deaf ears. And even among those who could be made to understand, there was but a scant handful who could truly internalize the concept. It would shock you the extent to which people can lust after power. Militant, you see yourself reflected in Vane's ashen eyes. Or I can only see one eye. Since fate first brought us together, I felt that it was no less than destiny's hand that guided us hence. You require a power greater than you now possess to safely traverse the mists. But to do so, you will have to embrace that same miracle that has made me who I am. But who knows, perhaps to one with your talents it will be a simple thing. If you mean to grow to eclipse what you thought you knew and continue a life rife with heroic deeds, you may have little choice. I've seen enough in my life that I do not doubt my instincts, but before I expand upon my beliefs, I must ask what you think of all this. I don't wish to waste any more energy in treating another faithless prospect. Think on it, and once you've found your answer, let me know. I hope only that my words have found purchase within your heart, for this offer I extend but once. Vane grins, then turns away. It is difficult to know what conviction lies behind his steadfast gaze and inscrutable smile. Whatever power he spoke of, it may be necessary if you hope to approach the monolith on the plains of Duinn. Think over it carefully, then make your decision. It seems you made your decision. I confess I hope to hear your answer in the affirmative. I've taken a liking to you. Will you accept Vane's instruction in learning more about what he deems no less than a miracle? I mean, of course I'm going to have to. If I want to be able to do this, then I have to say yes. Yeah, literally. Oh, shake your head. I think like shaking your head no. Like to shake your head and then to nod. I think it's separate. But I have to say yes, don't I? What does the wiki say about it? Okay, I'm not going to read all this. Talk to Vane, use the... I guess I have to say yes. Should I say no just to see what happens? I mean, if I say yes, I'm going to get it. If I say no, I'm going to get it. And I'm kind of... Yeah, let's say no. Think it over carefully, but you want to see if you can find a way without relying on a miracle. But the moment you begin to shake your head to decline Vane's offer, no matter your strength, you cannot defy what fate has ordained. You blink, and as you do, you find yourself nodding your head, agreeing to his offer. It was only natural that you'd accept, right? The game is literally like, forces you to nod your head. Oh my god. Haha, it fills me with gladness to hear you say that. A chance encounter may have brought us together, but perhaps I was meant to meet you. It is kind of metal. Like, I was gonna say yes too. I was like, I have no choice, of course. Give me the miracle. But I was just curious to see what would happen if I said no, and the game was like, nod your head. I wonder what the fuck came over me. I wonder what happened to me. I wonder if that ever gets explained. Like, did Vane do... I don't know. But perhaps I was meant to meet you. Now come. I will let you experience what I felt when this miracle was first bestowed upon me. Long has it been since I had the opportunity to share this. There was a time when I considered it precious beyond measure. Hi! Welcome, Mari! How are you today? It is good to see you. It is good to see you. I hope everything is going well with you. Let me know how you are, what's going on. Is it okay if I call you Mari, or do you prefer Bear? I want to make sure I'm calling you the right thing. So yeah, I'm gonna keep going. I got distracted by Mari. Long has it been since I had the opportunity to share this. There was a time when I considered it precious beyond measure. Vane reaches beneath his breastplate and withdraws what appears to be a curved horn. No sooner has he placed the object into your hands that you feel a strange force rustling through your body, from the depths of your solar plexus to the tips of your fingers. Have you begun to feel it already? It is acting with great electricity? Alacrity. I think I said it right the first time. I'm not going to go again. Within you. Oh, I'm glad you're having a snack right now. What snack are you having? Are you enjoying it? Everything's going well. I am realizing that I have to finish G22 before I can start Tech Duinn. I was hoping that I could be sneaked in, but you cannot be sneaked in. That is not, you're not allowed to be snuck in. So I'm gonna actually have to do this. It's a lot of reading, I've discovered so far. It is mostly just reading. And I'm excited to do things later in the quest that are not just reading. You don't have a name preference as long as it's something nice? Aw, you're so sweet. Well, I'll probably call you Mari. Because, I mean, Mari. I love Mari, actually. She's one of my favorite characters in the game. But yeah, I hope you're doing well. I know you said you're good, and I still hope. Good things, sending good things. Banana with a peanut butter Nutella. Oh my gosh, that sounds amazing. What an awesome snack. I'm gonna have to get me some of that as well. Is it because you're militant, or... Well, I don't suppose that matters. For now, just close your eyes and focus on what I gave you. Most people won't feel anything, but perhaps heroes are made of sterner stuff. You notice Vane's voice has taken on an oddly provocative tone, but it could just be your imagination. Focus on the object in your hands as he instructed. Where'd he put it? The curved horn. You slowly become aware of your surroundings, seen through the eyes of another. Are these the memories Vane spoke of? The plains before you are empty, filled only with the billows of acidic smoke and the scent of burning wood. Vane said that a life-changing event took place one fateful day, something that redefined his existence and became a driving force that allowed him to grow strong enough to travel even in the mists of Duinn. Whatever it was that happened, it must have made an incredible impact. Ooh, damn, everyone's dead. The bodies of dead and dying litter the ground. Surveying this brutally ravaged battlefield, you can only guess at the ferocity of the fighting that transpired here. Surveying such a scene does little to stir my heart, and yet how terrible the destruction, how great the carnage. It should be a simple enough matter to find the survivors, but at this rate the war will be over sooner rather than later. Is that the best that they could do? How disappointing. But then what was I expecting from an army without its leader? Oh? You! Stop! How dare you! I'll never forgive you for what you put us through. Ah, there are still some yet clinging to life. Very well, lest too light winning makes the prize light. Lest too light winning make the praise light. Come and die upon my sword. You do have windmill, okay. I think I killed them all. Oh. Okay. There's some more. Why does one have a light upon his head? What did I put on? Meditation? Let's undo that. Pitiful. Was that their best? It beggars belief that this war had been drawn out so long by a force comprised of such fragile, feeble soldiers like you. Ah. So you take the field at last, the one upon whom all their hopes are pinned. Through the haze of memory, you see Vane smile pompously, flexing his fingers around the handle of his great sword. The prospect of this showdown seems to excite him, as though he's happy to face a worthy opponent. Excellent, finally, an end to this tedium. Let us see whether you're even half the man I heard. Jesus! I don't have any healing potions. Okay, well, you guys can add a count to dead because I just died. Go ahead. Whoa. I agree, this area is really eerie. What was that? Suddenly you feel like time itself has stopped. Is it because Vane's memory is incomplete? Was he knocked unconscious? You feel a strange force restraining Vane's body. What foul sorcery is this? Who dares to impede me? This is my battle, and mine alone. Perhaps the gods above have seen our plight and heard our prayers. Whatever the case, I'll not squander the opportunity to finish this at last. Coward, how dare you resort to such craven tactics? I'd expected so much more from you. Ardor, might, a seething anger that would match me blow for blow. Go to hell, you monster. May your face never darken this land again. This, what have you done? As the scene fades around you, everything seems to slow until all motion has ceased. You seem to have synced with my memory surprisingly well. I'd half expect you to inform me you do things like this semi-regularly. I do. All the time. All the goddamn time. I confess it is not a comfortable experience having my past on display like this. From somewhere outside the sphere of the memory, you hear Vane speaking to you. When you plunge into the mists of Duinn to rescue that boy, I knew then that you were capable of greatness, and you have proven my intuition true. Were it not so, you would never have been able to see my memory. But I bid you wake from this vision. I think you've seen enough. You feel suddenly light, as if something is pulling your body upward. Is that another quest gone? That's another quest gone. We're doing it, folks. We're getting there. Eyes wide shut. You feel your whole body trembling, but with each passing minute you grow more accustomed to the feeling until you scarcely notice it. Vane watches you quietly, studying your reaction. I just want to stare at him. After staring at Vane and Vane continuing to observe you, the silence continues. Heh. I feel you bear me some antipathy, perhaps due to seeing how I once was. I hope it is something you can look past. I simply had a feeling that with you it would work, not just because you're militant, but because you as an individual are worthy. Vane shrugs his shoulders, continuing to speak. You may not feel anything just yet. It took some time for me to gain an understanding of it, and longer still to master it. He levels his unreadable gaze at you. His hand, cold to the touch, brushes your cheek, then falls away. It is weak, still in its nascent state, but it is there. I feel it. Soon the power of Brio will gather within you, and you will have all you need to surpass your limits. To touch and understand this power is to gain fundamental insights into Brio, the essence of all nature. Those who have made the power their own can at times even recognize others who have manifested it, and can in turn influence and be influenced by them. What is going on, besties? Like, what happened in that memory that was like, ah, yes, that is when I conquered it? When he was held in that light thing? When he was beat to shit by that other guy? Like, what happened? He's talking like I saw, and like now I understand. Oh, yes, he had to overcome this thing. I understand. But I don't understand. I don't understand at all. You didn't read most of this, Jen, and now you're glad you didn't. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's a lot of reading. It's literally so much reading. And listen, I love reading. I'm a writer. All I do is write and read. But still, I'm like, what the fuck? It makes sense if you know the full context, but I feel like that would be spoilers. Okay. Well, I guess I'll figure it out later on then. As long as I figure it out later on and I'm not just, this is it. But, yeah. Yeah. He's acting like he just showed it to me and I understand, but I'm like, what? Bestie, I don't understand it at all. Yeah, but this gen is a lot of reading, and I love it, but I'm waiting for things to happen as well. You do not have bad taste. You have amazing taste. I mean, you're friends with me, right? I can't believe I just said that out loud on camera, but I really did. Okay. So, let's keep going. Through the expression, though the expression isn't one I favor, for those like you. Sorry, I was listening to the music that's playing in the back. For those like you, the actualization of that power carries with it all the force of a divine blessing. You will feel your inexperience at the outset, stumbling like a child taking his first steps, but soon you shall walk and then run. My earnest hope is to find more individuals fit to wield the power conferred by Brio. Thus in my travels I have ever sought those souls who are truly worthy. I have no desire to waste my time with the rabble. We live in strange times, friend, and ill tidings seem ever at the door. The world has great need of those who possess power. I am glad to have met another worthy of the power of Brio, but unfortunately our celebrations will have to wait. Vane glances towards Paran, still lying motionless on the ground. He has yet to regain consciousness, and I would not see him left here alone. What say you, Militant? Would you care to put your newfound power through its paces? I will remain here and keep watch over Paran. You can head through the mists of Tech Duinn and accomplish what we originally meant to. Though I dare say your friend won't be pleased when she returns to find I've distracted you from your expeditionary force work. You may have been knocked off your feet before, but in your current state you'll be more than enough to deal with those obstacles. But again, I remind you that though you may experience some initial discomfort, it will pass once you begin to understand the nature of Brio for yourself. His eyes seem to keep searching you, watching for any sign of what might happen next. You wonder whether you really can cross the fog-shrouded plains of Tech Duinn now. You don't feel that much different than before, but you won't know until you try. Head toward the land beyond the mists. Okay. Let's go. As you enter the strange land once again, you soon discover signs of the path you took earlier. As you continue onward, fog hanging low over the ground, you hear the sound of those strange spheres slowly rolling along the ground. It's almost as if they're protecting the monolith. The spots where they hit you are still tender, in fact. When you were last here, they seemed to shoot out of the fog without warning. Vane firmly believes in the potential within you and claims to have given you all you need to surpass what you thought were your limits. Suddenly you feel a mysterious energy begin to coalesce around you. Try to approach the monolith. Alright. They seem so surprised that they can't knock me down anymore. They're like, what the fuck? And I too am surprised it actually worked. Though your whole body is numb from the shock, you're able to shatter the monolith. But no sooner does it crumble before than your vision suddenly grows blurry, a sharp pain throbbing in your head. The time has come at last for the black moon to rise. The watcher whose vigil had for so long suppressed us has disappeared. Long has it been since the formers turned their back on their leader, from whom their hopes and purposes diverged. When the king who was of old awakens from his slumbers, the beginning of the first night shall be heard. The wave of dizziness recedes almost as quickly as it came upon you, and your vision clears up moments after. The unknown voice still reverberates in your head, echoing like a ringing of the years. It is an unpleasant sensation, to say the least. You catch the glint of something lying in the debris of the broken monolith. It is some sort of cylinder, engraved with strange markings ringed about with several faceted bands that seem to turn on their own. It would probably be a good idea to leave this place for now and rejoin your allies. Well, my ally in vain, you mean? 66% done with this one. Not those mobs. Are they like really bad in normal Tech Duinn? Because they were kind of a pushover here. I kind of appreciated that they were so easy. You return to find Vane standing still, his arms crossed and eyes closed. Even before you approach him, it seems he has already sensed your return. And, how was it? I presume you spent far less time knocked onto your backside. I've been watching young Paran. His breathing is steady, but he shows no signs of stirring. They're more like they originally were in Tech Duinn proper. So they knock you off your feet? Is that what you're trying to say? Okay. They knock you all over the place. Okay. Well. Yay. Shows no signs of stirring. I'm not sure he'll awaken anytime soon. Vane seems both bothered and concerned, but at least Paran's slow breath seems to be less wheezy than before. So what became of the monolith? According to the prophecies in the book, it sounded as though the expeditionary force is supposed to destroy them. Were you able to? You explained what happened in Tech Duinn. So you destroyed the monolith with that symbol and found a puzzle in the rubble? Might I have a look at it? If any of the symbols on it was enabling the revival, I may be able to detect a lingering trace of magic from it. You nod, handing him the evil eye cryptex while wondering in passing if he has a knack for puzzles. Vane takes the cylinder and inspects it carefully, turning it over in his hands and spinning through each of the symbol-engraved bands. Seemingly satisfied, he hands it back to you. Fascinating. I did feel something. A feeling not too dissimilar to what I felt when we gazed upon the revelations of the Black Moon. You recall the missing words and passages in the books, yes? My assumption had been that someone had cast a powerful spell on the text to keep the unwelcome eyes from understanding what was written there. But as I handled that thing you retrieved from the monolith, I began to wonder whether the two were somehow connected. As of now, I can't say with any certainty, but it may be some manner of cipher that would allow us to access to the parts of the books that even Paran was unable to read. Did you hear that? You hear distant voices, likely from somewhere up on the Sunmag Plains. It would seem we have visitors. They don't sound too hostile, though. Why don't you head up and check things out? I'll remain here with Paran. You should ascend the staircase and see what's happening on the Sunmag Plains. Yes, it's another quest done! I learned the technique, Iron Will! I learned a technique! The technique can be accessed with the semicolon key. Certain techniques, okay. Leveling techniques. Via the allocation of Brio. Brio can be attained by letting your character clearing missions. Once a technique has full bar of XP, it can be advanced to the next one using AP. Okay. Raising techniques of level 4 or higher, a special item called a Brio Quistral is required. It can be obtained from Tech Duinn missions. Okay. It appears Marlene has returned and she's brought back several soldiers with her. Oh, there you are. I was just about to head down. Apologies, Melton. My errand kept me longer than expected. Her Majesty was kind enough to grant me the use of some soldiers to guard this area. Has anything happened while I was away? A lot of things happened, actually. Where do you even begin? You tell her about your trip to Tech Duinn, how Paran got steamrolled by magic balls, and how he's lying unconscious on the floor in the chamber below. What in the world? How did this even happen? Did Vane have something to do with it? I knew there was something suspicious about him ever since he first appeared. You try to calm down Marlene, explaining the whole story of how the three of you decided to venture through the portal and destroy the monolith, albeit unsuccessfully. I see. I just naturally assumed that... No, never mind. I suppose as a member of the Royal Guard, I've gotten into the habit of doubting everything I'm not absolutely certain about. It's just second nature to me now. Marlee goes silent, perhaps taking some time to compose her thoughts. She looked towards the stairs leading down to the gateway of Duinn. I recounted all that happened to Her Majesty and shared everything we've learned so far. Suellen also appraised me of what's been happening among the nobility since we left the castle. Rumors are already circulating about the Expeditionary Force's earlier investigations. It's likely that word of our search for the missing followers of the Order of Himmerarch spread among the people after those we helped return to take shelter with their families. The members of the Order have become more cautious as well, and I believe we'll soon see a dramatic downturn in the number of abductions. Of course, our own work is far from done. The investigation will continue until we get to the root of what's happening and put a stop to it. Swellen's conclusion was that if we were actually able to find the symbol mentioned in the revelations of the Black Moon, then whatever is written in the prophecies may very well come to pass. And now I return only to hear you tell me that you found and destroyed the Evil Eye monolith, which would appear to be that very symbol. Gossip in the kingdom, drama! There's always gossip in the kingdom. And Suellen is always at the head of it. He loves his gossip. I love him. He's horrible. He's my best friend. I'm in love. What more can I say? It seems the prophecies really are true after all. And now we have to contend with nothing less than the resurrection of Baelor, the ancient lord of Formors. Not only is it a difficult pill to swallow, it's a bitter one as well. Much about the circumstances leading to this investigation made me uneasy from the beginning, and that feeling has only deepened the more we've learned. But it won't do to just sit around sighing and worrying. Not while there are countermeasures to be taken. I say we hunt down every one of the symbols from the prophecy and smash them to pieces, just like you did with the first one. Hold on one second. If there's one thing we can do to wrap up this case, that's it. I'd like to resolve this quickly and return to Her Majesty's side. Of course you would. It makes me nervous to be away from her. I'm sure Suellen is providing support in his typical Suellen-ish fashion, but I can't help but feel apprehensive. Let's head back into the chamber and discuss what we know about where the other symbols might be. Marlee strides towards the staircase that leads underground. Excuse me, Mr. Bears. Oh, someone killed that bear? Ooh, someone set up a repair thing, too. I'll do that real quick. I don't have anything I need to repair, I guess. I'll take the common leather, though. Thank you for the leather. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. I thought this was like the hilt of the sword, and he was just holding it like this, and I was like, what the fuck, dude? That is not how you hold a sword. But no, it seems not. Pran, who was still out cold when you left, is now awake and chatting with Vane. He seems not quite steady on his feet, but he smiles weakly when he sees you. Oh, Ashi! Vane told me that you and he brought me back here after I was knocked out. I'm so sorry to make you go through all that. I feel like I'm always a burden. He awoke shortly after you left for the surface. In the time you were gone, I brought him up to speed on all that has transpired since he was rendered unconscious. I told him as well about the cylindrical puzzle you discovered when you destroyed the monolith. I was stunned to hear about it. You guys were busy while I was out. Vane thinks the cryptex has some sort of connection to the revelations of the Black Moon. This is little more than speculation on my part, but my intuition tells me we should let Paran take a look at it. He may notice something that escaped our analysis. It sounds like whatever this thing is, it contained an enormous amount of magic. Why would you hand something like that to Paran? Of the three of us, he was the one who could read the greatest amount of the revelations, including most of the passages that were being magically obscured. It may well be the one who raised the monolith and bewitched the pages of the book is... Vane shoots Paran a sidelong glance. Well, consider this. Whoever cast such a spell on the book did not likely take into account that it might fall into the hands of someone with absolutely no magical power. After all, it's very unusual for anyone to possess no magical ability whatsoever, unless they perhaps masked it with a very powerful enchant. Wait, are you talking about me? It's true that one must anticipate and prepare for dangers both physical and magical before they happen, and that is as true here as anywhere else. Each of us, when we read the revelations of the Black Moon, was able to understand varying amounts of what was written because of the spell cast on the book works by interacting with the reader's innate magic. That's how what may appear faded and obscure to one reader may be perfectly legible to another. But if the reader had no innate magical energy for the spell to key off of in the first place... Marlene grows quiet, unable to bring herself to finish the sentence. So, you're saying I have no magical ability whatsoever, and because of that, it helped with the investigation, right? That's a good thing, isn't it? Haha! They likely thought that someone possessing no magical ability would be no threat to them, if in fact they thought about it at all. But that was their mistake. The formers have always been rather dim-witted, sloppy in their strategizing. Well, at least that provides... Hello, I can't speak. That provides a working explanation as to why Paran can read the book without any trouble. It seems almost absurd to consider, but it's the simplest thing I can think of that accounts for all we've noticed. I got a technique. I died once. I don't know. Lots of reading. Some stuff happening. I went into this guy's memory and it didn't make any sense to me. Well, we already did the dead thing, but we can keep it at 3 because I think I died more than once before. Whatever. Yeah, I die a lot. Working explanation as to why Paran can read the book without any trouble. It seems almost absurd to consider, but it's the simplest thing I can think of that accounts for all we've noticed. Exactly, and to bring this full circle, because I've sent from this cryptic a similar residual energy as from the revelations of the Black Moon, I posited that the person who could decipher one may well be able to do the same with other. Got 0 rain, I'm sorry. That makes as much sense as finding a metal cylinder inside a giant slab of rock. You figured that it couldn't hurt for Paran to take a look at it. Maybe he's secretly a genius when it comes to puzzles. Oof, this thing's a bit heftier than it looks. Oh, and when I look through the gaps in the bands in the center, I can just make something out inside of it. Paran gives the object a few light shakes, examining it from a number of angles. Careful with that, Paran. I don't want you to fumble it and break something. And now to watch. Uh-huh. This thing kind of popped open just now. Is it supposed to do that? Oh, and here's what was inside. It's a rolled-up piece of parchment. I knew it. Oh no, did I muck something up again? Just the opposite, Paran. You did what none of the rest of us could do. Now about that parchment, let's unroll it and see what's written. Thank Hammerarch. I actually made myself useful for once. The lettering on this is tiny and it's a bit difficult to make out. Give me a minute or two to suss it out and I'll let you know what it says. Heh, look at him all fired up. He's a buoyant lad, I'll grant him that. That's his strength, what keeps him going. Since you recovered the cryptex from the shattered monolith, you suspect it may hold clues as to the whereabouts of one of the other symbols. Speak with Paran once he's puzzled out what's written on the unrolled piece of parchment. Okay, 33. Paran is intensely focused on the piece of parchment he recovered from within the cryptex. If you were thinking it might have something to do with the location of the next symbol, it sounds like you're right. Like I said, the letters are awfully tiny, and the lighting down here isn't great, but I can just make it out. Here, why don't I read it out loud? Near the first step of all journeys, in a field of silent white it sleeps, where time and souls together there a frozen vigil keep. There the second symbol stands, above the slumbering druid. His regret assists his ceaseless wellspring, a feast of darkened mood. That's what it says. A riddle, then. Though granted the limited space available in the parchment, it was unrealistic to expect a detailed description, or perhaps helpful map coordinates. I don't know, they could have done coordinates. You burned through so many balloons doing some gens. That is very smart. I normally don't even think to take balloons with me. I have so many balloons and I just don't take them anywhere. I just don't think about it. To the intended reader, I think they could have left some map coordinates. I mean, I know they're talking about Side Snatcha. It's pretty obvious that's what they're talking about, but they still could have left some coordinates. I mean, that's shorter than all of that. To the intended reader, this cryptic description is supposed to clearly tell where the next symbol can be found. But since we would seem to fall squarely into the category of unintended readers, we'll have to figure out where this clue is pointing us to. A field of silent white. Oh god. I wish they would let me speak in this gen. If they let me speak, I'd be like, it's Side Snatcha. I know where it is. It's with Tarlac. It's... come on, like... But they don't let me speak in this gen. Care to venture a guess, Militant? Yes, I would! Yes! Yes, they're letting me speak! I'm so happy. How do I spell it? Let me see. Emain Maka? What? No, not Side Finiches. Side Snatcha. Yeah, that one. That's where it is, but it said in here email. Oh no, here it is. Ha ha. Here it is. Here's the first one. You see a touch of awkwardness in Marlene's expression as she hears your answer. Well, I'm not sure that's the place the clue refers to. What? Yes, it is. Did you misspell it, Joel? Yeah, you misspelled it, Joel. I trusted you, bestie. Oh my god. I knew it. I just wrote I just misspelled it. I misspelled it. I was so close, and they are treating me like it's Sneacha. I pronounce it, you know, like Snatcha, which is not at all how it's written or pronounced or anything. But it's what my 12-year-old brain came up with. So, Sneacha. Sneachta? Sneacha? No, Sneachta. Sneachta. Is that what you're saying? Sneachta. Sneachta. Side Sneacha. Okay, you see Marlene give a tiny smile as you offer your guess. You think that Ach is kind of like the CH in lock? So they're both K sounds. Sneakta. Yeah, I mean, we have no idea. The only name we've ever looked up is Sue Ellen's name, so that's the only thing we know I'm pronouncing with any nearness. That's the only thing. I'm glad we seem to have arrived at the same conclusion. It gives me greater certainty that's where we ought to go. It does sound like... I'm not mispronouncing it! I'm pronouncing it correctly. Like, I'm not pronouncing it super correctly. But it's correct enough. It's like shh. I can't pronounce it correctly. I'm close enough. I am literally as close as I could possibly be to it. It's better than Llewellyn, which is what I was saying before. It does sound like sorcery, though. I agree, Mari. Glad we seem to have arrived at the same conclusion. It gives me greater certainty that's where we ought to go. I take it side Sniacha must be the field covered with snow then, right? Who would have guessed that the formers would place one of their monoliths in such a quiet, peaceful place? Just think, we'll be doing a public service by clearing away such an unsightly chunk of rock. Well then, I suppose it's finally time for us to part ways. Vane, who has been listening quietly, finally speaks up. Vane, after all we've been through, I sort of thought you'd come with us. What are you talking about, Paran? He's not part of the expeditionary force. I realize you're grateful he saved you, and I share that sentiment, but that doesn't mean he's cleared to join our mission. Worry not, I have no intent of forcing my way into your party, though I confess I wish our parting might have been postponed, Militan. I would have enjoyed the chance to speak with you more. His quiet gaze settles on you momentarily before moving on. But who knows, I plan to continue my search for my missing subordinate, so our paths may cross again someday, Hemorrhac willing. I ask only that you tell no one of this place. You may rest assured of that. Who would I tell? And even were I to shout it in the city square, who would believe me? I suppose I ought to take my leave of this place first. I doubt Lady Marlede would have it any other way. It is the most Welsh Korean MMO of all time. Absolutely, completely the most. It's wild because it's from Korea, but like everything in here is like Welsh and like Celtic, and it's like wild. It's wonderful. But hello, welcome in, Sorceress Alexis. I hope you're doing well. How are you? Did you tell me what? Tell me. I'm ready. Miss Marlede. Glass Galabean is apparently just a special cow in Celtic folklore. It made a lot of milk. What? No, it's not. You're lying. You're absolutely lying. I don't believe that. I refuse to believe that. No, I don't believe it. I'm glad you're doing dandy, Sorceress Alexis. I am doing well. There's a lot of reading in this generation, and I'm liking the story so far. It's not that bad, but I do want to get to stuff happening. Which is weird. I'm never that kind of person. I'm always like, yes, tell me more story. I would like more story, please. But right now I'm like, okay, no, I get it. Like, story. I get it. Let's do other stuff too, though. So some a bit wilder than others, but all have it as something like a cow. That is wild. Miss Marlede, I'm sorry to see you go, Vane. For what it's worth, we could use a man of your talents. Thank you again for all your help. I'm sure you'll find your subordinate. We'll be doing our utmost to bring an end to these abductions as well. Gloss Gavlin. Gavlin, Goblin. Gloss Gavlin. Gavlin, Goblin. Yeah, it's Chivon, isn't it? What does that have to do with Gavlin? Oh, I see what you're trying to say. Okay. You did forget the H somewhere in there. Yeah, I'm not trusting you with spelling ever again, after you just let me down with side Sinichade. Not side Finichade, side Sniacha, or whatever we've decided it is. I'm never trusting you. Waddly-acha, doodly-doo. Did anyone else have to do that song as kids? The Waddly-acha doodly-doo song? Does that sound familiar to anyone else, or is it just me? There were like little hand things. You were like pat your legs and clap. You do waddly-acha, doodly-doo, doodly-doo. Waddly-acha, doodly-doo, doodly-doo. Simplest song, there isn't much to it. All you gotta do is doodly-doo it. I like the rest, but the part I like best goes doodly 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 doo. Woo! Why is that just, like, ingrained on my childhood memory? Like, I am a full adult, and the Wadaliacha song is still so close. So close to me. Yeah, I just did that on stream. So anyway. I should have, like, one of those redeemable things in chat where you guys can redeem me to do the Wadaliacha song. Okay, we'll be doing an utmost to bring an end to these abductions as well. I'll spend the entire streams doing that. I'm sure literally no one wanted to see that. I'm sure everyone wished it was over. So, what? Sus. I'm in channel 1, so I'm sus. Okay, thank you. Then until we chance to meet again. May Himmark guide you upon your path. With that, Vane ascends the stairs and is gone. Oh, have a heart, Miss Marlede. He helped bring me back from the mist when I got knocked out, and he's been nothing but helpful this entire time. How could you be so cold? She had to get rid of it? Oh my god. Oh my god. It's easy. I don't trust anyone whose identity and affiliation haven't been vouched for. For example, Paran, the only people I can trust in our present investigation are you and the militant. I'll continue to doubt and be wary of anyone else until such a time as they provide sufficient evidence for me to regard them otherwise. But there's nothing else for it. Someone has to do it, and it's certainly not either of you. Militant, we should begin the trek to side Sneacha. If we destroyed the second symbol that's been erected there, I have little doubt we'll discover the whereabouts of the third in turn. The prophecies seem to imply a total of 7 of these stone monoliths with the symbols on the continent. If we can destroy them all, we may be able to stop the formers from reviving Baelor and save all the missing people in one go. Oh no! A few streams doing it over and over, that's awful. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. It would be wonderful to accomplish what you just said, but we need to take this step by step as befits the task given to the expeditionary force. Anyway, let's be on our way. Travel to Side Sneacha and find the second monolith. Ah, I was hoping. Oh, I have to get out of here first. Enjoy fetching food, be safe. Why did I open this? This is what I needed to open. I'm glad you're buckled in and fascinated. Do you play Mabinogi, or... It is not morning yet. Well, it is morning. It's 2:40 a.m. That's morning enough. Okay, where's the monolith? Okay, so it's over there. You tried a few years ago but didn't get into it? That's fair. What are you waiting for? Marlede stands straight as a ramrod, perfectly still despite the biting wind. Paran, in contrast, shivers beside her, puffing into his hands and trying to capture even a small bit of warmth. Waiting for a good brain time for it. I've got too many things going on right now to get into it. That is definitely fair. 100% fair. That is very fair. I hope the good brain time comes soon. Because it's a lot of fun. I think it's a lot of fun. I can see the cold is getting to you, Paran. If you're really that uncomfortable, it's alright if you wait for us in the village. No, I'm fine. I can bear it. Besides, if we do find and destroy one of those monoliths, I need to be here so we can open the cryptex as soon as possible. I want to stay with you, Ashi. You too, Miss Marlede. Achoo! You're stubborn about the oddest things. It's almost endearing. Anyway, moving on. The second symbol is supposed to be somewhere in this area, according to the clue written on that parchment. From how the two of you described it, it certainly has an unnatural appearance, so I doubt it should be too hard to spot. It is very in-depth. It's very good so far. Well, so far I say. I've been playing it since I was 12, so... So far it's okay, I guess. I doubt it should be too hard to spot. It's a bit hard to believe it would just be sitting out there in the open for anyone to stumble upon. Do you expect there's some sort of defense mechanism like those magical orbs from before? Surely they must have come up with some sort of defense mechanism to keep it... Oh, defense measure, to keep it from being found or tampered with, right? No doubt. The fact that the one you smashed into and knocked you clean out speaks to the general effectiveness of said defensive measures. Ack! Let's not bring that up any more than we really have to, okay? Ashi, let's give this place a thorough combing over. Come on, we haven't any time to sit idle. Pran gestures to you, though it looks like he's more flailing around to hide his embarrassment. The second symbol inscribed monolith should be around here somewhere. See if you can find it. Okay. I love the thought, and I don't know if this is true, but I love the thought of it being so snowy here that children just come here frequently to build snowmen. And that's just why there's like 100 snowmen. I love that thought. Here you are! A blackened monolith juts above the powdery white of the snowfield. The foreboding eye carved into its surface seems to eerily observe your approach. The glowing eye symbol is the same as you observed on the As you observed on the monolith you destroyed in Tech Duinn. Yeah, it looks so friendly. Destroy the statue. As you raise your hand to destroy the monolith, the light around you seems to grow dim. Regain your composure, but feel that something about your surroundings has changed. You hear voices as though someone far off is calling your name, but the sound is lost upon the chill wind. It seems like a powerful enchantment has been cast upon the monolith to prevent anyone from interfering with it. But you aren't about to simply sit back and let the events of the prophecy play out. You must destroy it, no matter what. Oh. Oh, I gotta kill them within the seal, okay. Bestie. I know it keeps telling me to use a skill that's effective against ice, but like, do I have to? I'm doing fine with my archery. Do I have to? Like... okay. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay, okay. We need to kill this druid. We need to kill this druid immediately. Okay. Now we should be fine. Can you not? God damn it. Okay, it's fine. I like these little guys. They're cute. I like the little ice on their backs that's supposed to be the hair. It's really cute. The red glow of its solitary eye flickering as if exhausted and spent at last, the last of the monolith's light wrinkles out as it crumbles to a pile of stones. Like last time, your vision begins to tremble and grow hazy. 3 there are, chosen to bear the curse called the blessing of the goddess. One dreams childlike dreams, visions of innocence, others foolish, pathetic, unsatisfied. My heart overflows with grief when I see the road to which their future leads. Soon one will appear to move time from its frozen state. Then all shall fall into place. The wave of dizziness recedes almost as quickly as it came upon you, and your vision clears up moments after. As the ringing in your ears slowly fades, you reach out and pick up another curious metallic cylinder from the shattered rubble of the monolith. It looks nearly identical to the cryptex you discovered from the monolith in Duinn. You should show this to Pram and Marlene. Oh. Hello. Pran is shaking you hard, his eyes red from crying. Ashi! 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 Are you awake, Ashi? Your hands are so cold. Your body is like ice. I was afraid you'd never wake up again, Ashi. You can calm down now, Paran. The militant seems to have come too. I'm sorry about all this. The weather suddenly turned foul and we found ourselves surrounded by snowmen. I figured you must have triggered some sort of defense ward when you touched the monolith. After you destroyed the monolith, we saw you stumbling towards us. There was something about your gait that looked unnatural somehow. Are you certain you're all right now? It almost looked like you'd been possessed. When you collapsed into us, we feared the worst. Your body was so cold. But even in that state, you placed the cryptex into Paran's hands before you completely lost consciousness. He got it open while waiting for you to awaken, actually. Why don't you read it for the militant, Paran? Oh, yes, right. Sorry, let me read it to you. The cryptex had another note inside, and was, as with the last one, it seems to provide a clue as to the location of the next symbol. Pulls out a small piece of parchment and reads from it. Though clean and clear the river flows, it yet recalls the days its banks were dyed with blood. A terrible misunderstanding and a sweet poison together enkindled a raging fire that immolated the whole town, an atrocity the years shall not forget. Then the third symbol the land shall bear, where once the ashes choked the darkened skies. It certainly leaves quite the vivid impression, no? A river and a misunderstanding, a fire and an atrocity. Ashi, do you have any ideas what it might be referring to? Well, I already saw that the answer was Ime Maka, so... Marlene's face shows the slightest hint of a smile as you make your guess. Right, Ime Maka was the first place that come to my mind as well. The clue called it an atrocity, and that's not a word to be bandied about lightly. The sooner we can return to warmer climes, the better. More of the colors return to your face now, Milton, but I think your recovery would be more swift if we got you out of this cold. You'll get no argument from me. If we stayed here any longer, it'd just be a race to see whether Ashi or me would catch a cold first. Let's be off, shall we? The frigid wind shows no signs of ceasing, but at least your heart feels warmed by your companion's concern for you. Head to Ime Mako. Yeah, we got another quest down! And I learned the technique blunting field. Look at me, 2 techniques under my belt. Woohoo! I'm so excited. Okay. Ashi, while we were waiting for you to arrive, Miss Marlene and I took some time to look around town. It was a pretty thorough sweep, but we didn't find anything out of ordinary. Frankly, I'm a bit miffed at our lack of progress. We checked every place 2, even 3 times just in case we might have overlooked anything, and still there were no traces of one of those monoliths anywhere. Do you think it's possible we guessed the wrong location? I was so sure we were on the right track, but it's just so weird. We looked all over town and it's nowhere to be found. Maybe the third symbol isn't here after all and the clue was pointing to somewhere else. I don't think so. It must be here. We're not just looking in the right spot. Oh, sorry, we're just not looking in the right spot. The Formers are undertaking a massive effort to resurrect their old king, but even they can't accomplish something like that through hard work alone. They're following some sort of complex ritual to make it happen. That means there's no deviating from the process outlined in the ritual, even if sticking to it makes things more difficult for them. If something were to go awry midway through, it would jeopardize their entire plan. They may be Formers, but even they wouldn't want all their efforts to go up in smoke. Well, when you put it that way, it's hard to disagree. Oh, do you think the townspeople might have noticed anything out of the ordinary? If a strange hunk of rock with a glowing eye popped up around town, you can bet someone would know something about it, right? That's actually not a bad idea. Let's split up and ask around. But don't go too overboard. We don't want to worry this pupil if we can avoid it. Wow. This is the first time you said one of my ideas was good without nitpicking it, Miss Marlene. And that's significant somehow? Of course it is. I mean, it means we've grown to trust each other more because of all we've been through together. Is that so? Okay, sure. Let's go with that. Anyway, let's get out there and find what the residents know. Don't let me catch you slacking now. Wait, you're not embarrassed, are you? Of course not. Hee. Anyway, Miss Marlene and I are gonna head into town again, Ashi. If we split up and talk to everyone, I'm sure we'll find some sort of clue that much faster. We should ask the residents if they've noticed anything strange. Okay. Oopsie daisies. Does it tell me who? No. I'm just gonna ask everyone. You inquire about any dark stone monoliths that may have popped around town. Sometimes I head down to the lakeside to admire the water flowers. I was there just the other day and I thought I saw something weird reflected in the water. Maybe I was just tired, but you never know. It could be that thing you're looking for. Do you like flowers? I have a bunch. Did I do it? Or do I need to... Okay. inquire. Oh my, I don't think I've seen anything like what you're looking for. Truthfully, I prefer the beauty of flower blossoms to cold, hard stone. Take a look at these flowers. Aren't they gorgeous? Okay, I can ask my favorite girl in the entire world. My dear baby Osla, who knows nothing, sees nothing, does nothing. Oh, I love her. Something like a big slab of rock? I wonder. I feel like I might know something, but it's so vague I might not know anything about it. What was it again? Oh yeah, recently on my way to Sen Mag, I think I caught sight of something like that. On her way to Sen Mag, huh? If something like what you described had appeared, I can guarantee we would have gotten a report about it right away. A big hunk of rock like that would stick out by its very nature, wouldn't it? Unless it was someplace people don't usually go, I suppose. Good to see you. Where's the dress shop girl? She's like... I'll just cheat and I'll look. Clothing shop is around here. You want to know about some kind of floating rock that just appeared recently? I haven't the foggiest, I'm afraid. Keep asking though, maybe someone else in town might know about it. Thank you. I guess we'll stop by the healer's house. Might as well be thorough. My dear Agnes. A monolith? I'm afraid this is the first time I've heard of it. Oh wait, you know, recently a boy from the village fell into the lake and he said he saw something strange just beneath the water. Might be unrelated, but then it would explain why you're having trouble finding it. Hee hee. Hello there. Okay, so it's definitely underwater. Still not enough? Definitely underwater, nearish the Sen Mag Plains, maybe? Or maybe that one was just... I don't know. Should we go into the bank, do you think? Jocelyn, have you seen anything? Oh goodness, that's quite the story. I wish I knew something that might help you out. But just running the bank keeps my days pretty full as it is, so I'm afraid I don't recall any seeing stone monoliths or what have you. Please feel free to ask any questions you wish. She has no clue, besties. Oh yeah, the puppets! We can go see the puppet guy. And the restaurant girl. Could I talk to these people? Hugh, do you know? It looks like it'll be difficult to get anything useful out of this person. Wow, they really did Hugh like that. They were just like, no, don't even try. So brutal, right? Where's the restaurant? It's right here. It's right here. What? You're looking for a big slab of rock? Haha, are you talking about the contest statue? It's set up right over there in the town square. Gordon, do you know? You mean to tell me you're looking for rock? Well, I can't see I've seen any rocks, but Fraser burnt another steak. That's about as hard, black, and inedible if you're interested. Damn, rip Fraser. Fraser, have you seen anything? Maybe? I haven't really heard anything myself, but now that I think about it, I do remember Agnes talking about something like that. Have I asked everyone yet? Who did I forget? I've talked to the puppet guy, I've talked to the restaurant, talked to the town squares people, the people in the bank, talk to the healer's house. Stage, clothing shop. I guess I could talk to people in the castle. Can I go in? It's just, there's no one here. Besties, there's no one in the fucking castle. Does no one run this place? There sure are enough guards. Okay, healer's house. Maybe there's someone near the stage I can talk to. Doesn't look like it, but I'll try. I've already talked to the clothing shop girl. I haven't talked to the rich and the poor man. No. Where's the poor man? Wow, he actually has an NPC portrait, but nothing for this quest. Maybe I need to talk to the Rua girl. You guys think I need to talk to the Rua girl? I hope I only have to talk to Lucas. I hope I don't have to talk to both of them. Huh, Monolith? You're out here looking for a big hunk of rock? Well, if you're drunk on that atmosphere being Rua, I can't say I blame you. Gahaha. Okay. My food's here, so I'm gonna briefly disappear to eat. I'll be back in a minute, but we're gonna have to look up who else I need to talk to, because I have no fucking clue. Where can I sit? Can I sit in any of these chairs? I can't get close enough to them. Besties. I cannot get close enough to the chairs to sit. So I guess I will just fucking stand. Or I'll just sit next to the chairs. Okay, I will be right back. I love you all very much. Hopefully they don't kick me out before the Rua girl shows up. I hope they don't. But yes, I will see you guys in a second. I love you all. Bye for now. Okay, I'm diving back in. So it appears that she doesn't just appear here when night rolls around. So I'm gonna have to buy another ticket. Maybe then she'll be there. She's not fucking here? But it's like 2 in the morning. Isn't that the time she's normally here, like at night? Where are you, lady? She's not always here? Do I have to talk to her for this quest? Okay, thank God. I wasted gold for no reason, but... Hey, at least I don't have to talk to her. Who do I have to talk to for this quest? Because I've talked to everyone. Yes. I made chew on some fries. I talked to all those people. Nelly! Nelly's the one I haven't talked to. Nelly's the one I haven't talked to. Okay. I don't know why I kind of forgot he was there. But I did. I kind of forgot about him. I did. I forgot the bard of all people. You inquire. Strange things, you say? Might be as I've seen something odd in the shadows of the water. When the surface is calm, you can sometimes see a dark figure reflected there. I can't rightly say if it's just my mind playing tricks on me, but if you're curious, why not head down to the water and take a look yourself? You're starting to get an idea as to where the monolith might be hidden. If only there was a place that let you look over the entire town at once, you'd sure you'd be able to find it. Do you want to listen to a song? The entire town at once. Talk to Galvin? From the observatory. Okay. Welcome, take your time and enjoy the sights. Ah, well, look who's here, if it isn't Ashi. So it sounds like you're looking for some kind of rock pillar, right? Haha, I really wish I could offer more help. You asked if there's anywhere you can go to look out over the town. There sure is, but you knew that, right? It's right behind me. Just go straight through that door and up the stairs and you'll be at Ime Maka's very own observatory. Of course, you also know it's not free, right? Hehe, can't maintain those telescopes without a little cash. Anyway, feel free to go up anytime. But what good would it do to look out over town? You nod, curtly ending the conversation. It couldn't hurt to take a look at Ime Maka from the observatory. You might be able to discover something by scoping out the shoreline. Oh my god, they actually make you walk through all the levels. As you gaze down from the high observatory, you feel a little dizzy. It looks like you can take a closer look at the town below with the telescope. A brief message engraved on the telescope stand reads, cost 10 gold. Just a fish. There it is, on an island in the lake. I should tell my allies about it. Excuse me. So how did you fare? Were you able to speak to many of the town's residents? We spoke to quite a few, but no one seemed to have any idea what we were talking about, or had seen anything that looked like the monoliths. Having had better luck, you explained what you saw through the telescope. Huh? You mean to say it's on an island in the middle of the lake? Does that mean we'll have to go through the water? I see. Well, that complicates things somewhat. The lake here is much deeper than it appears, so trying to cross it won't be a simple matter. I'd heard that after the tragedy, Imamaka now takes a far more active role in the management of its various islands. They're trying their best to prevent another incident like that. It may be a small island, but I'm sure someone's responsible for tending to it from time to time. Whoever that is will know the best way to get to it. But the question then remains, how were the formers able to place one of their symbols right there under the nose of the island's keeper? Perhaps it'd be best to speak with a few people who are familiar with the town. I know we just got done doing it, but we should go talk with the residents again. Another quest done! We are flying through it. Talk to Priest James. Okay. So this is what taxidermy looks like. Wow. They're always telling jokes in, with a bugle. So, I was curious, but... I have to wonder, why would you want to go to a place like that? You may not know, but the island I believe you're referring to has ties to a dark chapter in Imamaka's history. Long ago, in the midst of the terrifying formal raid that once befell this town, a young boy left his family and swam to the lake to hide. No, swam to the island to hide. I can only imagine how scared he felt watching his home and his school burn and his neighbors scream in terror. To choke back his tears, he must have been quite the brave lad. No! Yeah, that's their name! Their name is Taxidermy! No, I wasn't... That's what taxidermy looks like. No! That's awful. Awful! No, yeah, that's their name. In the midst of the chaos, he tried to comfort himself by thinking of his loving family and friends. It's a sad little story from one of the saddest events in our history here. Some say it's a folk tale, but if you go to the island today, you'll find a strange old signpost with a magic spell on it. At any rate, from what I understand, the artisan from the puppet show goes there every once in a while to take care of any necessary maintenance. I don't know the easiest way to reach the island, so you'd have to ask him. I'm sorry I couldn't be more help, but hopefully I was able to at least point you in the right direction. Alright, Hugh. I love how I wasn't even able to talk to Hugh before about any of this, but it turns out he's the one that knows what I need to know. That seems just unfair. Hugh, you have info that I need. Hello there, Ashi. You asked Hugh who the keeper of the island in that lake. Oh, you're talking about the one with the sign, right? This shop is a business entity, takes care of the general upkeep of the island. Let me see. I've done so much reading that literally my voice is like going. But we'll be fine. Looks over the shop's artisans one by one, frowning as he tries to recall something. Ugh, I know I assigned it to someone. Now, who was it? It's right on the tip of my tongue. Ah, that's it. I apologize for forgetting something so basic, Ashi. Ione is the one who I set in charge of caring for the island. He goes there about once a month to tend to things there. There isn't much that needs upkeep, really, but it's better to be prepared than taken unawares by the unexpected. You should talk to Aeon. He'll probably be able to answer any questions you have. Glenn... There you are. Oh, Equas arise and high up in the sky when the wagon driver speeds along the pastures rolling by. La 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 la. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. Is there something you need from me? I think, yes, I was totally put in charge of that island. Probably. Probably? Hey, no need to fret. In all honesty, nobody goes there. It's not like there's any reason for you to go either. What is there to see? A few trees on a tiny island and a weird signpost. That's all there is. I go over there maybe once a year or so to do a little cleaning, trim the trees and stuff. When was the last time I went over there? What, you still want to go there? Why would you? No, wait, actually, that sounds like a great idea. And while you're there, take a look around the island and let me know how everything is. You know the basics. Check if the trees are growing well, make sure the signpost isn't leaning over or anything. That's all there is to it. Promise me you'll do that for me and I'll tell you how to get across. You might be thinking, a boat? But that's where you'd be wrong. What you need is a secret magical powder, courtesy of Miss Fleta. Ha ha ha, bet you didn't see that coming. I'll be glad to give you some, but unfortunately I'm out of this stuff on account of having not actually gone there for so long. Why would I carry around about a powder I'd use maybe once a year? But don't worry, I'm sure Fleta will give you some if you find her and explain the situation. Good luck, buddy, I'm counting on you. That seems so needlessly complicated, and for a moment you consider borrowing a boat under the cover of night. That wouldn't be a very heroic thing to do, though. It looks like you should go and see Fleta and tell her what you need. Literally, why do they not just use a boat? I think it's because... Is there anywhere for you to really put a boat in the water? Yeah, you can put a boat in the water, like around here. You just have to walk, push it out of the shallows. Yeah, what the fuck is with this magic powder stuff? I bet I'm gonna get to Fleta and she'll be like, what you need is a boat. That dude was talking bullshit. What you need is a boat. Let us hear. Finding Fleta on her daily walk, you turn... Okay, it sounds like you're in need of some fairy dust. I have some, of course, but you don't think I'm just gonna give it away for free. Of course not. Like anything, you'll have to pay for it. Here's what I want you to do. Bring me an object, one of the objects required for rock, paper, scissors, and straw. A nice little bottle of dust can be yours. I've heard you can buy rock, paper, scissors related items from that wandering merchant. Okay. Oh my god, Price is here? He just happens to be here? Shut up. Do I have to get all of them? Gotta help you if you've got to speak the name of the island to travel there with the powder. Honestly, tell me about it. I just need one? Okay. Oh my god, how long do I have to wait for Fleta to show up again? Ooh. Why is this one, like, grayed out? I don't know when she's back. Of course I'll misspell her name. Yeah, 3 p.m. I don't have one of the requirements. Own the title Unstoppable. Wow. Okay, I guess I'll do that later. When I can be bothered to. Alright, let's try music again, everyone. Let's do Midna's Lament. Yeah, see? The music's so quiet. Very quiet. Yeah, it is the saddest song. I love this song. Just a little bit too slow. And maybe this song, because I don't know what it sounds like, actually. Nope. You actually did it. I mean, thank you. I need to train Rab and the finer points of rock, paper, scissors. But why would you need fairy dust? That point from Emaka came to me for some about a few years ago, but you're the person to ask about its sense. She rummages around her pockets, which that appear to be far deeper. Then she pulls out a small bottle. There you go. I probably should also mention the fairy dust doesn't exactly grow on trees, so make sure you don't lose it. When you sprinkle a bit on yourself, it makes your body really light. So light and fact you'll be able to walk on the water. But keep in mind that the effect wears off quickly, so watch out for that. One sprinkling should last about 5 minutes, give or take. Anyway, are we done here? I think we're done here. Toodles. Okay. Now I just need to figure out where I need to cross. Hi, Rab. What a good boy he is. What a good boy. Okay. No, I'm sorry. I gotta pet the dog. I must pet you. There we go. Good boy. Good boy. Alright. Now we go. Back to E-Main. I don't know where exactly the island is, so I don't know where to start walking on water. Oh. Another quest done! You show Marlene and Paran the fairy dust you received from Fleta and tell them you found a way to reach the island in the lake. Wow, fairy dust? In here I thought you were just going to come back with a boat. You always find the most amazing solutions to problems. It's such a small amount, though. I worry a light breeze is all it would take to send it sailing away. What if a gust of wind were to blow right as you sprinkled the dust? So basically, when you sprinkle the dust on yourself, your body becomes really light? That sounds like exactly what we need, but it's obvious there's only enough to send one of us there and back. Right, there's not enough in the bottle to take us all to the island. I suppose you'll have to take the point on this one too, Militant. Marlene seems a bit downcast at the realization, which strikes you as unusual for her. To tell the truth, I feel ashamed. I promised Irwin I'd travel by your side and protect you from harm, but I'm never there to help you when you could have used it the most. I suppose even from the beginning it was plain as day. You're strong enough and skilled enough to be a one-person expeditionary force. For a royal guard like me, it's a privilege just to be a part of this. Miss Marlene? I know it's foolish of me to say this, but I keep wondering whether I deserve to be part of this expeditionary force. What are you talking about? This investigation needs you. I'm sure she feels the same way, right? You nod, clasping her hand in support. You really... A momentary smile, tinged with a fleeting sense of regret and a hint of bitterness, passes across Marlene's face. There are certain reasons I was chosen to participate in this expedition. Initially, someone far greater than myself was to join the expeditionary force for the sake of Her Majesty's support base, but the Pontiff's court and their supporters wouldn't hear of it, and because of that, instead of a proper knight, you got me instead. Though I suppose that ultimately it makes little difference one way or the other. Having the storied militant on our side was bound to tip the scales in our favor. The royal family just had to send the message that they were taking direct action to address a serious problem by dispatching an expeditionary force. Just for 1 second, forget about the politics and knightly honor and all that stuff. The truth is, I need you here, Miss Marlene. Paran, you're smart, you're cool, and you never give up. Sure, Ashi is a one-of-a-kind hero, but I look up to you, too, in a different way. Sure, you can be a little distant sometimes, and even scary when you get mad, but I've seen enough to know you have a good heart, Miss Marlene. So think about this, I'm the least qualified to be here out of all of us, but even I was somehow able to read the book, open one of the cryptexts, and find the symbols, and you've done a lot more than me. My point is, if even one of us weren't part of this team, we wouldn't have come this far. Would we, Miss Marlene? We're all important here. Ashi, me, and especially you. Pran smiles warmly as he takes both your and Marlene's hands in his. Thank you, Pran. All this time I thought I had been assigned to the expeditionary force simply due to a fluke, an acceptable choice that both factions could agree upon, and one least likely to inflame the tensions within the nobility. But even if that is partially true, I see now that it may not have been the entire reason. Thank you both for accepting me and for lifting me up when I was discouraged by such thoughts. You have my word I'll set aside any misgivings and focus on resolving the matter at hand. And is that all? Just a simple thank you? How about we treat ourselves to a nice meal over at the restaurant while Ashi goes to investigate the island? Ow! Marlene lightly thwops Paran in the back of the head. Paran, you've got the constitution of a marshmallow and whinge about nearly every hardship we face. You said yourself you don't want to be a burden to the expedition, right? I think some basic training is in order. We can start with some squats, push-ups, and crunches while the militant is out investigating the island. Looks like part of my mission is to toughen you up so you feel more like a contributing member of this team. Eep, please be sure to come back soon, Ashi, preferably before the push-ups. Literally rip Paran. Militant, you said the fairy's dust effect doesn't last long, right? In that case, it would be best to use it on the shore of the lake nearest to where the island is. We'll be waiting for you there. Please be careful. Go to the area closest to the island and use the fairy dust. Yeah, I don't know where that is, besties. Okay. Okay. I see it. I see. I really wish you could fly in Emain. I really do. I hate this place, loves. I hate it. Map? Thank you. Oh, is that the island right there? Alright. Let's use some of this fairy dust. I'm literally touching the water's edge. What? How could I be closer to the water? Dun dun dun. Slimes! Literally! Slimes are like the most powerful thing in this game. It's a nightmare? Oh no. I'm sorry. I don't know if it's an offering circle because it's blue, not white. And it's not doing what the other ones do. Yeah, but it was always blue. And it's not doing what the other ones do, which is like, it tells you how many more you have to do before you can continue on. But I'll try to kill them in the circle anyway. Yeah, there is a barrier counter, but I don't know if that has anything to do with killing them inside the circle or not. You strike with your full might, and the monolith shatters in a rain of pulverized stone. As before, you search through the rubble and find a cylindrical cryotex. But as the same with the times before, you begin to feel the onrush of dizziness and hear a voice echoing from one side of your head. Let's just desummon her before this. One is turned away from hypocrisy. One has a father blind with greed. One draws in vain's vanity. The Prime Minister's avarice can only be kindled. Child of foremost humans who said humans could take it. When all this is consumed by fire, only misunderstanding and grief will yet linger. But the one who has cast down the ancient gatekeeper shall appear, and all through them shall be saved. What was that just now? Whose voices keep speaking into your mind? You feel the echo fade as it has before, and soon your sense of balance returns. Now you need to cross the lake once again to tell Marley and Paran of your success in destroying the third monolith before the fairy's dust effect wears off. Seek out the next destination. They said they would meet me here. They literally were like, we'll meet you there. Damn. Talk about a light show. Okay. You should tell them what happened on the island. Ashi, are you alright? You don't look so good. What happened on the island? I wish there was more I could do to help you. At least then you wouldn't have to suffer so much alone. We've only found 3 of the monoliths so far, but every time it seems like we wind up in a situation where you have to destroy it without any help, Ashi. It seems awfully strange to me, but perhaps I'm overthinking it. You're not the only one who's taken notice of the strangeness of our circumstances. In fact, there's a great deal about this whole endeavor I find puzzling. Why would the Formers decide to resurrect their old king in the first place? At any rate, I'm glad you returned to us safely, Militant. The monolith's defenses didn't give you any trouble, did they? You shake your head, handing over the third evil-eyed cryptex. That's Ashi for you, always coming through. Now just give me a minute to figure out the puzzle. He fiddles with it, turning each symbol of rings forward and back as he tries to find the proper combination that will open it. There ought to be another one of those slips of parchment inside that tells us where to find the next symbol, right? Aha, there we go. Do you see that? That's another thing that makes no sense. To me, these things appear to be an ancient metallic cylinders with odd engravings on them. Curios fit for an antique shop, perhaps. But watching Paran fiddle with them, they resemble nothing so much as brain teasers for children. Ahem? Who are you calling a child, Miss Marlede? I'll have you know I'm an adult too, but if this is some sort of brain teaser, it's not a very good one. It only took me a couple minutes to solve it. Ahem. Paran forgets his brief bout of pouting, clears his throat, and reads from the slip of parchment he pulled from the open cryptex. Smiles and laughter fill one half of a world clean split in twain, but lingering in its other half are sorrow, grief, and pain. The gesture's mocking laughter echoes vainly across the prison of guards. The fourth symbol shall be carved upon the despair of the bard who sang of tragedies. Yeah, this poor guy, honestly. So the whole, two halves of it is reminding me of Tir Canal, because in Tir na Nog, there's, well, not Tir na Nog, but, in the other world, there's the mirrored Tir na Nog. But the bard thing is making me think of Abni. Despair of the bard who sang of tragedies. The prison of the gods. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind for this one, Militant. For the previous riddles, I at least had a solid guess put forth, but not this time. Golly, can you actually imprison a god? And even if you could, what kind of place would be able to hold it? And while we're on the subject, just who would be going around capturing gods and imprisoning them? I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna look. I took a guess. I had a guess in my head. And a scene beyond the veil, right? No. Avon! Okay. Haven't I done the Avon, gents? Is Avon Shakespeare? Oh. You tell them this clue definitely points to Avon, where pages of place scripts are shattered over placid waters like autumn leaves. It seems like this is the first time Paran and Marlene have heard of it. Huh? Avon? Yes, Avon! Brilliant! Where is that, by the way? They both seem puzzled by your answer, and you end up second-guessing yourself. Take a little time to think about it, then speak with them again. Are you talking about the city that appears in many of the old tales? I remember Arzelia talking about it a long time ago. From what I remember, not much is left of that lost city. The ruined stone columns north of Tircanal are supposedly some of the few remaining traces of that place. You're not suggesting the city of Avon actually exists, are you? The militant is a hero who can go anywhere and do just about anything. If Ashi says so, I wouldn't doubt that it does exist. Does this mean I get to go visit the prison of the gods? You explained that, unfortunately, only you can travel to Avon. Aw, I guess it's not somewhere we can go to then. Or walk to, he said. Paran, even if you could walk to it, I doubt you managed to find the place alone. In fact, I'd wager 20 gold you'd get lost somewhere along the way. That's not true. I know I'd be able to get there. I mean, sure, it might take me a little longer than most. Yes, that's what the rest of us call having no sense of direction. At any rate, based on what you've told us, Militant, it seems that the city of Avon cannot be reached by ordinary means. See, it really does feel like every time we find another symbol, events conspire to get Ashi alone. Did the Formors really set it up that way? That concerns me as well. What is the significance of these locations to the Formors, and how did they know to place their symbols in each of these particular places? Alright, here's our plan. Militant, while you venture to Avon and destroy the monolith there, I will return to Wrath Royal Castle and meet with Her Majesty Erwin. She'll no doubt be pleased to know that our mission is proceeding smoothly, and that we've already destroyed 3 of the Formorian monoliths. Paran, you're with me. Oh, you want me to come too? I thought I'd just wait here so that Ashi wouldn't be alone upon returning from Avon. I wouldn't feel comfortable leaving you alone here. It reminds me of the time when I first met Erwin. My apologies, I didn't mean to say that. Ooh! But you're coming with me, and that's that. Aw, don't I get a say in the matter? No, you don't. Now stop whining and come with me. Militant will head to Tara, and after that, head to the entrance to Tech Duinn, where we'll continue to investigate while you awaiting your return. Come back as soon as you finish your business, and be safe out there. Another quest done, and another technique learned. I am really, really chugging through. Let's see how far we're in now. I'm excited. Did we finish with that? Avon, the broken prison gate is where we are. So we've done this many just today. That's amazing. We're gonna keep going. If you have the prereqs for that, I should equip it. Oh, fuck! We're missing something! There was little else to be done. Time to act now. It felt to me to find the other officers. I was able to set things in motion between. We must stop them. Kathleen, do you think them capable of passing your test? The memory that only those who command the power of Brio may overcome. Haha, I was told that even among the generals. That may be the case, but I find it prudent to be most diligent in matters of defense. Haha, I leave the details to your discretion then. It seems it's true what they say, that all you do for whoever's sake. You're an interesting one to watch, regardless of where your allegiance lies. Well, we missed half of that. We missed half of that. I hope it wasn't important. Which one did I just get? Vital Surge? This is the one I should equip? Is that how I equip it? I just put it in here? And then save it? Instantly recovers HP to full, adds 100 to... Wow. That's amazing. That is a good panic button. That's like Mipha's blessing. Wow. Well, I want to level that up a lot. Do I have to press it for it to trigger, or does it just automatically trigger? Manual trigger only. That sucks a lot. But that's fine. Alright, I'm guessing I'm going to Avon. There's another one, but I don't remember when that one shows up. Well, probably in G22 sometime. Before you can open your mouth to question Marlowe regarding the whereabouts of the monolith, he reaches out and grabs your wrist with a vice-like grip. Can you feel it? The time is right to bring this long journey to an end, for that ship of endless voyages to at last reach its harbor. I know why you've come, Ashi. 'Tis no surprise, really. Indeed, from the moment you made your choice and the future you brought about began to unfold, I foresaw that a time like this would come to pass. Marlowe's demeanor strikes you as a bit strange. I can do naught but to deliver a message through this empty vessel, wondering what you shall become in time. But I am not the only watcher. There are others who have long observed your progress, as one might keenly follow the lead actor as he struts and frets his hour upon the stage. Though I myself have exited the stage without regret, I wait with bated breath to see how you overcome the storm that even now gathers on the horizon. Marlowe gazes at your face with a gentle expression, then turns and glances over his right shoulder, his next words hushed. The gesture's smirking face is masked in shadow, a cut across the cheek dark enough to conjure death. With those cryptic words, Marlowe pauses, as though he has suddenly lost the will to speak, then turns his gaze away with a hollow look in his eyes. Nice talk. I guess I gotta find this one on my own. How did they get in there? How are they in there? Okay. Um... I don't see it anywhere. This place looks bigger on the map than it is. You just have to stumble into the right place. Do you know where that right place is? These tiny trees? Or these tiny trees? Wait, a strange energies. It said something about a strange energy. It said something about a strange energy. What do I do now? I did! I walked around here dismounted as well. Yes, I did. Ooh, okay. Da-da-da. Congratulations are in order, Ashi. You found the foreboding monolith that has darkened these grounds. I watched as they constructed it with the help of the Foremoors. 'Twas a cruel and terrifying scene. Bereft of any noble hope, they chanted sharp and guttural in the throes of some unholy ritual. They sacrificed their own kind to pour out an offering of blood. You hope to topple the blighted monolith? I fear it will be difficult to destroy it with any direct method a man might devise. I have to life drain? Is that why they've messed up my hotkeys? And they've given me this. Okay. Why did I not intervene to stop them, you ask? Haha, fair question indeed, Ashi, to which I can only offer this answer. What audience in the grip of so pivotal a scene would interrupt such a fevered performance on so magnificent a stage? And with equal interest shall I continue to observe your journey. My curiosity is piqued as to how the future you've chosen shall unfold. Marlowe grows quiet once more, a mysterious smile playing upon his lips. It sounds like another struggle awaits you before you can bring this monolith crashing down. Where's life drain? Oh. Oh. The energy sustaining the monolith disappears in an instant as the carven sigil of the evil eye fades. The dizziness you felt after the destruction of each monolith returns to you once more, sending waves of pain shooting through your head. From the rift torn asunder, the two gods will fall into discord, laying the foundation for all that is to come. The stranger who for the first time sets foot upon this land will lament at the sight as all around them fades away. The warm hands that offered successor will fester with plague, and the veil of darkness shall be cast over the future. That despair, that sadness, that lamentation shall redirect the flow of history toward the path correct and true. There shall be no further failures. True paradise, the illusory ideal, will be at last made. Your vision slowly but surely returns to normal. You see the sheen of another of the now familiar metallic cylinders poking through the remains of the shattered monolith. You reach out and lay hold of it, trying to stave off the pain forking through your skull. Okay, I hope you sleep well. Thank you so much for hanging out. And I'm sorry that Twitch has eaten all your battery. Of course, of course. I love to give my narration. I hope you have a good night. Sleep well. The voice you hear every time you destroy a monolith. Whose voice is it? Talk to Marlowe. I don't even want to. He just sat there and let the people do the thing. Marlowe! How does it feel to be ever surrounded by admirers, the center of attention? Does it make you glad? Do you view your accomplishments with pride, or do you feel rather that you are at all times mere steps away from being swallowed up by your own glory? 'Tis an awkward feeling, is it not? Day after day in Erin, you grow stronger, as if this whole world were made just for you. No sooner is one crisis averted than another arises. One challenge is met only for a new hardship to bear down upon thee. It seems more than passing strange. Even blessed by the goddess's guidance, you must surely have realized that the gods are not always good. Perhaps all of this has come to pass because you have come here, as a stopped watch, oiled and wound, began to tick the hours once more. Forgive me, for I can say no more than this. Please be wary, Ashi. Beware the ones who brought the Formors to fashion their idol. Beware those who stand behind them, at whose behest they have gone out. Beware most of all the ones whose grand design this is. Marlowe's lips grow still, and he says nothing more. You should take this new cryptex to Puron, so he can discover where the next monolith lies hidden. Rejoin your friends from the Expeditionary Force at the entrance to Duinn. Another quest done. Okay. Oh, they're not down here? Bestie, where are they? Near the opening that leads down to the chamber containing the portal to Duinn are several soldiers from the Kingdom of Aliage. They appear to be additional troops sent by Queen Erwin to guard this location. All clear. Ah, you must be the militant. Marlete is down below. I don't know how much you can say about it, but some ghastly rumors have been going around that the people who were kidnapped were sacrificed in some sort of horrific ritual. Another soldier elbows the soldier you're speaking with before they can continue. Never mind all that. Please, just head all down. Seems the news about the possible revival of Battlelore has spread among the soldiers stationed here. Alright, hold on. I might have to switch my ears, because this set of ears is dying. Let's see if it kills the sound to Mabinogi when I switch. Okay. It says it's connected. I don't hear anything. Do you guys hear anything? Okay. Well, time to restart my game really quick. Are you okay, my love?
Yep.
Oh, feel better.
I'm fine. I'm just choking on stuff.
He's just choking, everyone. There we go. Alright, we're back. Ashi, I'm so glad you made it back safely. When it seemed like a little too long had passed, we started worrying that something might have happened to you. We started worrying something may have happened to you. You do look rather exhausted, but it's a relief you didn't sustain any serious injuries. Did you find another one of those cylinders? You nod and hand the newest crytex to Pyron. Thank you, Ashi. I know how hard you must have fought to get this, so it's my turn to give it my very best. Ooh, that bow is so pretty. What bow is that? It's gorgeous. Pran takes the cold crytex from you and turns it over in his hands, twisting each of the rings back and forth several times, making adjustments until, with a click, some unseen latch is released and it opens. I think I'm getting better at this every time. Now let's see where the clue points us to this time, shall we? He unrolls the slip of parchment that was locked inside the crytex and begins to read from it. The faintest traces yet remain of that den of ruthless pirates, where mermaid song would fill the air, ne'er to know the quiet. So was the isle that dreamt of a harmony impossible, a union of two races fated never their peace to make. Who is the messenger spreading the truth disguised as children tales? The fifth symbol lies hidden in the land where deceit and vain hope keep their eternal slumber. Huh. Somewhere beachy that has to do with the elves and the giants? Beach and area? Mermaids and pirates, is it? No harmony between two races ever at each other's throats. An island? Then the next location must be... Let's look it up. Belfast. Okay, if you say so. It looks like we're in agreement once again, Militant. Because of how the clue was phrased, Iria was the first location to come to mind, but considering the part about pirates and mermaids, I concluded it must be Belfast. So when it speaks of the two races fated to never make peace, it's referring to humans and Formors then. Because if that's true, I suppose it'd be the first time I've been in strong agreement with anything the Formors have written. We could never, would never be at peace with a race that sacrifices humans to resurrect their king. They're a little better than beasts. Paran. Well, I suppose our next destination is settled then. Oh, I wanted to tell you, while Miss Marlene and I were in Tara, we checked to see if anyone else had been kidnapped and whether Suellen had unearthed any new information. According to Her Majesty, there have been no new reports of any missing followers of Himmerarch since our expeditionary force launched its investigation. Finally, some good news. With everything we've seen, we could sure use a little of that, right? And what's more, I even got to see my brothers and sisters briefly while you were off in Ava and Ashi. That's cute. I'm glad. I'd heard that the road from Sinmag Plains to Tara would take us near one of the Order of Himmerarch's hiding places, so we decided to stop by and check on them. Bran looked so happy to see all his younger siblings. It was sad to see them holed up there in hiding in fear for their lives, when they should be free to run and play outside. I hate it too, but it's still too dangerous for them to return to their normal lives. Beyond that, the youngest has always been a bit frail of constitution, I'm afraid. Her Majesty was troubled to hear of their circumstances and promised to send wagons filled with provisions for Paran's family and the rest of the followers of the Order of Himmerarch. I'm just thankful they're all safe. I'm not so obtuse that I don't know what's going on. I can hear the whispers as well as anyone. People are saying that the Royal Regiment is looking to court the Order of Himmerarch as the new base of support for Queen Erin. Paran, but honestly, that's alright with me. Before now, a minor fic like ours has never merited attention from anyone in a high position. Certainly not the Queen herself. It was the same for the Order of Jemmadarch, which I imagine is why most of its members left for Konachia a long time ago. Me, I just feel incredibly fortunate that those in power reached out to us and lent us aid before it came to that. And even in the middle of such suffering, I've met wonderful people like the two of you. I hope that after all this is over and we've done what we set out to do, we can still be friends. I pray that's Himmerarch's will has in store for us. Anyway, shall we head to Belvast? As you see Paran's face light up with this warm, genuine smile, you feel like you're able to forget your worries, if only for a moment. Okay, let's go to Belvast. Marlene stares into the distance, deep in thought. Even though you're standing quite close to her, she doesn't seem to notice you're there. Ah, there you are. Sorry, I was just pondering where in Belvast we ought to search first. Marlene's long braids swayed slightly, rustled by a light wind blowing in from the sea. Ask someone familiar in the area. Belvast is far too large for you to investigate thoroughly. You're better served by asking someone for information like you did in Eamon Maka. The question is, who should you ask? Skaithach or Owen? I don't think we can ask Skaithach. Isn't that the fucking queen? The witch that's in the cave? She's chill. Grumpy but chill. I mean, doesn't her followers kill me on a daily basis? Aren't they all Formor? Like, Skaith... Oh, hold on. Aren't they... I thought they were all our enemies. I thought that we've been at war and stuff. Isn't she, like, queen of, like, the little area, and she has, like, followers and stuff, and she's just cursed? And Owen is just a ship boy, isn't he? He's the admiral and ruler of Belvast. Well, if Skaithach is, like, really not a bad person, then we should ask her. You suggest asking Skathatch for information about any suspicious symbols she might have heard of recently. Skathatch? Who's that? Are you talking about that strange witch, Militant? I heard she's not in her right mind. Were it not for Admiral Owen's ties to that witch, I'd count him a man without fault. It would be a waste of our time to ask wisdom of a woman who has taken leave of her senses. I believe a better place to start would be inquiring with Admiral Owen. Let's head to the Admiral's residence. I'm sure he'll be able to provide some information that will prove useful. She's literally like, no. Anyway. There's more G quests out after this one, right? Okay. His silver hair is cropped and combed with authoritative precision. Though his skin appears fine and pale, and he is impeccably dressed, you cannot help but notice the subtle signs of aging on his face. There is a hint of longing in his eyes as he gazes out over the sea. Well, if it isn't Ashi, long time no see, friend. What brings you to my home today? I've heard you were elected to lead this recent Royal Expeditionary Force. Are we to assume you're here on official business? The Admiral has a lot on his place right now. I'd appreciate it if you kept it brief. Come now, Shayla, don't be like that. They've barely walked through the door and you're ready to push them back out. I have enough time to listen to our guests. And if Queen Erwin is overseeing this investigation, I feel obligated to do my utmost to help her, as a loyal servant of the Royal House. Admiral Owen's gray eyes gaze at you as he continues, his voice calm and confident. I've heard you've been a faithful servant to the Queen, and I'm glad she can count one so stalwart among her allies. So then, what brings you here? If you've come all this way, I presume it's no trivial matter. You asked if he's heard any stories or rumors about a suspicious stone monolith in Belvast. A monolith around here? I'm afraid nothing comes to mind. Is that what your expeditionary force has been searching for? I heard you were investigating the disappearance of those people from the Order of Himmerarch. Whatever this is, it must be related somehow. What does this monolith look like? A pillar? Some sort of statue? I can't recall anything noteworthy that might fit any description I can think of. They must have some sort of property, though, for you to seek them out. Admiral Owen brushes his hand through his silvery hair and continues. I'm sorry I can't be more a help to your expedition. I'll make sure to keep you informed if I hear anything pertaining to this monolith you're looking for. Shall I dispatch an owl to Ashi if you receive any information that might be related to this matter? As you wish, Admiral Owen. Excellent. Ashi will be the first to know if I find anything, but just in case, Admiral Owen leans in towards you, his voice lowered to barely a whisper. I will ask her next time I see her. She knows everything about what happens out there. Haha, there you go, staring daggers at me again, Shyla. My desire is to aid the Queen in whatever way I can. With all due respect, sir, that sounds like an incredibly threadbare excuse, but fine. Now, however, we need to be getting on with today's itinerary. You catch Shyla glancing at you. It seems they really do have a packed schedule today and can't spare much more time on this matter. Fine. Ashi, it was good to see you, however, briefly. Please send the Queen my regards the next time you see her. Just as you begin to feel a mite sulky that they didn't have any good leads to investigate, Shyla stops you. Militant, I'm not sure whether this is related to what you three are looking for, but there's a strange rumor that's been spreading recently among the children of Belvast. I don't know all the details or when it started making the rounds, but some of the local residents told me a stranger has been wandering around speaking to the town's children. Exactly what this purported wanderer talks to them about, you'd have to ask the children themselves. There's also the possibility that this wanderer is just a rumor spread by the children to get attention. Certainly it's not beyond the realm of possibility, children being as they are. I'm not sure it's related to what you're looking for, but it's the only thing out of the ordinary you can think of happening in Belvast right now. Anyway, take care and best luck on your mission. Stranger spinning rumors to children, that reminds you of a line from the riddle Paran pulled from the most recent Cribe text. Return to the Belvast garden and talk with Paran and Marlene. So I want to tell you guys something. I have literally never in my entire life been up here. I've never seen this garden. I don't think I've ever seen this admiral. I don't think I've seen that. I've never seen any of this. This is all brand new to me. What do you mean you were right when it comes to Skathatch? What are you talking about? Yeah, I figured out that her was Skathatch because of what Marlene said earlier about, like, he would have no flaws if not for his company with her. Am I fucking stuck? Did I go the wrong way? I think I went a level too low. It's the main intro for Owen. Okay. If you say so. She does know shit. I agree. That's why I was like, yeah, I'll talk to her. I felt like she'd know, but Marlene wasn't having it. Upon returning to the garden, you see a familiar face. Ah, well met, Militant. I didn't think our paths would cross again so soon. I presume the investigation continues apace? It sure was a surprise to find him here in Belfast. Miss Marlene and I were talking with some people near the pub, when who should I see walking towards us but Vane? Oh yes, what an unexpected delight. The dripping sarcasm leaves no room for doubt where Marlene stands regarding Vane's trustworthiness. You were able to speak with Admiral Owen, right? Has he heard of anything odd happening in the area lately? There was a rumor going around. Shiloh let you on some local information before you left the Admiral's residence. As it so happens, there's a strange rumor going around among the town's children. You tell the others about it. A strange rumor, you say? Wait a minute, wasn't there something like that written in the last riddle? Hold on, I've got it right here. It says, and I quote, "Who is the messenger, spreading the truth disguised as children's tales?" It seems a minor thing, and it may turn out to be nothing at all, but given the information you received in the wording of the riddle, I feel we would be remiss to not investigate it. It's the only lead we've got so far, and it may lead us to what we're searching for. Vane, you were talking with the children near the lighthouse, weren't you? I want you to tell me what you're doing here in Belfast. I don't like that we keep running into you out-of-the-way places when you have nothing to do with the expedition. There's no way it could be a mere coincidence. Whoa, Miss Marlene, don't you think that's a bit much? Vane, she didn't mean that in a bad way. Are you serious? Of course I meant it in a bad way. Everything about you is suspicious, Vane. This is starting to get serious. You should probably intervene. As Marlene said, it seems unlikely to be a mere coincidence that you've run into Vane again so soon. You asked Vane while he's come to Belfast. Ach, not you too, Ashi. I'm really sorry, Vane, but would you mind telling us what brings you here to Belfast? I'm sure it's just a strange coincidence, right? Please, there's no need to be hostile. I was actually about to explain the purpose for my visit, though I admit I'm somewhat disappointed you would find me suspect as well, Militant. Vane closes his eyes and sighs. He continues on in his slow, easygoing tone. After we parted ways, I continued my search for my subordinate and you, lad. During my search, I heard news of his whereabouts stating that he was last seen in Belfast, and so I boarded the next merchant vessel and headed for the port. It appears the time I took to cultivate connections across the mainland paid off. At the very least, my search has reassured me that wherever my missing subordinate is, he has not fallen victim to the abductions that have targeted so many believers of Himmerarch. That's a relief. Then he's safe? It appears so, though I have yet to find him. I would be ashamed to call him my subordinate if he had been unable to fend off a band of brigands. They say you can judge the leader of a mercenary band by the quality of those who serve under him. Good soldiers gather under the banner of a good leader. Is that how things are in mercenary corps? Miss Marlene, you fought with a band of mercenaries before you served the royal court, right? Oh, how unexpected. I thought you were a royal archer raised on the king's bread, far from the unpleasant realities of the world. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response. In summary, I've come to gather information from the last location my valued subordinate was seen. That is my purpose here. In truth, this is something of a homecoming for me. I hail from this land originally. Of course, I left a long time ago and have seldom visited these shores since. Vane closes his eyes, recalling times long past. Slowly he opens them again, returning to the present. I'd received word that my subordinate was seen talking with the children here. He's been accused of having a rather dour look to him, but I've always known him to be quite kind to children. So when I saw a group of children playing outside, it seemed a perfect opportunity to ask them if they had seen anyone matching his description. Just after I ran into the two of you as you were leaving the tavern, and now here we are. Oh, I guess the kids weren't able to help you find your missing subordinate, then? Children can be rather wearying, their minds always turning in circles. Unfortunately, they had no conclusive info of the sort I could act on. The main focus of their chatter was some strange apparition that supposedly haunts the graveyard in the middle of the night. What in the world are children doing hanging around graveyards after dark? My initial impression is that they're just trying to see whether they can put one over on a grown man, but I figure there's little harm in checking it out. 'Tis not so uncommon for a rumor to have sprouted from a kernel of truth. spreading the truth disguised as children's tales. Marlene whispers just audibly enough for you and Paran to hear. Why don't we join him in his night vigil, Militant? You want to go with Vane? What if it turns out to be a bust? That the kids just made it up to see who they could fool? Honestly, I'd just as soon not go. Certainly I'll take no pleasure, but the fact is Vane's subordinate is a follower of Himmerarch, and so his disappearance follows under the original purview of this expeditionary force's mission. I feel we ought to go with him just in case. Well, I suppose that's that, then. I am curious what that passage from our latest parchment could mean. It seems we'll be paying a visit to the graveyard tonight, Ashi. Search the Belvast graveyard at night. And it is early morning now. Oh my god. It is like the earliest of mornings. Okay, you know what we can do? We could do some of that streamer words things, you know? You guys know what I'm talking about? Let me get to the graveyard first. Let's do some of that while we're waiting. Because we're literally gonna have to wait, like, all day. Okay, no, this is not the way, apparently. Okay, no. There we go. Okay, we're at the graveyard. I have been here before in missions. So, let us get a window that is tiny so that we can keep track of Mabinogi time in the bottom there. Let's pull it a little more up so we can see it. Okay, how do I do this? How do I get it to work? Okay, are you guys ready? I don't think that's one. Close! That's good. Here. So we won't have two music. All I can see is koi, but it's not. Oh, closely! That's a good one. Hold on. I'll do it like this. Cell. That's a good one. Is that a word? Oh, you already did that. Well, we did our best, Joel. Let's try again. We're playing this this words on stream game when we wait for it to become nighttime. No, you didn't ruin it. You did. You didn't ruin it at all. But that is really funny that you thought. Oh god. So just type in any words that you can see within the letters. Fuck, I misspelled it. Yeah, comb's a good one. I really can't find anything else, besties. Ooh, look at you guys go! There we go. We're a letter off of, well, we're 2 letters off of Bitcoin. Is this a word? I mean, I was hoping. Oh, you're so smart. Oh, but there's only one E. Fuck. But that'll become helpful because in later levels they have like they have like hidden letters and like fake letters. So it'll be important in the next one. Fuck. Yeah, that's it. What else could be? Oh, well, I guess this. Sing, sign, yeah. Just one more, oh my gosh. Yes, look at us. Look at us go. Ooh, I'm sorry, Vex. Guess that again, Iffy. Sometimes it, like, locks you after you do a word. And it won't let you do it until you're unlocked, if that makes any sense. It's in perfect order for garbage now. Ooh, rage, that's a good one. Beggar, that's a really good one. You stealing? You got in. Completely dirty. Whoa, you found that fast. Ruffle, oh, that's such a good one. Loot's a good one too. I don't think that's a word, but... Woohoo! We got there! Oh, there was no A. So there's a fake letter. One of these letters isn't actually there. So maybe it's Z. Maybe Z is the fake letter. Okay, this isn't a word, but it's a proper noun, so I'm gonna guess it anyway. Yep, Z was the fake letter. I keep finding small words. You know? Words that are too tiny. Ooh, cope is a good one. Alright, we'll try again. Wow, that's amazing. I can just see rug and toy and that's it. And rut. Turgy? Gouty? Oh my god, I can't believe that's a word. A big gouty. Jesus, how many eyes can you fit in one thing? Civilian. Oops, I gotta wait. We just all want Kane to work. Nice. I thought I'd try to. Couldn't hurt. It is nighttime though, so should I go back to the game? Listen, it sounded very reasonable. Is it nighttime enough? Do you think? The quest isn't even here. It's where? It's down here. Okay. Oh, I was trying to walk down not stairs. After 8 p.m. Oh, you're here. The others will soon follow, I presume. It seems you've yet to tell the others of the power you've gained. Vane's face bears the hints of a mysterious smile. Do you fear them? What they would say? Do you wonder whether they'll think you more a monster than they already believe you to be? I take a different view of things. To accomplish any deed requires a certain amount of power, with great deeds necessitating greater might. Once mastered, that power can help you live a better life, or even change the world. And you, my friend, meet the requirements for that power. You are deserving of it. Vane watches you for some time, then turns his gaze skyward. The children mentioned seeing this thing in the graveyard at night, whatever it is. It is not yet the proper hour. We need to wait until it's darker first. You should talk to Vane after dark. Okay. In a few seconds, then. The others will soon follow. It seems okay. Whatever it was the children think they saw, our timing is right, but whether it will show, I cannot say. Let us find out what we're dealing with then. I'm not so sure about all this. Do you really think those children were telling the truth? Well, what else can we do? It's not like we have any better leads to follow up on. Miss Marlene, you seem different from usual. Oh, are you shivering? I guess it's not surprising, what with the cold breeze blowing up from the sea. What are you talking about? I'm no different than I always am. The air is heavy, as though at any moment a dread spectre will burst forth from the earth with a ghastly wail. Aha, so even royal knights, royal guards harbor fear of ghosts, do they? But were you just trying to... Of course I'm not! Why would I cower in fear of something so absurd? Wow, afraid of ghosts? I never would have known, Miss Marlene. You should have told me sooner, but don't worry, I'll take the lead. Huh? That's a ghost? Really? Is that really a ghost? Ashi, you saw it too, didn't you? Everyone, let's just calm down. How can we be calm when there are ghosts just walking about? Was it real? Oh no, what if it can hear us? Wait, is it holding something? Oh no, what's happening now? Oh boy, what should I do? I didn't think ghosts actually existed. Come on, Miss Marlene, you're supposed to be braver than me. Huh? That's one of the monoliths, isn't it? But the ghost is somewhere over there. I think our best course of action is to leave them here and inspect the thing ourselves. What do you say, Militon? Vane sighs and gazes towards the floating monolith. I can see something in the middle of the monolith's face. I may be mistaken, but it seems to be a keystone. We have to give it a closer look. I'll go with you. I'm fine now, I swear it. I have my doubts about that. Ashi, I'll stay here with you. You should examine it, then let us know if you find anything strange. Well, stranger than usual, anyway. Pran turns his head, whispering to you so Marlene cannot hear him. For now, you'll have to rely on Vane to guard them while you check on the monolith. Wow. things are cute. I would love a finny gem of them. Well, now you're dead, so... It's a ghost from before. Ah, it's the ghost again. Is he trying to guard the monolith? Ghostly guardian. That's a ridiculous notion. But it has something to do with the monolith. Of that much I'm sure. Fine. If speaking with that ghost is what I must do, then you'll what? Wobble up to it on those trembling legs of yours? Just stay here and keep quiet. Miss Marlee, just stay here with me in vain. Your heart may be in the right place, but your face is white as a sheet. Well... she's not wrong. That ghost may very well be connected to the monolith in some way. I'm not sure how one speaks with a ghost, but you'll have to communicate with it somehow. You hear the female ghost incessantly muttering words you can't quite make out. You should find a way to get her attention. Using the shining shard? What the fuck are you talking about? What's the shining shard? Does anyone know what the shining shard is? Oh, use a shining shard dropped from one of the monsters. Something fell near my feet. Okay. Ghost is looking at the light. I only keep this key. Ooh, does she have the key we need? She looked at my light, but now she can't see anything. Ah, sorry. Oops. That light just now. Do you hope to destroy the evil stone? Oh dear, now she's talking. It looks like a young girl now, and she seems like she has something to say. People with black robes came here and left this thing. I could feel something was bad about it, so I hid it. But suddenly everything went dark. Painful memories came flooding back. But thanks to you, I could wake from the nightmare. But I don't have any energy to appear like this for much longer. Hiding the stone, it took too much from me. I will give you the key, but I ask that you please do me a favor. Don't worry, it's a simple request. Her voice begins to fade as she speaks. Please deliver a message to my brother that Aaron's is fine now. Tell him to be free of the memories of pain, that sorrow. Tell him thank you, that I'm sorry, and that I really miss him. There's so much more I wish I could say, but not enough time to say it, alas. Thank you for your help. When you see my brother, please give him my message. And do be careful with that key. Someone has locked away awful, painful memories within. To exploit the dead instead of honoring their memory of their lives, whoever's behind this is a real piece of work. Should I get the key first? Doesn't look like I'll be able to pick it up. Your fingers are numb. Strange force seems to push your hand away. Ouch. What? Fane makes no attempt to hide his aversion to the monolith. This is surely one of the symbols meant to revive the foremost king, as was written in the Revelations of the Black Moon. It sickens me, depriving even the dead of their final rest. How dare they make such a mockery of the deceased? That was a ghost, and it seems to have left something for us before it disappeared. Paran looks towards the shiny object on the ground, wondering whether he ought to simply get it himself. Paran, get back over here. We can't afford to drop our guard around these evil things. You do realize he won't hear you if you don't raise your voice a little. But you wouldn't happen to have a deep-seated fear of ghosts you're in denial about, would you now? Of course not. Oh, it's a key. What need would a ghost have for something like this? Pran looks at the key laying in the grass, then at the monolith, then at the key, then back and forth until a light seems to flicker on in his mind. There's this odd slot in the front of the monolith, and if I didn't know better, I'd say it's shaped just like a keyhole. What if the key the ghost dropped was a perfect fit with the keyhole on the monolith? Shockingly brilliant, I know. We all already knew this. Mabinogi, you really don't have to spell things out like this for me. Like, literally, sometimes Mabinogi will tell me nothing. Will just leave, like, a huge gap in my knowledge. And be like, here, work it out with the half detail that I gave you. And then other times they're like, we're gonna hold your hand and explain everything in excruciating detail. And I'm like, can you just, like, pick a side? Honestly, I'd rather not have to scrounge on the wiki at 3 a.m. trying to figure out what someone said to me in a quest, how it relates to their backstory. I would rather things be a little more explicit, but not this explicit. Like, Jesus Christ. Can we just... Paran flashes a broad smile, reaching for the key on the ground. Paran, wait, we don't know if it's safe to... You suddenly hear an energy spark and crackle around the key. What the? Paran! As you turn towards him, you see Paran crumple to the ground. Paran, no! You've got to wake up! I did think it odd that the ghost would relinquish it so easily. Some sort of hex lies upon the key, absorbing the life energy of those who try to touch it. His pulse is still steady, thankfully, but his breathing is growing more erratic. No. Come on, Paran. Don't you give up now. Paran's breath seems pain now. As you looked on, his body begins to break into a cold sweat. If nothing is done, it may prove fatal. He'll be drained of his life. Grab the key. Wait, Militant, if something happens to you, then... There's no time to deliberate. You decide to pick up the key very quickly. I see in the end since you are here, can not. You hear Vane speaking as you stride past, but you're not focused on that right now. The antique key lies on the grass The graveyard, the light glinting off of its smooth, worn surface. There seems to be a potent hex on the key to prevent it from being brought near to the monolith. What will you do? Reach for the key. As soon as your hand nears the key, an icy sensation arcs from the key to your fingertips, spreading across your entire body. You find yourself reliving someone's memory. The hardwood floor is very old and squeaks under even the slightest footfalls. A light devoid of warmth filters in through dust-smudged windows. A sensation of helplessness and despair washes over you from head to toe. This must be what the owner of the memory felt. A young boy, his body gaunt and frail, is lying on the ground. Everyone, run away. It's so hot. Please, no. Ah! It seems as though he was having a terrible nightmare. He struggles to his feet, then collapses again. Ah, my ear! I won't forgive you. My ear. The pain. How long have I been passed out here? Why must this mansion be so needlessly large? I managed to untie the rope and free myself, but I have to go. If I'm caught again, that's it for me. Those bastards. As you look closer, you can see his small body is blotched in green and purple bruises of all sizes. Fighting his pain with every step, he limps slowly and purposefully down the hallway. I wonder if they're all okay. Did she hide like I told her to? It hurts so bad. It hurts. I've got to keep moving. I can't die here like this. Must keep going. The boy teeters, struggling to move forward. You see him lurch left. What's in his hand? You feel a brief but blinding pain. Choosing the wrong path seems to have an effect on you. The boy cries out in pain as he racks his body, and as he does, you feel that same pain course over you. I can do this. Just have to reach the door over there. Just that much between me and freedom. He limps right. Choosing the wrong path again. Nah, it hurts so much. Gah! He cries out as pain racks his body. You feel that same pain. What happened to the other kids? Did they? No. I know they must have escaped. Now it's my turn. I must get out of here. I have to see them. He's still on his feet, but weaving from side to side, dangerously unstable. He seems to follow the center. Almost there. It's okay now. I'm safe now. He seems to summon up all his remaining energy, taking one last step forward. There, now, finally safe. Huff, huff. Just wait for me. Wait a little longer. I'm coming back, and I'm going to save you. This is really dark all of a sudden. I don't know what the fuck's happening. The boy's desperate whimpers cease as his tiny body collapses into a heap, the last of his strength spent. You hear the crunch of footsteps. Hello, welcome. I don't know your name because my stream thing isn't working, so I'm gonna look it up on my phone real quick so I can welcome you properly. Let's see. Thank you for the follow, Seltzer, I think is your name. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, this part is killing me. I don't know what the fuck is going on, and it's breaking my heart. Like, it is breaking my heart into pieces. How's your day going, Seltzer? I hope everything's going well with you. You hear the crunch of footsteps coming from outside. Hey, there's someone in here. It's a boy. Looks half-starved, this one. Feels like the slavers take him younger and younger every year. Was he trying to escape? That's uncommonly bold for one his age. Wait, can you feel it? Let's take the boy with us. It's very faint, but there's no mistaking this energy. He has the gift, I'm sure of it. Well, I can't say that's what I expected to come across, but you'll hear no complaints from me. Come, and bring the boy. One of the robed men hoists the boy over his shoulder and carries him away. You feel a sensation like someone shaking your body vigorously. Jesus! my god. Okay, do we talk to Vane next? Okay. Your head is still swimming as you come to. The pain is enough to make you wince. Your body throbs with the lonely ache and the overwhelming sorrow you experienced in the memory. Are you with us again at last, my friend? You were out cold for almost half a day. Nothing we did could get so much as a twitch out of you. Ashi, I'm so sorry. It was all my fault. I should have never touched that stupid key. Fran's face is moist with tears. They said my breathing got better as soon as you took the key, Ashi. It was like the memories that were tormenting me suddenly got passed to you. So many things happened afterwards. My head was still all fogged up, so I don't remember much, but whatever it did, it seems like you absorbed all of the magic that was being held in the key. When Marley picked it up, nothing happened. It seemed no different from any normal key. Here, Militon, you should have this. Marley pulls something from her pack and hands it to you. An evil eye cryptex, okay. As we were waiting for you to come to, I decided to see what would happen if I tried the key in the monolith. When I turned the key in the lock, there was a click, then a thunk, then smoke started billowing from the red veins in the monolith like it was burning inside. It was so bizarre. After that, it just crumbled and vanished, like ashes blown away in the wind. When I looked back at the ground where it had been, there were a few burnt rocks and another cryptex left behind before. We couldn't really do anything until you woke up, so I just stuffed it in my pack for the time being. You looked down at the engraved metallic cylinder. Marlene must have destroyed the monolith while you were experiencing those strange memories. Yeah, that's literally what they just said. Mabinogi, baby girl, you really don't need to hold my hand this much. She just said that. She just said those exact words. It kills me, besties. And if Marlene was the one who destroyed it then, she must have heard that voice, the echoing voice you hear each time, too. Ooh, Marlene, did you hear an echoing voice? By my count, this should have been the 5th monolith. That means, according to the prophecy, there are 2 still standing. If we can destroy those, I think it's safe to say that the former's plans will have been well and truly thwarted. You asked Marlene if she heard anything odd when she destroyed the monolith. Heard anything odd? Not that I recall. After it puffed out all that smoke, the monolith just disappeared as if it had been vaporized. There was some strange noise. It may have been drowned out in the chaos. Are you sure? Think back carefully. This might be important. Well, Marley frowns, trying to recall what happened right after the monolith was destroyed. I honestly don't know. I can't recall anything that seemed odd aside from the obvious disintegrating rocks. Am I to assume then that you've experienced something strange when you destroyed the previous 4? As you're about to answer, Vane suddenly speaks up. I hate to interrupt, but quiet for a moment. I hear something. Footsteps. Someone approaches. Sigh. And here I was wondering what wretches were going around destroying the monoliths. I presume it's you lot? Who are you? State your name. Hey, he looks awfully familiar. Ashi, I recognize him from somewhere. You turn and look where Paran is pointing. It's Cethleen! Yes, I remember you as well. The offering who cried and moaned, then scurried away like a little rat. How unfortunate. Perhaps you thought yourself lucky, brat, but your luck ran out the moment I arrived. You were the one who was going to drag me to the Formors. Pran, get behind me. The Queen has tasked me with your safety. Don't worry. I'll not let this cocksure brigand lay hands on you again. Such lovely blue hair. A rare splendor, to be sure. It's almost enough to distract from the fact that you and I are enemies. And given that you seem wholly intent on ruining his plans, well, I cannot simply turn a blind eye to such contemptuous blasphemy. What are you going on about? Come on, Militant, let's pound that smarmy grin off his face. Pran, you stay close to Captain Darkside. You really are unbelievable, you know that? You could at least do me the courtesy of calling me by my name, especially when you're asking me to play bodyguard. Zip it, I've got no time for your sophistry right now. Militant, let's do this. Oh, survive enemy attacks? Okay. Marley, don't use your fists, baby. You have a bow for a reason. Use urgent shot. If they get too close, just use urgent shot. myself as getting roughed up by 2 human archers. That feels so good to me. It's the way it should be. Thank you. This part was hard. I don't know, it doesn't feel that bad. Oh my god, I hit him out of existence. Why was it harder? What was different about your run? Ashi, Miss Marlene, be careful. Oh no, it looks like they're in trouble. Vane, just leave me here and help Ashi and Miss Marlene. Please, I'll get away somehow. In this situation, it's better that we stand our ground. Letting you take off running would only further complicate matters. What? But how? How are you withstanding the full brunt of my offensive? It couldn't be. How could you have that power? How? Where would you have even... is he alright? I don't have a clue what he's going on about. You had a lot more trouble knocking him back. He hits hard. Ooh, okay. And check. As Cethline ceases his attack for a moment, Marlene wastes no time in aiming her crossbow squarely at him. Damn it. I don't understand how in the world could this power manifest in a brat like that. But is that why he's here? Not one step closer, unless you favor a bolt through that skinny little neck of yours. Who are you people? Why are you doing this? Answer me. No, no, no. This was probably planned. There must be more to it. There has to be. Nothing he's saying makes any sense. I can see a change of plans is in order. As long as you have that power, I know we shall meet again. For now, then, I'll shift my focus to the other special offerings. You have stoked the flames of my anger to their limit, but I'm no fool to press a fight where I'm at a disadvantage. It might be that your actions have played a crucial part in bringing the revelations to pass, and so I shall leave you with your lives, for today. Stop! How dare you turn tail and flee like a coward now? Cethline vanishes with alarming speed before Marlene can even loose a bolt from her crossbow. How? Her finger was on the fucking trigger. How could she not just go poof? I don't understand, bestie. How did you let him get away like that? I also had my bow trained on him. How did we do that? Marlene! Alright, Paran. Oof, that was too close. Are you okay, Ashi? I can't believe that guy. Attacking us, spouting a bunch of nonsense, then running away. He was the very picture of a miscreant. You'll hear no disagreements from me. That was unpleasant, to say the least. And based on what he said, it sounds like they may be the one erecting the monoliths we've been destroying. He didn't seem to be a Formor, but I cannot understand why anyone would help the Formors further their dark designs. And what's more, I don't understand why he stopped his attack, or the reason he gave for his retreat. Marlene glares at everyone, the suspicion in her gaze plain for all to see. Could it be that one of us hides a secret connection to the Formors? What? No way! Now you're accusing us of being agents of the Formors? I have told you time and time again I am traveling in search of my missing subordinate. Fran clutches his pennant tightly in his hand. I don't work for the Formors, and I would never do anything that would help them, Miss Marlene. I swear by Himmerarch and on the wing heart, the symbol of my faith. Long has it been since I heard anyone swear on the name of Himmerarch. Truly he is the most generous among gods, but has no mercy upon those who speak untruths, especially in his name. As a fellow believer, I shall also swear upon the name of Himmerarch. Shut up. You're fucking Baylord. Like, we know. We know that you're the god of the Formors. We don't... Stop it. We know. We figured it out already. You needn't lie. He's just such a liar. I've already figured you out, Vane. Should our first priority not be locating the next monolith? I would think it a more practical course than standing here airing our skepticism. That's right, I completely forgotten. Miss Marley brought a new cryptex from the remains of the monolith. Very well. My doubts remain, but I agree. We have more urgent matters to attend to. There aren't many monoliths left now, but you can be sure once we destroy these, I'm going to revisit this line of inquiry. Only 2 monoliths remain now. If all 7 of the monoliths said to play a part in reviving Baylor's soul are shattered, there can be no doubt the Formor's plans will be thwarted. Alright, let's have a look to the clue of where the next cryptex has for us, shall we? He spins the symbol-engraved rings of the cryptex with practiced ease, testing different combinations. This one seems a bit more complicated than the others. I was able to open each of those after just fiddling with them for a couple minutes. Ah, there we go. Maybe I spoke too soon. Now let's see what's written on the parchment. As with the other cryptexes, this one contains a rolled-up sheet of parchment inside. It will offer a clue as to where the next monolith can be found. Huh. Something strange, Paran? Well, all the clues we get are odd in their own way, but this one is a bit stranger than usual. Here, let me read it. The clouds roll in, old doubts the eyes of every man shall blind, and freshly birthed mistrust shall hang entrenched in every mind. The lost shall be consumed with blame for one another, even as darkness gathers there beneath their feet. The symbols that remain are planted where the black sun casts its light, there to feed off ancient curses and long-held sorrows. Doubt and mistrust, is it? Perhaps the prophet was seeing this very gathering as his hand wrote these words. A place where the black sun casts its light. Oh, I have no idea. Don't ask me. I haven't the slightest fucking clue. Oh, Shadow Realm. That's interesting. Marley gives you a slight nod. As the clue says, there are 2 symbols remaining. The place where the black sun casts its light seems to strongly suggest the Shadow Realm, of which we conveniently have 2 on this continent. Unlike the previous riddles we found, this one specifies the symbols that remain instead of something more singular. This leads me to believe the monolith is hidden in Tara, with the other... the one monolith is hidden in Tara, with the other in Tailteen. Okay, you said this continent, but we're on Belvast right now, so you should really be more specific. Well then, we just check both places. That seems simple enough. The man who just attacked us seemed rather distraught that we had been destroying the monoliths, both that we'd been doing it and that we were even capable of it. He was very clearly irate at not being able to carry out the ritual as he'd planned. He claimed he was going to shift his focus to other special offerings. I don't like the sound of that one bit. If I had to guess, it probably means he's trying to find an alternative way to enact the ritual, by using something else to stand in for the symbols we've destroyed. From the sound of it, we won't be able to rest easy even after we smash up those last 2 monoliths. Marley stares into the distance, unease clearly etched into her features. Yeah, another quest down. Look how little we have left. We only have this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one left. We're almost done. Let's see, we have only 4 more quests left. Well, I guess it's 5 if we count. Right? 5? Yeah, that's 5. That's 5. We only have 5 more quests left, and then we're done! Are you guys excited? Ugh! I'm excited. I just need to shift a little bit. Okay, let's go. Pran hesitates as though some thought lingers at the tip of his tongue. Pran, it may just be my imagination, but is there something you wanted to say? This may be me just reading too much into it, but the verses we found on the slips of parchment so far seem to be the continuation of the prophecy written at the end of Revelations of the Black Moon. That would make sense. From what I recall, the prophecy as written in the book only discussed the preparations needed for the ritual on a general level. It seldom gave specific clues about locations, like the clues we find do. I remember something about the seventh night being repeated too. It's hard not to think that was referring to the 7 symbols we've been searching for all this time. But if you recall, the mass kidnappings of the Order of Himmerarch members to use in this ritual to resurrect Baylor seems to be all contained within the first night of the prophecy. Do you think it means these things will keep on happening? That they might happen 6 more times? It's difficult to say. We don't know to what extent the things written of in the Revelations are true. The prophecies strike me as a rough outline more than a detailed summary. I feel the same. We came this far following the guidance of the prophecies and the verses written on the rolls of parchment we found in each cryptex. We've had enough success that none of us could dismiss this as a wild goose chase, or some flight of fancy, but I don't want to believe that every word and every prediction is true. There's just no way to be certain. For instance, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that someone read the revelations of the Black Moon, then went to a great deal of effort to set up the board, so to speak, so that you would follow in the footsteps of the prophecy. That's preposterous. If that were the case, we'd simply need to stop what they're calling the first night. If we do that, we prevent anything later down the line from happening at all. And for that we... And Alice swoops down towards Marlee, dropping a small note into her outstretched hands, then flies off into the distance as quickly as it came. It looks like someone's eager to get in touch. The markings indicate it's from the royal castle, but the method of delivery itself is odd. Normally, whenever possible, trusted couriers are enlisted to relay sensitive information in person. Marlee unfolds the note and reads it carefully. If that's so, perhaps some urgency about it. Now that I think about it, after what that man said, I'm worried about my siblings and the others in hiding. I know Queen Erwin promised to send resources to help support everyone from the Order of Himmerarch, so they're probably doing all right. But even so, they are the only family I have. It's hard not to worry about them. Militant. Marlee turns towards you, speaking calmly. We must return to Rath Royal Castle without delay. It seems the Pontiff's court is up to something, but the letter doesn't exactly say what. We'll need to get the details in person. Those people from the Order of Limelark? They're the ones who were plotting to oppose the Queen's announcement of the expeditionary force, weren't they? Tch. They pride themselves on being the followers of the God of Love, but just look how they treat those of other faiths and creeds. Hypocrites, the lot of them, paying no heed to the very tenets they claim to believe. They're certainly a hindrance more than often than a help. Her Majesty says she's in a bind at the moment, so let's return to the castle. I guess this is where we part ways again, Vane. Are you going to keep looking for your subordinate here? I am. It's clear he passed through here and that he spoke with the children. I'll remain a bit longer, do a little digging, and see if I can't turn up any more clues. I wonder how long he plans to keep me on the road. It's starting to become wearying and irritating in about equal measure. Still, I'm glad to know he's safe, and it's possible his journey is driven by the desire to find somewhere safer, what with the recent persecution of those who believe in Himmerarch. I hope all is well, and we meet again some day. We don't have any more time to waste here. Let's hurry back to the mainland. My, how callous. Are you saying you haven't even the time for a wave and farewell? I'm just following the orders I received. Fascinating, almost like a wind-up doll, sitting inert and glass-eyed unless someone winds the spring, processing everything needed to move, but incapable of acting of its own volition. I thought you were like my subordinate, and in many ways you are, but in that respect, however, you seem to differ. A pity. It makes you feel all the more mundane. I refuse to dignify your pointless goading with any further response. Marlee turns about on her heels and quickly strides away. Oh, hey, Miss Marlee, we need to go together. Ah, she's already out of earshot. We probably ought to be on our way as well. Vane, it was a brief meeting, but I'm glad to have met another believer in Himmerarch out in the world, especially in these times. Prain quickly nods his farewell and follows after Marlee. There's one last thing I wish to tell you, Militant. Do not put your faith too readily in those closest to you. Consider who it is that truly needs you. It was good to see you once again. I pray this meeting is not our last. Vane chuckles quietly, then turns and heads in the opposite direction. The Hanging Garden. Duinn, it's good to see you again. Ashi! You're late, even after I went to the trouble of personally writing you a letter urging you to hurry back. By now, Marlede must have told you some of what is happening with the Pontiff's Court, yes? When Erwin first announced she would be sending out an expeditionary force, many of those affiliated with the Pontiff's Court had no choice but to back down. But with the force on the move and making headway toward resolving the kidnappings and stopping those behind them, they're growing nervous. In addition, it has come to my attention that many supporters of the Pontiff's Court who were present at the banquet have, since then, been spreading rumors that the Pontiff's Court was against dispatching the expeditionary force all along. On the one hand, I can understand the nature of their restlessness. Seeing a ruler over whom they do not exert heavy influence building amicable relationships with other groups without their approval or consultation surely makes them uncomfortable. In short, they feel a loss of standing. Indeed, the problem is, they have now made what seems to be a complete about-face and are insisting on aiding the expeditionary force. I suspect someone affiliated with the Pontiff's Court observed you destroying one of those strange monoliths, Ashi. One of my informants sent a report that someone not fitting the descriptions of any of Ime and Maka's residents witnessed the hero of Aaron on an island in Sen Lake. I sense the Pontiff's Court hand in it, keeping a close watch on you to discover where the expeditionary force is headed. It is doubtful they know the true nature of your undertaking, but they know you've been destroying something. Not too long ago, we received a visit from Quarantine, if you'll believe that. She asked some of the Pontiff's Court's Temple Knights to be allowed to participate in the expeditionary force's mission. I was uncertain what to do until I received Marlede's report. That helped me reach a decision. All evidence points to the last two monoliths being hidden within the Shadow Realm. As far as Terra's Shadow Realm, I already have an inkling as to where it might be. Indeed, there is a place that was in the distant past used for similar purposes. You are aware that a great subterranean waterway flows between the Wrath Royal Castle, are you not? The nerve of them, to offer up the entire castle to Balor as though it was theirs to give. I presume the location has some sort of symbolic value to the Thormors. There's a good chance the monolith will be there. However, even if our predictions about Terra's Shadow Realm are exactly right, we have no clues as to what may lay ahead in the Shadow Realm that extends over Tailteen. And I'm afraid we haven't the time or resources to conduct a thorough investigation. It doesn't seem an altogether bad idea to give the Pontiff's Court a light at the end of the tunnel to run towards. They did offer up a not significant amount of financial support for the mission as a bargaining chip, and frankly, I'm of a mind to accept their offer. You make a fair point, Your Majesty. Setting aside the crass jockeying for power is an excellent opportunity for them to make a show that they truly care about resolving this issue. Wait, do you truly intend to leave the situation in Tailteen in the hands of the Pontiff's Court and their lackeys? I'm not completely against the idea, but when it comes down to it, I just don't trust them. It's not as though I plan to let them run through the Shadow Realm unchecked, with no countermeasures in place. Andreas's Royal Guard will join them on their excursion, and if we send a member of the Core Expeditionary Force to oversee the operation, then all the better for us. To that end, Marlede, I'd like you to join Andreas on the Tailteen mission. Wait, do you really intend to split the core of our expeditionary force? Shush, you're too loud. There are ears in every nave and cornice of this capsule. Be ever careful what you say and where you say it. Swellen's cautious eyes quickly scan the area. Speak with him again after organizing your thoughts. They're organized. Let's talk. There are many who, being too wrapped up in their immediate concerns, are incapable of seeing the larger picture. Far too many take the preservation and exercise of their own privilege and authority as the guiding principle of their lives, despite the fact that the God they so ardently claim to worship holds love towards all mankind as the core of his doctrine. I find it altogether disgusting. Okay, good talk. So we'll be undertaking a joint operation with the soldiers from the Order of Limelark? I must say I didn't see that coming. I'm still a bit taken aback. It sounds as though we'll need someone in Tailteen to keep Her Majesty abreast of the situation there. Correct. The plan is for the militant to oversee the Tar mission, while oversight of the Tailteen front will go to you, Marlede. And what about me? You're coming with me, of course. If I have to march out to Tailteen and pretend to get along with those zealots from the Pontiff's Court, then I at least want to have another expedition member with me. We'll make preparations to depart right away. I hate to leave you unaided, Militant, but we're needed in Tailteen. Good luck with the Tar mission. Wait, just give me a second, Miss Marlede. Ashi, since we're going to be apart, Fran walks over and hands you something. I want you to hold on to this. I always keep the symbol of Himmerark close at hand. If you're ever in trouble, Ashi, you can count on the wings of Himmerark to guide and protect you. The members of our order usually give each other smaller charms and talismans, but this is all I have on me right now. But I'm just letting you borrow it for now, okay? Remember, you have to give it back to me after we're done taking care of those last two monoliths. So whatever you do, please be safe, alright? Pran's pendant weighs heavy in your palm. He and Marlene give you a farewell bow before departing the Hanging Garden. Yeah! We're getting so close to the end! I'm so excited! Ugh! Ugh! Oh my god, my arm just cracked. Like, I don't know how or where, like what joint in it, but it just... it cracked. Can I have more drink when you have a second, babe? Thank you. You know, I've noticed a change in Marlene's demeanor since she began traveling with you. She seems to have lightened up. One might even go so far as to call her more relaxed. It's a good change, I think. Not only does it please me to see her express a fuller range of emotions, she even feels more stalwart and reliable than before. I'm glad I decided to have her join you in the expeditionary force. Simply protecting me from shadows felt like a squandering of her considerable talent. I admit, I did hesitate a little over whether to send her, but ultimately I think it was the right choice. She never felt at home in the stifling castle, with its courtly intrigue and bickering nobles. I lost Callow and Betty. I won't lose her too. I have no desire to force her to remain in a place she dislikes, simply for my own benefit. They must have been dear to you if their loss still stings even now. Marlene may not understand your perspective now, but I believe she will one day. At any rate, Marlene ought to have the Tailteam mission well in hand, so we best not let her show us up, Ashi. As per standard practice, anyone seeking entry to the Wrath's Royal Underground Waterway must be granted special permission from Secretary Sinead. However, I would argue that this constitutes an emergency, and beyond that, the eyes and ears of the Pontiff's court are surely strained to catch any indication of our next move. It's not that I don't consider Sinead trustworthy, but given the current situation, we must take every precaution. I took the liberty of securing a route to the waterway before coming here. Milton, follow Irwin's guidance. She'll show you where to go to gain entry. I must say, Swellen, you certainly have a talent for knowing exactly how to meddle in any affair. Now, Ashi, if you feel ready, I urge you to head out right away. And promise me you'll be careful. Do you understand? I would feel awful if something bad were to happen to you. I'm ready. Password is required to enter. Defeat all the enemies to learn the password? Okay. Is it food time for the boy? Is it food time for the boy?
Drink time for the girl.
Drink time for the girl? Food time for the boy? What a time. Boy! If he wouldn't hate it so much, I would show him off on stream, but he would despise it.
Never sit. Faster. Sit.
Nice music, though. How are you still alive? Thank you so much for the follow, Ikari Eli, I think that is. What do you prefer? Do you prefer, like, Ikari or Eli? Am I even pronouncing it correctly? You let me know. I hope you're having a good day. Now I'll just arrow revolve. There's no point in crash shotting. I think they were too far apart. Box with the password has appeared. Get a secret. Move to the special place. Closet. And find the password on the secret memo. Okay. Alright. Besties. Where's the little... Oh, there it is. Okay, let's heal Poisey before we go any further. Yeah, I should have linked her. I should have linked her. We'll link her this time. Thank you so much for the follow as well, Gummy Punk. I just saw it. I don't know why I didn't see it before. I like that name, Gummy Punk. That's really cute. I'm a huge fan. Oh my god. It's off center, so there's gonna be like an Eye of Cerberus or something. But I really like it. How are you doing? How's your day going? Oh god. So many aggros. You're welcome, no problem. I think it's adorable. I hope your day's going well. Come on, everyone. You can die, can't you? Poor Poisey. I'm glad to hear your day's going well. Do you play Mabinogi as well? Or Mabinogi, as most people would say. Fuck. I'm doing pretty well. You're usually only AFKing these days. I I cannot relate. I have so much I need to still do in Mabinogi. But, you know, there's a lot of times where I just want to relax and do nothing. So I fish. I mostly fish. I fish a lot in Mabinogi. I like both active and AFK fishing, honestly. They're both fun to me. I don't know, listen, I just like Mabinogi. Were you, what server were you on before the merge? Something is wrong. It appears you've reached the terminus of the underground waterway. I was on Alexina too! Hey, Alexina buddies! But you see no trace of the monolith bearing the symbol of the evil eye. So you came, fool of a militant, just as I knew you would. Uh-oh. It seems all the fodder you had to mop up to reach this place has done little to fatigue you. Perhaps I ought to compliment your tenacity. I admit I didn't expect you to predict the final location. I suppose that head of yours doesn't exist simply to prop up your simpleton face after all. Hey, that's mean. You must be perplexed, surely, to have ventured all this way only to find no trace of what you seek. Don't get me wrong, I'm actually rather impressed that you would remember the location of a ritual performed in haste so long ago. Selthine appears oddly giddy. He continues speaking, the words drifting from him with a carefree cadence. The plan was worryingly close to being foiled. But if there is one thing in this world of which I can stand assured, it's the ease with which those blinded by their own greed and lust for power can be turned wholly towards one's own purpose. Just know that I'm letting you off light, Militant. There would be no purpose in fighting now, not when we finally stand at the very threshold of the first night. I'll even save you the trouble of a more thorough search. The thing you came searching for is not here. The final piece has already been absorbed enough to move the vessel. The Formers may complain, but what do they matter? Those fools cannot even recognize the king for whom they yearn. Long have we known that the Formers are not to be trusted. You're working with the Formors. What are you talking about? The Formors are not to be trusted. You're allied with them. Selthine gazes around at the cavernous space of the underground waterway. There was once an incident here. Long ago, a band of Formors stole into this very waterway on an ill-advised and foolhardy venture, and in the process our plans were almost discovered by an observer. But we made sure to cull the loose ends, and so remained undiscovered by that troublesome observer. Haha, I can only imagine how he'd look, were he able to see these present events unfold. It did take quite some time to break his will. The surroundings seem to rumble and quake around you. The time has come at last. I won't forgive you for being a constant thorn in our side, but perhaps your part in our plans is not yet finished. But what does it matter? The preparations are complete. You'd better hurry along now, for whatever difference it'll make. Ha 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 ha! Yeah, he's laughing evilly, absolutely. As Selthine waves his hand, you feel an unknown power throw you back. Ooh. Ooh, besties, what's going on? You think these are blank? Aww. Even the pet essential oil is for someone special? What could they have done to the pet, to the oil to make it so... Okay, whatever. Whatever. I'll let it go. I misspelled it, didn't I? Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, this is the song of theirs I like. Oh fuck, I just landed right outside of it. Okay. Quickly transport the wounded. Surgeons prioritize the patients in critical condition. And hurry. You arrive on the scene to find Tailteen in an uproar. Andreas appears to have her hands full, barking orders to every soldier within earshot. Militon! I'm so sorry. This never would have happened if only I'd been more vigilant. It's not your fault, Miss Marlede. You warned them, but they didn't listen. Her Majesty entrusted me with their welfare. How can I face her now? Don't let yourself be swallowed up in self-pity, Marlede. They ignored your orders and so brought their fate upon themselves. Andreas, taking a break from the responsibilities of command, strides over to you. It's been some time, Ashi. I heard about the expeditionary force and about your mission to destroy the evil monolith in Tailteen's Shadow Realm. We came here to reinforce the royal guards and temple knights, and everyone split up into multiple units to fan out and search the Shadow Realm. Unfortunately, the monolith proved difficult to find. The soldiers had their hands full fending off the roving bandits of Formorse that appeared as the search dragged on. The attacks began to take their toll as we watched the surgeon's bed filled with the maimed and injured, and while those still searching grew more exhausted by the hour. That was when I heard the cry go out, and the monolith had been found. I raced there to find myself gazing upon a familiar sight, a horrendous rock pillar with a glowing red eye, crudely gouged onto it. We tried to warn Andreas not to touch the monolith or approach it recklessly. The royal guardsmen followed my orders and halted their advance. However, I had failed to anticipate that the temple knights might ignore my directive. One of them broke ranks and charged the monolith, waving a sword, and the rest seemed to follow. After that, honestly, I'm still not sure what happened. There was a flash of light and a huge blast went off. The noise was deafening. The ground shook so violently it was hard to retain my footing. Most of the soldiers who were near the monolith lost their lives or, if they survived, sustained serious injuries. My lead's guess was that someone had rigged the area around the monolith with a trap. The temple knights didn't heed the warning and thought they could just walk up and beat the thing to pieces, and now all we have to show for it is a list of casualties in a full field hospital. The weirdest thing was, when we finally stopped panicking and looked around, we were no longer in the Shadow Realm. I can't really explain it. It was almost like the monolith absorbed the very essence of the Shadow Realm around us. After that, I gathered the uninjured and sent them out to continue the search as best they could, but the predicament remained. Since the explosion, there have been no signs of the monolith. Just now, I saw a strange pillar of light flare into the southern sky. It was shortly before your arrival, Ashi. That way lies the Senmag Plains and the entrance to Duinn. I have a bad feeling about this. There's something more. A message came from the Wrath Royal Castle. It was addressed to you, Marlede, so I haven't opened it. Andreas hands an envelope bearing the royal seal to Marlede. Speak with Marlede after she's finished reading the message. Ooh, another technique! Dampen shock. Let's look at it. Ooh, besties. I don't have any of these things. What does it do, though? Oh, defense and magic defense? Is that how I equip it? Neither do I, bestie. Well, that is good to know, at least. Yeah, I have none of the requirements. I feel so slacking, like... It said talk to Marlede after she finished reading the message. Or letter, rather. But now it's like, talk to Paran. Okay, I'll talk to Paran, but why even give... Whatever. What could they be sending in a message about? It hasn't been all that long since we were there at the castle. As Marlede scans the message, her expression darkens. It can't be. Marlede looks towards you and Paran. Paran, you have several siblings, right? My siblings? Yes, 3 of them, all younger than me. They're at the shelter right now. And unlike you, all 3 of them have silver hair, right? That's right. Everyone else in my family is sort of a darkish silvery color. Some people would poke fun of me when I was little, saying I don't look like my parents. And the youngest, she has short hair and red eyes, right? Wow, Miss Marlede, you have a great memory. But wait a minute. I know I dote on them sometimes, but I don't think I ever went into that much detail. No way. Did you know that because you read it in the letter? After the expeditionary force began, it's... Okay, pause. They went to visit his siblings. Like, Marlede, led him to visit his siblings, and he, saw all of them. And she was there as well. Did she not see them? Because now he's like, how do you know all this stuff about them? And I'm like, did she not fucking see them when she was there? By the way, I kind of figured this was going to happen, because what's going to happen is that his youngest sister has been kidnapped. But he specifically mentioned that his youngest sister was, like, frail of constitution. So I was like, oh, there's no reason for him to have mentioned that if it's not going to come up in the plot again later. So I had a feeling that our poor bestie was going to get abducted, or some horrible thing was going to happen to her. So here's that horrible thing. After the expeditionary force began its mission, reports of any kidnappings dried up nearly overnight, or at least they had. We've just received a report of another abduction. It happened near one of the Himmerarch shelters. The person reported missing is a young girl matching that description. Pran staggers back, nearly collapsing to his knees. I love angst. I'm, like, smiling. Like, the worst thing that could have happened, and I'm, like, giddy, because I love angst. I'm like, yes, put him through the ringer. I want to see him cry. I don't actually. He's so sweet. Like, we love him, but I love angst. What can I say? Pran, it's going to be all right. The report was received mere hours ago. She'll still be okay. We don't know that. They're probably fine. We'll make it in time. I'm tired of hearing of those empty words, those broken promises. That's how it went with Larik. I thought everything would be fine, that everyone would still be alive, that we'd be able to save him. But every little bit of light I try to see, every small hope I try to hold fast in my heart, they've only brought me sadness after sadness, torment after torment. I never should have left my family in the first place. Maybe it's better to just give up hope. It's already too late. The shock of hearing that his beloved younger sister has been abducted is too great for poor Baran to hear. You crouch down, your face level with his, and take his hands in yours. Ashi, I'm sorry. So much has happened, and it's hard not to lose heart. I'm not helping anything right now. All I'm doing is wasting time, the precious time we have left to save Sheena. I swear to God someone else in this game is named Sheena. Cry, cry, cry. I swear someone else is named Sheena. Pran hangs his head as if to hide his tear-stained face. I'm sure the formers would be happy to see me give up, to abandon my sister, but that's all the more reason to stop them. I don't want any more people to cry for lost friends and families. I'm sorry I yelled at you, Miss Marlede. I know you've always tried to help me, and I swear to both of you. Pran dabs away his tears on the hem of his robe. I won't let Sheena share Larik's fate. We don't know for sure Larik is dead. I mean, if Pran is, like, foolhardy in his, like, optimism, I'm 50 times worse. Because he's like, no, Larik, he must be dead. And I'm like, I don't know, we just found his glasses. We don't have any conclusive evidence that he's dead. Listen, unless a character dies on screen, they're not dead. Okay, I swear to God, what is the name of that girl who runs the restaurant in Ime Maka? Is it not Sheena? Because I think it's Sheena. No, come on. Is it? Maybe we can look it up real quick. Sheena! They added an E and they were like, done. We've come up with a new character. But they haven't. They hadn't at all. God almighty. I used to talk to her all the time because I was doing cooking stuff and I needed to get into the cooking competitions and whatnot, so I was very acquainted with her, which is why I remember her name. I won't let Sheena share Larik's fate. The letter says the kidnappers disappeared in the direction of the Senmag Plains, and I think we all know where in that area they're headed. We also still have a contingent of soldiers posted outside the entrance, so all hope is not lost. Okay. She just landed on top of me, and she's running around me. Oh! Hi! It's you! It's Gummy Punk! Oh my god! Hi! I was so surprised. I was like, why is someone else, like, here? Like, the only people that would be standing in this exact spot would be talking to Marlene. Like, what could their business be here? And it's 'cause it's you! Hello! Welcome to the stream. I love your outfit. You're so cute. And your hair, I love that hair. It looks so good on you. Bestie, it looks so good on you. I will add you when I get out of this dialogue, because I can't click on you yet. But when I can, I will add you. We also have a contingent of soldiers posted outside the entrance, so all hope is not lost. Marlene, Ashi, I don't know all the details, but this seems to be a matter of the utmost urgency. Leave this area to me and go. Marlene takes Paran's arm and helps him up. You should follow them to the Senmag Plains. Oh, you did it first! Alright, I'm off to the Senmag Plains, my friend. It was nice to see you. Thank you! I love the black. It's very nice. It's very striking. Alright, time to go to Senmag. Goodbye, my friend. My dear friend. Okay. Let's go save. Oh my god! Really? You had one job, besties. Seriously? The soldiers who had been guarding the entrance to the underground chamber lie motionless on the grass. Yeah, rip them, because not only do they have the physical pain of being taken down, they now have the emotional pain of me being like, hazing them. Being like, are you kidding me? Yeah, I have nothing to say. Oh no, what happened to the guards? Damn, were we too late? They're still breathing and I don't see any fatal wounds. They look to have simply been knocked out. In fact, I see no signs of a skirmish at all. It's like all of them simply collapsed where they stood. Either their opponent was a fighter of incredible skill, or it was someone for whom they lowered their guard. Miss Marlene? Never mind, this is no time for idle speculation. Come, Militant, let's hurry down. Marlene and Paran run towards the stairs that lead underground. Yeah, another quest done! Heck yeah! Baylor of the Evil Eye. Hehehehe. Look! The leader of Small is Small. I agree. I love how long it's taken their hair to load in. They're so cute! Alright. The guards who had been keeping watch at the entrance and within the chamber leading to Tech Duinn all lie unconscious on the ground. It's clear someone has trespassed here. They must have entered the mist before we arrived. Paran, when we first came here, you said you knew about that mist, right? I'm not even sure anymore. What I do know is just from old legends and fairy tales. I recall the militant mentioning that it was difficult to find one's way through the mist and fog on the other side of the gate. If the formers are using it, I cannot help but wonder how. Do you have any idea? In the old stories, the magical mist is known as the Feth Fiad, and since time immemorial, it's been said to have a very special power. When you enter the mist, they can take you wherever you wish to go. The more detailed and vivid your thoughts are, the more effective it is. In the fairy tales I've read, there's a part about someone who wanted to see a loved one who had passed away, and borrowed the mist power to visit the place where all souls gather. To meet someone precious, I see. The land beyond the mist is said to be completely outside the reality we know. It sounds hard to believe, but that's how the stories go. But when we discovered the place, this place suddenly, those old legends seemed like they might not be so far-fetched after all. We're quite a ways underground, but we can still see because there's a dim light in this chamber. That light is definitely seeping in through the mist itself. I haven't the faintest clue how the Formers found out about this place or how they came to understand the nature of the mist. They must have tried to travel somewhere using the mist's power. But if it worked for them, there's no reason why it shouldn't work for us. Do you think we could find their tracks in the fog? I don't know about that. But, you know what? Honestly, I understand it, because imagine living in a world where, like, there's this huge force of people that are just immortal and never die. And then you're mortal. And your people around you die. But you know that they go somewhere, that there's, like, a spirit realm of some sort. I mean, I understand it. I would want to see my loved ones too. And I would also be super pissed about the immortal ones. I'd want to be an immortal one. But yeah, you're right. Someone's got to learn their lesson someday. Like, come on, besties. But you know what? We won't know unless we try. Isn't that right, Ashi? Yes. It's better to pin our hope on an even far-flung chance than to stand here doing nothing. We meet Pran's gayness and quietly nod. I knew you'd agree. We should go before it's too late. There's no time to waste. Very well. We'll move calmly and quickly. The Formors can't have gotten too far ahead, given what you told me about your forays into the gate. I'm sure they'll have left tracks too, or some other sign of their passing, though I dare say it won't be easy to pick up their trail in the fog. But hard isn't the same as impossible, and I'm not willing to give up. Agreed. Then, shall we head on through? Each of you takes a good clear look at one another, as though to ensure you end up together on your journey through the mist. Then, united in purpose, you step into the gate. You stride carefully into the billowing mist that leads to Tech Duinn. The fog seems lighter now than it was before. I would presume that's because the Formers passed through this area recently. Even for a magical mist, it would take some time to recover the full strength of its power. Was used multiple times in succession. Well, let's take advantage of that and hurry before it gets thicker again. Every minute counts. There's something about this fog that feels unpleasant. Pran, you said that the mist could take someone to any place they wish, did you not? That's how it was described in the stories I've read. But I think this mist has other powers, too. Sometimes it's like you're seeing a mirage or some illusion. Last time we came here, so many memories were weighing on me, and it was almost like I saw those memories come alive before my very eyes. That sounds awful. It's not just that it plays with people's moods and feelings. It's like the mist is setting a trap with an irresistible lure to test us. Even if that's true, Miss Marlade, do you think it'll take us where we want to go? I suppose we'll find out after we've made it past the fog. Uh-huh. Pran? The fog is getting thicker. Stay on your guard, Militant. The fog seems to thicken, hemming you in and obscuring your vision completely. Then after only a minute or two, it begins to thin out again. You find yourself standing alone. Pran and Marlede are nowhere to be seen. It seems almost as though the mists have purposely separated the three of you. For all now you can do is hope all of them are safe. You decide to focus your energies on passing safely through the mist and allocating an exit. Hi! Welcome in! How are you doing today? It's going well. We're almost done, actually, if you can believe that. Oh, it can knock me down again? I thought I was better than that now. I have been going at it for a bit. I'm gonna get there. I am determined. We're gonna finish this. A strange power emanates from the pendant Paran gave you. Could this be the protective power Paran spoke of? You should see what lies that way first. What way? Oh, this way? I might And I can't have Iron Will until I get the title Unstoppable. Does that give you, like, Advanced Heavy Stander or something? It does? That's amazing! Duinn isn't that hard. Well, I can't wait to get Iron Will. Do you guys see the next one? Is that one? Bestie, I could barely make you out. But it just straight up gives you Advanced Heavy Stander, like, finally. You get to have it too. Just like that. I literally just have to do this one dumb mission and I'll have Advanced Heavy Stander. That's amazing. Wow, that's amazing. They are changing the world. Which way is next? Ah, there. Let's heal you up first. How is it more limited? Oh, more Gonstemi powers. But now you get it, like, all the time, forever. Fog has thinned! You hear someone's voice from somewhere on the plains. Head towards the voice. I mean, I don't know where the center is. Not this way. Oh no, I'm sorry, Miss Marlene. Are you okay? Does it hurt? It's just a scratch. There's no need to make such a fuss. Ah, there you are, Militant. Ashi, thank goodness you're safe. The fog got so thick all of a sudden, and these strange monsters appeared out of nowhere. They squirmed around and glowed with this weird light. It was scary and disgusting. And as that was happening, I heard someone call out like they needed help. Wait a second. I didn't cry for help, alright? But when I could finally see my surroundings again, everyone else was gone. I figured you'd be fine, Militant, so I decided to prioritize searching for Paran while taking down any hostiles I encountered. A weird monster came charging at me, but Miss Marlene leapt in to intercept it. She got hurt trying to protect me. I already told you, it's nothing serious. Just a little rest and some time off my feet and I'll be fine. Oh, hold on. Besides, it's natural for me to defend those who need it. I was wondering what to do after I clear the area of enemies, but when the fog thinned, I saw that. Following Marlene's gesture, your gaze turns towards the huge, large floating gate. Isn't this gate what we came through, or is it another gate just like it? My guess is that the mist actively hinders trespass who enter its domain. I take the fact that we're seeing an exit at all to mean it's allowing us to proceed onward. I don't know how, but we must have passed the mist test, right? I think we have the militant to thank for that. The mist themselves were swayed by our earnest hearts, but if we step into that gate, it may send us right to where the Lord of the Formors is being resurrected. That's certainly a possibility. But since we've overcome the mist will and opened the way forward, we ought to return to the entrance and make a plan of attack. Oh, Iron Will is purely time limited? Oh, I thought it was just always. You just got Advanced Heavy Standard always. Like you just had it. That's why I was like, whoa! That's amazing! Yeah. You have to activate it. I think the cooldown is roughly 10 minutes. It's great to have on command. Yeah, I bet it would be. Miss Marlene, again, I wanted you to know I'm sorry. I was too weak, and the constant apologies are starting to grow more painful than the injury itself. I told you I was fine, didn't I? You simply need to get stronger, and that's not in itself something you need to feel sorry for. Come along, Militant. Let's return to that entry gate. Pran helps pull Marlene to her feet. You've opened the path forward in the frog-shrouded landscape of Duinn. Return to the entrance to reorganize and prepare to stop the ritual heralding the revival of Baelor. Ashi, the gateway we saw on the plains of Duinn looked the same as the one in this chamber, didn't it? I definitely don't remember seeing that last time. Maybe it's there because the Formers recently made use of it. You may be right. It seems they're using the power of the mist to speed their travels, allowing them to extend their reach across the continent. The Formors used the mist to go somewhere, but after they did, the gate didn't disappear right away. The area was still blanketed with fog. Had the fog been thicker, it's possible the portal would have been moved before we were able to discover it. I guess we were lucky in a way. Can you imagine having to track down a floating, moving gate? Anyway, we know where it's going and what we have to do. There's no reason to delay. I only pray we're not too late. Pran, Ashi, let's make any preparations we require before we head out. We don't know exactly what we might find beyond the gate. Oh! Miss Marlene, this is the first time I've heard you call Ashi by name. What? Haha, remember what you told me when we were making our way back from the castle? You said that it was a conscious choice so that you can maintain professional distance, whatever that means. Being professional is well and good, of course, but it just seems so stiff for conversation between friends. I wouldn't be surprised if Ashi felt a little hurt, always just being called the Militant. Wait, when did I ever say? Don't you start piling some weird sort of guilt on me, Paran. Hee hee, do you feel a little less nervous now? What? Nervous? What are you talking about? I'm anxious, afraid even, scared to even think about what's become of my sister, whether she's okay. But I'm not alone in this. I have you and Ashi with me, and I know Himmerarch is watching over us. And I think that with his guidance, things will turn out all right. That doesn't mean I'm not scared. So much could happen between now and the end of all this. But I've decided to take heart and believe that we can make a difference, prophecy or not. You're really not cut out for this line of work. How did someone so blithe, so carefree, come to be mixed up in all of this? Huh? Come on, I was just speaking from the heart. You know, once this mission is over, I wouldn't mind hearing more of these carefree thoughts from the heart every now and again. Miss Marlene, if you want to say something nice, you don't have to be so roundabout. You feel your nerves settle as you see Paran and Marlene go back and forth. Before you realized it, the two had become part of your everyday life. Remember that you still have Paran's pendant and figure now seems as good a time as any is to return it. Yes, thank God. I was worried I wouldn't get to return it. Oh, thank you, Ashi. Things have been so hectic I nearly forgot I'd lent it to you. I'm glad you're safe and that you kept your promise. It really helped me. Paran said the pendant was imbued with Himmerarch's protection. Was that what helped you find your way in Duinn? You tell him that the pendant proved helpful. It was, wasn't it? Like I said, it's something very precious to me. I've worn it ever since I was little. I'm so glad it helped you, Ashi. All that time I was praying for you. Marlene turns to look at the floating stone portal ringed about with a misty haze. Paran, Ashi, it looks like we're all ready. The time for activation is now, and the mists beckon. Okay, let's go. Where once the revelations of the Black Moon sat open upon the altar, you now only see bare stone. Did someone take it? Oh, damn. The more you gaze into the rolling mist, the more you feel as if you're being drawn in. I am ready. Yes! Those are my favorite. The keep people at arm's length people. They are my favorite, as you guys know, because you all write with Ayala. You all know. You all know who I am. Where are we? Oh, fuck. You emerge from the churning mist of the gate into a place wholly unfamiliar. Braziers of blue light flame light the shadowed hall. Huh? But we were just in the mist. How did we end up here again? It's too quiet. What sort of place is this? I recognize markings and symbols similar to those we found in the other underground chamber. Wherever we are, I suspect we've reached the place we sought. But it's just a bit suspicious, don't you think? If this is truly the place they're trying to revive their king, you'd think they'd have a few guards posted. Well, what if there aren't any guards because they no longer need them? No, that can't be it. No good will come of giving in to fear. We came to find Sheena, and that's what we're going to do. In the oven. That's the spirit. Ashi, help me look around. Most of these gates appear to be closed. We reached this place with relative ease, so it can't have been too long since the Formors passed this way. They must have left traces somewhere. Something we could use to pick up their trail. Then let's find them. Come on, hurry. Out of the corner of your eye, you spot something glimmering on the cold floor. This is Sheena's hairpin! Wait, look over there. All the gates we passed were shut, but not that one. Marley points across the walkway through an open door. Do you see it? There's a red gem of some sort embedded in the door at the far end of the hall. I can't be sure from here, but it looks even larger than the other gates, too. Come on, Ashi, we can't be far behind now. They are so loud. Like, I know we can only hear my footsteps, but them talking incessantly, I'm like, bestie. That flame is blue. Yeah, it's very hot. Don't touch it. He says he's an adult, but he literally feels like a child. This is another sign. They must have come this way. Sheena's waiting for us just beyond those doors. I can tell she's here somehow. This heat is unbearable. The air itself seems harsh and hard to breathe. Flowing lava fills the pits beneath as well. Truly, the Formers have made a hellish realm of this underworld. Please, Hemorrharch, please don't let us be too late. It's faint, but I hear something on the other side. Are you ready? Then let us steel our hearts, summon our courage, and head in. The door of the gateway is fashioned from what appears to be coarse stone, with polished bands running through to create a masterfully intricate design. At the center of the familiar symbol sits a crimson gem, giving an unearthly aura. You cannot put off the inevitable, and placing your hand upon the gate, push it inward. But with the slightest nudge, the great gate swings wide as if awaiting your arrival. At that very moment, you hear a terrifying roar from within. Sheena? No, Sheena! Are you okay? It's me, Paran. Wake up! Is she alright? Did we make it in time? Is that Baylor of the Evil Eye? But why is he in chains? It's like he can't tell his friend from foe. That feels wrong somehow. Curious, are we? Oh my god, not this bitch again. You, what is this treachery? We were told he would live again. And so he lives. I am nothing if not a man of my word. I'm not sure what the problem is. Or are you saying it's too much for your tiny brain to grasp? The problem, Snake, is that is not Baelor. In flesh he may be King Baelor, but not in mind, for he does not recognize his own. All he did in life, all he did for the Foremost, he did it all for you? Ha ha, ha ha ha. Fool, he was simply savoring the frenzy of the fight. You mistook blood loss for genuine concern. You begged me to revive Baelor of old, and I have done exactly that, so I ask you again, what is the problem? Dear me, how can I explain to such witless imbecile? I'm already grossly oversimplifying it for you. You! How dare you deceive us with this false Baelor? There should be no quarter for you. Vayne? Why on earth? Vayne, thank goodness you're here. They're the ones, the people who... Finally, what took you so long? You're done faffing about, then? Even after all this time, your hobby strikes me as no less strange. I'll not be lectured by a disrespectful subordinate who blatantly acted without the thoughts of his superior. Do you intend to make me a laughingstock among the generals? I wish to see how you would perform in a commanding role, but if all you have for me is your self-important reproach, how distasteful! It brings a flood of unpleasant memories rushing to the fore. Vayne! Why? Those people are persecuted the followers of Himmerarch. Then the subordinate you've been looking for all this time, is it really? Pran, stop. That man is no friend of ours. I smelled a rat from the very beginning. I cannot believe I actually trusted you, even for a second. It seems I have a rare talent for infuriating those around me. For what it's worth, I actually enjoyed the time I spent with the three of you. A more wretched pastime I can scarcely imagine. Could you not have a thought for me? I can't believe it. God, these are going so fast. Your reaction was beautiful. I'm glad. Why would you hurt a fragile, innocent girl? You'll have to ask those dim-witted Foremost. They demanded nothing less, and let me tell you, it wasn't easy to give them what they asked for. Pale, milky white skin and eyes of the deepest red, it was no simple task to find one who reaches that. Had it not been written in the Revelations, I never would have gone to the lengths. Foremost may be clueless thought who cannot even recognize their king, but I suppose... Oh my god, I'm reading as fast as I can. Ashi, they're responsible for everything we've been fighting against. Who are you people? Why are you doing this? You're not even Foremost. It is literally going so fast. I do not have a moment. Do I fight him now? Vayne, why? There must be an explanation for all this, right? Why you're with these people? Perhaps. I do apologize for what has happened to your sister, but at no point in our travels did I ever lie to you. Oh, for God's sake! Have you no dignity that you would keep company with those wretches? You set a poor example for the others of the Order. Literally, I think you would love Sethlin if you were, like, here for longer and you'd seen more of him. I think you would just adore him. He's evil, he's horrible, and I fucking love him. He's wonderful. Keep it together, Paran. Your sister is still breathing. Sir Bemenich, Sir Sethlin, that's enough. We've finished what we set out to do. It's time to depart. You'll hear no argument from me. They asked for a resurrection, and we have given them exactly that. As you showed no signs of returning by the promised day, I discussed our next course of action with the others. I seem to recall telling you I would be gone for some time visiting my homeland. I'll explain the details on the way. Where do you think you're going? Did you really think I'd let you flee after birthing that monstrosity into the world? How dare you accuse us of fleeing like cowards? Do you even know who the man standing before you is? Sethlin, that knowledge is not yours to tell. The circumstances are different, and I am an I am an exception, of course. The earth-shaking howls from the revived boiler grow ever louder. It's becoming difficult to hear over the Titanic roaring. I honestly hate how attracted I am to both of these evil bastards. I mean, the team really, really did their best to make them as attractive as possible. I'm sorry, we must make haste. I promise you this, I shall remember your faces. If you make it out of here alive, that is. Ha ha ha! They call you a hero, and a hero would never lose to a mere shell, would they? Oh my god, that sounds like something AU would say. Christopher. They call you a hero, and a hero would never lose to a mere shell, would they? Anyway, sorry. I'll get off of that. A shell, perhaps, but a very angry one, judging by those roars. I regret that this situation has afforded us little opportunity for further conversation, Militant. Still, I look forward to our next meeting. He would absolutely! He would! It sounds just like him. In an instant, Vane, Kathleen, and the black-robed men disappear. At that same moment, a horrendous, ear-splitting noise shakes the room. Those bastards! If they're not with the Formors, then what are they after? And where did they... Well, never mind. This is clearly not time for pointed speculation. Don't worry about Paran. I'll keep him safe. Ashi, bring that nasty thing down, whatever it takes. Okay. Yeah, no prob. Oh. Yeah, you deal with the salamander. He's really not as bad as I thought he'd be. I thought he'd actually do some damage. But I do... Oh, okay. Alright. Okay, that was a little rude. Okay, can we stay over here away from the salamanders, please? Thank you. Wait, you think this thing is hot? Or do you think Vane is hot? Do you think this thing is hot? Yes? Sweetie honey, I'm a monster fucker. I love that about you. Hey, can we stay in a corner, please, Mr. Monster? I might try my guns on this. Can't do anything during this? Seems unfair. It's better than the lumpy old man version I grew up with. Why? You gotta show me your Baylor. Send a link in the chat, we'll rate him. Cool attack, bro. You missed. Marlene, can you literally deal with the one thing that I asked you to deal with? I'm dealing with an entire monster. Oh, I thought you could have like a... Send the link! Ashi, does something not strike you as strange about this? I think you're allowed to send links. I don't think it should flag you. If it does, just let me know and we'll do something about that. Okay, sounds good. That Titan was supposed to be Balor, the ancient king of the Formors. The legends tell of Balor killing men beyond number in the war, that his eye of death could lay low entire armies even. Did you really slay such a legendary fiend single-handedly? It seems almost, dare I say it, too easy. You recall that before he disappeared... Hello! Welcome, our dear Mabinogi friend. It's nice to meet you too. I love Mabinogi so much. It is my favorite game. What is your name? Is it Tifsy? It's very cute. I like it. I hope you're doing well. I've never made a friend who plays the Mabinogi game in Korea. I have so many questions. Do you speak both English and Korean? Or are you just somehow on the Korean server? Okay, let's look at this Balor. Oh my god! No, we do not like this man. I'm giving him a 0 out of 10. Completely no. We do not like this man. Sorry, back to the game. Your childhood? What is he from? You recall that before he disappeared, Sethian referred to Balor as a shell. Sheena, wake up! Cough. Thank Himmerarch, Sheena's alive. I'm so relieved. The investigation has grown more convoluted by the day, and this encounter was no exception. We're exceedingly fortunate that Paran's sister survived her abduction, especially in such a dangerous place. It would be tempting fate to remain here any longer. We ought to be alright if we retrace our steps along the path we took to get here. Ashi, Paran, let's go. No sooner had Balor fallen than you felt the power suffused through this place begin to wane. The area groans and shudders, seeming as though its collapse is imminent. He's from Irish folklore. Yeah, okay, but like, what is he from that he looks like that? Like, just from like Irish folklore books that you read as a child? Like, or was it like a website, a game you played? Like, what was it? Was it just from books? I got a new technique! Defiance! I can use this one too. Upon death, grants a chance to recover HP and push back nearby enemies. Restores 50% of max HP. Okay. Okay, you're not good at listening English, but if you have any questions, please type in chat. I'll answer you honestly. Mabinogi culture in Korea is so weird. Oh yeah, please tell us what's weird about the culture. I'd love to know. And let's see. If I have any more questions, I'll ask you. I'm gonna think on it. Oh, I love Mabinogi. It is my favorite game. I've been playing since I was 12, so it's very near and dear to my heart. It's very, very near and dear to my heart. Erwin is busily issuing orders to the soldiers in the underground chamber. Upon seeing you, her violet eyes light up and she hurries towards you. Ashi! Andreas told me everything. She said that you received a letter containing some sort of urgent missive and that you departed Tailteen in great haste. And after hearing that, I could no longer remain idle, so I came here personally to oversee things. Marlete has been kind enough to relate some of the details of your latest encounter to me. Erwin glances at Piran for a moment, then turns back to you. These events were not solely the work of the Formors. I fear this incident involving the Order of Himmark and the revival of Baelor may just be the beginning of a more far-reaching plan. It pains me to admit, but we were careless. We should have been aware of this from the beginning, rather than brushing off suspicions that the Formors were acting on someone else's orders. What's past is past, Marlede. Do not hold yourself at fault. We cannot change what has transpired, but we can decide how we will respond to it. What is important is the actions we take now. We came face to face with the infamous King Barlor, but he seemed different than the Balor I had heard about in old tales and legends. Even the Formers themselves seemed taken aback. There was something about this revived king that was unlike what they expected. So how did they revive him without killing someone? Weren't they supposed to kill people to revive him? But they didn't kill Sheena. They just kind of like brought her. And she's fine now. So how did she fucking survive? Like, I don't get that. I don't get it. I don't know, my man. I don't know. I certainly did not anticipate the Lord of the Formors turning his wrath upon his own kin. We did manage to destroy the monoliths one by one. That may have had some unforeseen effect on the resurrection ritual they were attempting to conduct. There's so much about this I find perplexing. I feel our lack of information all too keenly. I cannot help but wonder, was the foe you fought truly the Baelor of old? There are ways to do it without killing. Don't remember if they elaborated it yet, though. Okay. In the tales of the Battle of Mag-Turda, the Knight of Light barely managed to fell Baelor with the Sword of Light. Are we to believe that this was some great and terrible... that this was the same great and terrible Lord of the Formors? The whereabouts of... Oh my god. The Knight of Light? Felling... Baelor? Is that the memory that Vane showed us? Oh my god! That's the memory that Vane showed us! Wow. That's wild. Oh my god. That's wild, besties. Oh my god. Oh my god. Literally, why would he do that? What? What? Why would they do that to him? Like, bestie, are you kidding me? Do you think its disappearance may have something to do with all of this? Either way, I cannot stop thinking about it. If it had truly been the Baelor of legend, I doubt that even the combined might of the kingdom's forces would have been able to match his fury. No one said the pretty man was smart! He only has one brain cell, and it's not for that. It's for hot. All his brain cell goes to hot. It would seem his resurrection was incomplete thanks to the continued efforts of the expeditionary force. To be fair, he's kind of unhinged. Excuse you, he is too hot and fight. Brain cell dedicated to hotness. Listen! He clearly has one dedicated to hotness. I'm not wrong. I'm not a liar. Ooh, yes, I would love to look at that. To the popularity of Mabinogi in Korea. Alright, let's translate. Abenoji Fantasy Party held it. Whoa! Look at all these people! It's Tarlock! Diva! Oh my god, this is so cute. Keyhole? His name means keyhole? That's how that's what his name is, and that's wild. Oh my god! Her puppet! Oh my god! Morgan! Erwin! Wow. This is amazing. Thank you for sharing this. I love this. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna type a question to you. Let me see. I don't know if I can at you. Ooh, okay, okay. I'm gonna follow you so that I don't lose you. But, yeah, I can't at you from here, but I'm going to. Of course. Thank you for sharing. There we go. Yes, thank you so much for sharing. Okay. Oh. I accidentally closed my broadcasting software for a second there. Woo! That was a mini heart attack. Okay. I only lament that those sacrifices part of their dark rituals cannot be brought back. Erwin grows quiet, gazing into the churning white mist that softly, slowly fills from the portal that serves as the gateway to Tech Duinn. Do you think it possible that the formers were misled? What are your thoughts, Ashi? What of that suspicious man you met? We now have every reason to believe he was working with a group. It is not so difficult to believe that a group may have goaded the formers into actions from the start. If so, perhaps his professed belief in Himmerarch is also suspect. We first encountered him in this very room. It's odd to be mere coincidence. Neither this chapel nor the book you found on the altar feel at all Fomorian region. According to Paran, the mists you enter when you pass through the gate have the power to transport people to distant locations. To us, this chamber is an entrance of sorts, but to those coming from everywhere, it is also an exit. We cannot afford to leave it unattended. Well then, as things stand, it seems sensible to give the expeditionary force a set of secondary objectives. Marlita, I hereby task you with the management and security of this location. Keep an eye out for any suspicious going-ons in the vicinity of the Senmag Plains as well. If you observe anything suspicious, report back to me immediately. I shall not abide the presence of anything that would threaten the safety of my kingdom and its people. I know this posting will keep you from my side longer than anticipated, but given the sensitivity of this area, I feel it necessary to place its stewardship in the hands of one whom I have the utmost trust. Your flattery puts me at a disadvantage, Your Highness. After all, when you put it like that, I couldn't possibly decline your request. But you have my word. I shall not falter. I'll do everything in my power to help you. Yeah, they're literally so gay. They're in love. I want to see fan art of them holding hands. Like, right now. Right now. Send me the fan art of them holding hands. Honestly, I'm just so in love with them. For nearly 20 years in Korea, I've been doing Mabinogi since I was in elementary school. Do you know Rona and Pan in Korea 15 years ago? Oh, Rona! Is her name Rona? The Mabinogi mini animated series was aired on a broadcasting company. Oh my god. She's called Lorna here. We gotta watch this animated series, guys. We gotta find it. Yeah, they are so in love, Iffy. They are so in love. There you go. I'll do everything in my power to help you. Thank you, Marlede. I leave this place in your care. As for you, Ashi, as she speaks your name, Erwin gestures slightly to Marlede with her hand. In response, Marlede gives you and the Queen some space out of polite consideration. For the present, please continue to investigate this area with Marlede. In particular, I'd like you to focus your efforts on the gates and the mists. Ooh, okay, let's watch this. I'm so excited. This was broadcast on TV?
미안.
도대체 어떻게 된 거야? 이 숙녀를 30분이나 기다리게 하다니.
숙녀 좋아하시네.
늦게 온 주제에 뭐라고?
This was broadcast?
루나와?
하네. 판타지 라이브.
안녕하세요, 여러분. 저는 루나 리사크예요.
I wonder if I can do one of those things where I have it oh yeah, auto-translate. Let's see. Auto-translate from Korean. Where's Korean? No, okay. No. I did it wrong. No. Auto-translate from Korean into English. Okay, this isn't gonna work.
루나라고 불러주세요.
안녕하세요. 전 판이라고.
이봐, 말끝이 흐리는 것은 좋지 않아.
허공에 대고 말하는 건 좀 익숙지가 않아서 말이야.
난 양인 네가 말하는 것부터가 익숙지 않다고.
제1부
아르바이트를 하자. 배고프다.
나는 먹지 말아줘.
너 먹을 수 있는 거였어?
에이, 설마 진심으로 모르는 거냐?
It is like
돈은
machinima.
없지만 식료품점에 가서 구경이라도 하자.
에휴, 분명히 말하는데 더 배고파지고 말 거야.
Oh.
여기가 식료품점이구나.
그래, 우리도 밥이란 걸 한번 먹어보자고.
뭐야 이 많은
So many.
사람들이?
I've never seen this many people
아르바이트하는 사람인지 뭐겠어.
in
여기서
Caitlin's
일을 할 수 있는
house.
거였어?
일을 해야 먹고 살지. 너의 게으름이 나까지 굶주리게 하고 있다는 사실을 몰랐던 거야?
뭐야 판? 왜 그게 나의 게으름 때문이야?
Oh, this
아르바이트
is so
시작
long
시간이
ago.
되면 NPC를 찾아가 대화를 합니다. 여행 수첩이 나오면 아르바이트에 대하여를 선택하세요. 그리고 남들이 가로채기 전에 얼른 수락을 해야겠죠?
Oh, that's so cute.
퀘스트 창이 나오면 아르바이트 획득 성공! 이제 닫기를 클릭하세요. 퀘스트는 Q 버튼을 누르면 언제든지 다시 확인할 수 있습니다. 자, 그럼 남은 시간을 확인하며 아르바이트를 해볼까요?
이야, 일자리를 따냈구나.
시작 시간이 다 되니까 사람들이 너무 많아서 혼났어.
자, 빨리 일하고 나에게 밥을 줘.
일하지 않으면 먹지 말라는 거 몰라?
It is bothering me a little bit that his health bar isn't full. That there's like a small injury.
나 삐져도 돼.
I'm like, can someone fucking heal this dude?
그만. 이제 일하러 가자.
Is it still from that?
같이 가.
The mission is to collect 5 tree fruits. You have to hit the tree. Oh, okay.
난 머리가 너무 아픈데.
내가 칠 땐 좀 비키라고. 괜히 네 머리가 맞는 걸로
This
오해하잖아.
is so cute.
나왔다. 이제 완료. 그런데 너무 오래 걸린 것 같아.
자, 이제 케이틴에게 보고하러 가자고.
완료했으면 아르바이트를 준 사람에게 보고하러 가야 합니다. 너무
Literally.
일찍 가면 그냥
Same.
돌려보내기도 한답니다. 주의하세요. 일하고 나니까 보람차네.
난 머리가 아파서 잘 모르겠다.
자, 이제 이 돈으로 먹을 걸 사러 가자. 그런데 이제 어디로 가야 하지?
케이틴의 식료품점?
여기서 받은 돈으로 다시 여기 음식을
Yeah, literally.
사 먹어?
Can you imagine? Can you imagine turning on the TV and seeing something like
이렇다면
this?
그 나무 열매를 그냥 먹는 편이 더 낫지 않았을까?
넌 안 먹으면서 일한 거야?
너 그럼 아르바이트로 수집하던 그 열매들을 먹었다고?
걱정 마셔요. 너 몰래 먹었으니까.
너 때문에 못 살겠다.
Control K.
이름 앞에 그게 뭐야?
이건 나의 끝없는 용맹과 정의로움을 증명하는 타이틀이라는 것으로 생각되는 거. 로나 스매시로 날려버려.
좋아, 간다!
제 2부.
맨손으로 곰을 잡자.
Oh my god, that's so cute. Oh, that's lovely. Oh, that's what it was saying. Oh. Okay, these smiles are creepy. Every time I see this, like, thumbnail, I'm like, stop. They didn't... They must have! That's wild. Oh my god. Thank you for sharing that with us. Oh my gosh. I'd like you to focus your efforts on the gate and the mists. Strange mist that possesses the power to spirit someone to any place they wish. It seems wildly implausible, to say the least, but considering all you've experienced, I'm forced to acknowledge that it may well be real. I will select only those in whom I have complete trust to remain here. If word of this mist were to spread, I have no doubt many degenerate parties would appear, hoping to make use of it for their own uses. As we continue our investigation, more facts may come to light. You heard the directive I gave to Marlede, and so you likely already know the task I intend to give you. Militant Ashi, leader of this expeditionary force, I hereby task you with discovering who is behind the plot to kidnap the Order of Himmerarch's followers and sacrifice them to revive Balor. I'm not sure I'll like what you discover, but you're the only ones I can depend on to do this. I told you before at the castle that I'll keep all of my resolutions. This is not about the court or the struggle for power and influence. It's about my own will. You're one of the few who will listen, honestly and openly, to my thoughts and opinions, and so I ask you because I know I can trust in you. You turn to find yourself caught in Marlee's gaze, steadfast and deep. Her Majesty requested we give this place a more thorough investigation, did she not? I'd expected Paran to return home to be with his family, but he volunteered to remain and help us. You gingerly suggest that she looks happy. I beg your pardon? Me? Oh no, you've been traveling with Paran long enough now that he started to rub off on you, Militant. Yeah, I had no idea. No clue. Oh my god, your little emoticon. Oh, you're so cute. I love it. I love it. Ahem, anyway, whatever concerns you may have are not unfounded. If some intruder were to materialize out of the mist and attack, he would be completely unable to defend himself. But on the other hand, I'm worried that if I let him out of my sight, something will happen to him. Marlede coughed twice as if just realizing she said something too personally revealing. Moving on, the main point is that he has decided to stay on with the expeditionary force, and if that's his wish, I'd take no issue with it. Her Majesty said she wouldn't stop him either. Beyond that, I'm still trying to make sense of Vane. He claimed to be a member of the Order of Himmerarch. There remains the possibility it was a lie told in the moment to avoid more pressing questions, but I don't entirely believe it. Something about the way he said it makes me believe it wasn't a complete lie. The Black-robed men referred to him not as Vane, the name we know him by, but as Beemanech. I would presume that to be his real name. Unfortunately, I have many questions and little in the way of answers, but of one thing I am certain, we will meet him again. He and his unpleasant subordinates with the nasty sneer and suspicious magic. And when we do, we'll find out what they're planning and why. The problem is what to do in the meantime. We'd best make thorough preparations for whatever may come our way. Of course, being away from Her Majesty's side at a time like this makes me uneasy, especially when I recall the unsettling details written in the prophecies, but I feel more at ease knowing that whatever comes, the Militant is with us, that you're fighting for the same thing I am, Ashi. The mists seem to hide many secrets. Let's bring them to light one by one. I'm ready to work hard, and I know you are too, Ashi. Marlede bows her head deeply before you. No, you're totally fine. Don't worry about it at all. Thank you for the follow, too. Welcome to the Flower Patch. I hope you enjoy. You can join the Discord if you'd like, so you'll know when I'll be live. Yes, thank you, Joel. Or I should call you Vex so people know. Thank you, Joel. But don't worry about it at all. Don't worry. Paran smiles warmly as he watches over his little sister asleep on the stone floor. I can't tell you how relieved I am we were able to bring her back, safe and sound. It must have been so scary, but she faced it with as much bravery as a child can muster. Thank you, Ashi. She means so much to me. She's family, after all. I heard you want to stay with us. You remember Marlede telling you that Paran had volunteered to remain at the entrance to the Tech Duinn to continue working with the expeditionary force. Oh, I guess Miss Marlede told you already. I guess you can chalk it up to me just wanting to know. I have to find out who would persecute us like that and why. Those questions were burning in my mind when I first left for Tara, and I want to know the answers just as much now as I did then. There's still so much about this we don't understand. And part of it is fear, too. Fear that if we don't find out who it is and why they did it, my family and everyone else who follows Himmerarch could be targeted again in the future. I know that I'm not much of a help, but Miss Marlede and I have been right there with you on this journey, and in the end I saw you defeat Balor, Ashi. Oh. And for what it's worth, I can read everything in that strange book of Revelations. Oh, you're so sweet. Oh. Of course. Much love to you. Oh, my heart. I've clicked on something and I don't know which one it is and I don't know how to close it. Oh, it's the first one. Oh, that reminds me, the book seems to have vanished. I don't know who took it or when, though. But one of the guards told me that while the book was still there, Queen Arwen gave orders for a broad range of people to try reading it. Everyone from well-known scholars to military officers who don't know the first thing about magic had a go at it. But strangely enough, no one else was able to read everything in the book. It's so weird, isn't it? I had figured that anyone like me who doesn't have any magic would be able to read it just as well as I could. The last time I read it, I felt like it sort of lacked resolution, if that makes any sense. And when I think on what those people said, I feel like there may be another book of prophecies out there, a volume 2 of sorts. What do you think? Might there be another big, thick volume out there, stuffed full of strange prophecies? Anyway, okay, not even letting me answer. Thank you, Paran. Anyway, if they manage to find the revelations again, they may need me, so I decided I would stay. I owe Queen Arwen and your expeditionary force a great deal, Ashi. I want to pay you all back somehow by helping out any way I can. Oh, and Miss Marlede promised me she'd train me in self-defense. I'm going to put my all into it so I won't have to run away or cower in the corner all the time. I feel like I can't properly call myself a true member of the expeditionary force until I can handle myself against anything the mists throw at me. So with all that being said, I look forward to working with you in the days to come, Ashi. Pram warmly holds his hands out towards you. You feel a sense of fellowship and camaraderie as he grasps your hands in his, as well as the trust and confidence he has in you. Ooh. Oh, I turned off the music! No, I turned off the music! What have I done? I forgot I had it turned off. Oh no. This is a little awkward. Oh, is it? That's so cute. Mabinogi Apocalypse. Did I do it? Am I done? Have I finished it? I did it! Guys, I did it! Woohoo! I finished it! Oh, I should have turned the sound back on. There are many things I wish to ask, but I doubt you give me any clear answers even if I did. How cold of you. Are your expectations of me truly so low? Do you really not understand? I could scarcely believe it when I saw you defend that lot in Belfast, but I figured there must be some reason you would deign to pass your hours with those fools. But why? Why would you bestow that power upon the militant? Did we not reach an agreement to further deliberate the matter? It boggles my mind why he would show his favor to one as reckless as you. Your actions could very well have compromised our greater goal. Sarah emphasized that militants are too dangerous. Even the revelations make no mention of them. History chronicles the fact of their presence, but all concrete records surrounding them slip away, lost to time. Isn't that the heart of what makes a militant so fascinating, though? One whose influence is felt everywhere, yet truly belongs nowhere. Are you not curious what such an individual might do with what you call a blessing? It's not impossible they might even find a certain missing sword of light. Yes! Yes, I agree. Perhaps the one who lent you their aid in my absence thought the same. So you knew everything, and still you tarried. Of course I knew. The events of the first night have been long in the planning. Even I have something of a conscience, after all. Though I confess I had not expected he would task me with setting our plans in motion. But even were I to fail, I knew you would see it to completion. Of all the... Doing what we felt best? Is that what you call it? You irresponsible, self-indulgent, and worst of all, you always believe yourself beyond reproach. I knew as much, but never suspected it was this bad. Love you, weird little rat man. Hey, we love you. Did you perchance fail to recall our responsibility to fulfill the revelations? I swear, of all the people I could have been assigned to, why did it have to be you? We could not be a poorer fit. Only... that, at the very least, we are in agreement. I wanted to repudiate you, stubborn mule that you are. If only I had been granted a subordinate stronger, more reliable, and far less finicky. But the one you hold in such fear and admiration chose you to serve under me. Have you told him you would prefer another arrangement, one that diverges from his will? Diverges from his will? No. It's just that... Haha, you take martyrs far too seriously for your own good, though perhaps it is the reason you have a greater something than others. I don't believe I shall ever tire of watching you scurry to and fro, trying to paper over your missing memories with loyalty and discipline. Just want to say, I hate the auto-scrolling in this. How, for some of them, they're like, yeah, it's just gonna keep going. I hate that they did that, I hate that they did that. I don't know why they did that. They had a perfectly fine method, and they just threw it away. It's awful. It doesn't well, I can't adjust the speed during it, so I can't be like, now, okay, it's going too fast, let me change it. But, like, there was nothing I could, like, I don't know why they did it at all. They did it, why did they even do that? What's the point of that? I don't get it. It's the worst. They just had to do something shitty. They just they just needed to. They're like, this gen is too good. We have to shoot ourselves in the foot somewhere. So this is where we're gonna do it. They just had to. Trying to paper over your missing memories with loyalty and... Trying to paper over your missing memories with loyalty and discipline. Ooh. Forget it. Responding to your provocations is a waste of breath. No one can be perfect, though it hasn't escaped my notice that you're being far chattier than usual. Was that militant truly that exciting? Exciting enough to risk our plan over? You venture upon blasphemy, Baylor Bemenich. How can you show such thoughtlessness towards the one who gave you life anew? Speak not that name, Sethlin, or of things beyond your ken. The power I received for surviving that day, freedom from death, is a tiresome, isolating experience. You're right, I don't understand. I don't need to. After all, I have no intention of dying anytime soon. All that matters to me is the fulfillment of the revelations. Though even that is uncertain now that they've occupied one of the entrances to Tech Duinn. I'm not saying it will happen, but if they were to see through the delusions of Feth Fiad, there is a possibility that the seal of your homeland, which is not yet ready, could be broken. I'm not about to stand idle and simply let them do as they please. If no one will aid me, I'll stop them myself. The first night is but the beginning, and more shall follow after. I wonder, militant, how long you'll be able to last. I have granted obtain you true enlightenment, a power to surpass others. Now I have to wait. Pray that you do not disappoint me. Oh my god, how many fucking videos are there gonna be? Oh, okay, it's just this one. But I still can't turn on the sound. You have to watch it in silence. No music. You'll cover your mouth with spoilers. You're so sweet. It's so awkward without music. Should I, like... I mean, it's a solution. In YouTube edition. It's a solution. I fixed it. No one can say I didn't fix it. When all else fails, someone has uploaded it to YouTube. Oh, you're all so sweet. You're so funny. Yeah, what was this kid's memory about as well? The kid, like, when we touched the key and we had that kid's memory, what was that even about? What was that connected to? What was the point of all that? Just a memory from the ghost? No, but that ghost said that she had a brother. She was like a different ghost. She was a girl with like hair tied up here, and she had a memory for her brother, but yeah, that's okay. Go ahead, tell me. You learn in G23. Okay, alright. And Ashi the militant. Is it 1:49 in the morning? I've been streaming for a while. Oh my god, we have to run dailies. Doesn't it reset at 2?
2 or 3, one of those.
We gotta run dailies, besties. Besties. I'm too embarrassed to put it in the guild chat. Should we just go run dailies? Have you already done dailies, Joel? Okay. Oh, I can't teleport from here? Yes. Some of them have been better than others, is what I'll say. I'm here. Let's do dailies real quick. Wow. I did not realize it was that late. Hi, baby. Welcome, everyone. Let's go. The Apocalypse story is an apocalyptic story that has been trying to fix it and keep the story of the characters from the past as much as possible and keep harmony. That's so nice! I love that! That's beautiful. Okay, was there not an orb? Oh, there it is. Oh my god. When I stand here, I can't see it. Do we know where we're going?
I do.
Okay. Well, I think I'm probably going to end stream here. I've been streaming for 8 hours, so I should probably cease. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I'm glad we finished G22, and now I get to do some missions. I'm really excited about that. But the Apocalypse development team invited past writers from G1 to G22 to talk about their background knowledge and tried their best to put the pieces together like a puzzle. That is really cool. I love that. That's amazing. Oh, poor Chris. Yeah, so I'm probably going to end stream here. Thank you all so much for coming to hang out with me, whether you were watching or chatting. I really appreciate every single one of you. Shakespeare's story was judged to be useless, but efforts are being made to save it as much as possible. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I agree with that. Where are we? Okay, up here.
And I guess they did pull in the A1 bit with no.
They did. We all jumped on our thing at the exact same time. That was really cool. Yes, right. I'm ending stream. That's what I've been trying to do. So I'm ending stream. I had a lot of fun today. I hope you guys did too. Thank you for coming on this journey with me. I can finally do the tech missions. And hopefully I will be doing them soon. Probably with the same party. Yeah, I'm glad you caught the end too. I'm really glad you were here for it. At the time Shakespeare story was created, Mabinogi's original development team was mostly out of business and understaffed. That's why it's called a story made to close the hole. Oh, interesting. I didn't know Mabinogi was ever close to going under. Okay, we did the first one.
Did I get another gold combat pyramid?
Okay, complete your quests. At that time, the sales of Mabinogi Game Company were in great crisis. There was a lot of work due to the lack of manpower, and many developers were reluctant to join the Mabinogi team. It is a cat bus. Thank you. I think it's cute as well. Wow. Is it really? Yeah, it's pretty rare too. It was just part of one event.
It's a split second.
It was so funny.
It just they were there, then they were gone. So fucking fast.
What? In Korea, there's a culture where magic craft skill masters and Hillwind engineering skill masters give newbies Celtic series weapons for free. We do not have that culture here, bestie. I had to pay so much money for my Celtic guns. Oh my god. We're not that kind, though. There's less materials for them? It's customary to give stone and gold for upgrades. Wow, that's unreal. Oh, the Korean Mabinogi's gradually going downhill. People have been playing Mabinogi for a long time, really love the newbies and don't want them to leave. Yeah, we're very similar here. We don't want the newbies to leave at all. It's always heartbreaking when someone doesn't like Mabinogi or doesn't get into it. Like, you want them to be part of the community so badly. You're like, please, come join. It is very heartbreaking. Am I even going the right way? I think I'm going the wrong way. restaurant inside the circle. Oops. I'm in trouble. There we go.
Wow.
Yeah, it really is. Oh no! My poor loves. Woo! Party healing! My favorite! Okay, well, I'm gonna end stream here for real now that I'm done with dailies. I hope you all had fun. I really appreciate each and every single one of you for contributing to my little community here. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening, and thank you again so much for coming and hanging with me. I hope to see you guys next time. Alright, bye!